We are going to build the invoice platform in Next.js 15. Here you can see that this is the landing page I have built, and here at top I have added the logo and one button get start, and here inside this I have given the easy invoice happy business. This is text and this is the screenshot of the dashboard, and below this I have added the footer, and click on the get start. Then it will be redirect to the login page, and here you can see this login page is modern design UI, and inside this I have used for the login Auth.js and magic link. Inside this you can enter your email ID and click on the login, and it will be also show the status also. And here you can see I check your email, and here also below this I have added the back button also. And now let me just open my email ID, and here I got the email and click on the sign in. After that, login will be successfully and redirect to the dashboard page. And inside this dashboard page, here at the left side I have added the sidebar. At the top this is the header, and inside the sidebar I have added the 3 menus: dashboard, invoice and settings section. At the top header section I have given their username, current username and their profile, and click on this profile section. Then here you can update their user detail, and it will be also show that their email ID and which currency format this is, and click on the update. After the update will be done, then it will reflect in your average section in your project. And below this I have added the card, and this is the total revenue, total invoice, paid invoice and unpaid. And after that here I have shown the chart, and inside this chart this is the difference between the paid revenue and total revenue. And here below the recent invoice I have shown that which you have created this. Let's go on the invoice section. Inside the invoice section, first of all it show the loading state. All the data will be load, and here this is all this data in the form of a table. And here at the top I have added the create invoice button. Click on this. Then here you can enter your invoice number, and here select your date, invoice date and due date. After that you can select your, by default here you can see that it will display the current user name and their email ID. And now inside this you can enter your address, and here I can add my address, and inside this let me just add and after that inside the to section you can add your client detail. Here I can, for now I can add the dynamic coding with Amit, and here I can add their email ID, and below this I can add their address also. And after this address will be done, then below this you can add your item detail. Here for now I can add the website, services, and here you can enter the total number of the quantity and their price. And after that it will be automatically calculated like a subtotal, discount, tax. And if you wanted to give their discount, then it will by default it will be subtracted from the subtotal, and here it will be show the 499. And you can also add their tax also, like you can enter the only percentage of tax, and automatically it will calculate, and their percentage amount will be also show, and their total amount. And below this I have added the note point. You can add any note which you wanted. Here let's suppose I can add please pay invoice before due date, and click on the create invoice. After the invoice was created successfully, it will be redirected to the invoice listing page, and here inside this all this data will be latest data will be displayed at the top section. And you can also here click on this action section and click on the view. Then you can see that your invoice in the form of a PDF. Here you can see that, and here you can see that the PDF, this invoice section, at the top it will display the logo, and below this it will display the current user detail and your client detail also, and invoice number, invoice date and due date. And all this is the item, your item detail, and below this it will display the subtotal, discount, tax, and here you can also see your signature also, and below this note point. Now after that, let's come back, and inside this you can also go another section, that is the edit. You can edit your invoice, any detail you can change it here. For now I will change the my invoice price and click on the update was successfully, then it will be changed inside the price also. And you can make change inside the invoice status. Here click on the make invoice paid, then inside this status was updated successfully and your invoice payment is done. This will be, and click on the back button, then you can go inside the back section, and here you can see that this status was changed. And after that you can send your client to email. Click on the send email. Now here you can see that please wait, email sent successfully. Now let me just open my email ID. I will click on this, and here let me just open this, and inside this here you can see that the from the invoice from that username, and here you can see that here this is the invoice number and due date, and after that here you can see the total amount, and here below this it will display the link download invoice. When the user will click on this, then it will be see their invoice also. And now this is the all this option we have done. All table will all this invoice in the form of a table. Along with that, here I have added the pagination also. You can go in the next page and previous page also. Now let's go on the next part, is the setting section, and inside the setting I have added the two sections. One is the invoice logo, another is the invoice signature. That here inside the invoice section you can see that this is the invoice logo and this is the invoice signature. You can update this from here. And now let me just log out this first, and I can show you when the user will be first time login. That time let me just enter the another email ID, and click on the login. After that it will be just send the email ID. Let me just go back to here, and inside this here you can see that I get the email, and let me just open this and click on the sign in. That time when the new user will be logging, that time it will be show the onboarding screen. Now here user will be enter their name, and after that he select their currency, which currency they wanted, INR, USD, euros, any currency. Select this and click on the finish onboarding. After the clicking on the finish onboarding, it will be redirected to the dashboard. Now all of this we will build in Next.js 15 in using the Tailwind CSS Shadcn UI and JS PDF for the making the. Before starting the project in our PC, Node.js and VS Code editor is required. Like you can use any other editor also, we prefer from you. If these two things is not available, you can open your browser, and inside this you can type Node.js and press enter. After that, open this first link and click on the download. After that this download is done, you can install this. In my PC I have already installed this Node.js. For checking purpose this successfully Node.js is installed or not, you can open your terminal, and inside your terminal you can type node-v. Now this command gives your current Node.js version which you have installed this in your PC. After this installation is done, now let's install the VS Code editor. Go inside this VS Code, type inside this browser, and this first link Visual Studio Code, just open this and click on the download. You can use any other operating system, like if you are using Windows, Linux, Mac, anyone, you can install this. In my PC I have already installed these two things. Now let's go on the next part. For the framework to building the front end and back end, I will use the Next.js. This is a React framework for the web app. I will use this one, and just copy this command, and after that you can open your terminal, and inside this terminal you can just first of all you can check where you want to install this. I want to inside the desktop, then I will use the CD and go inside the desktop, let me just go inside this, and okay, only assist folder is there. Now inside this I can paste this command npf create -nest -app at the latest. After that press enter. Now here it was asking me the my project name. I will give the generate invoice. You can give the any other name which you are prefer more. After that press enter. Now it was showing me the invalid name because I have given this capital letter is not allowed. Then inside this I can give the generate -invoice and press enter. Yes, I was using the TypeScript. ESLint, if you want to use this ESLint, you can use it. Currently in this project is not required. That's why if you are using in the production, then it will be preferred to, like any error was there, then it will be like code editor format. It will be preferred. Now let's press enter. Tailwind CSS for the styling purpose I will use. SI directory, like it will be separate all the code in the single folder SI directory. I will use this and app router and turbo for the run packages. Now press enter. Now let's wait for few seconds to install all these packages. Now installation is done. After that you can open your VS Code editor, and inside this VS Code editor just click on the open folder, and inside this I want to go inside the my desktop folder, where is, and inside this I will open generate invoice. Now after that all this code was there. Let me just make the little big to view properly to you also. Now inside this, here you can see that, let me, here this was the, let me just close this one, this is not required. Here generate, this folder is open, and inside this you can see the node module. This was the all the packages available which we are using externally. And this public folder, inside the public folder, like file, global, nest, logo, Vercel logo, all this icon was there. And inside the src, all this our code will be available inside this. By default this app and favicon and layout, all of this, and this was the main base URL, like a base page of this. We can remove this inside this, and here we can give the div tag, and here I can say that generate invoice, like that. And after that, for the running this, we can open the terminal inside this, and here we can give the npm run dev and press enter. Now just wait few seconds. Now it was, here you can see that it was running at localhost 3000. Then you can here you can press the your command and press enter also. This will be open, or you can go inside your browser also, and here type localhost 3000 and press enter. Now here you can see that it was giving the generate invoice. This was the main page, and inside this is getting on, like any file or any folder you don't want to upload inside the GitHub, then this will be the use for this file. Inside this you need to add only that file name, folder, anything, then it will be not be added inside the GitHub. And this was the next this is type next config. This was the config folder, package log and package.json. This will contain all the packages which you are using in your project. Like I am using TypeScript, Node, React DOM, types, and Tailwind CSS also. And currently here you can see that we are using the React 19 and Nest 15.3. And this was the post CSS, this was the Tailwind config, and this was readme file, all of this by default which Next.js provided, and this was the tsconfig.json file. Basically this was the TypeScript, all this, like inside this tsx, all this file you can include and exclude also, which you want to make a TypeScript. Now after this done, now let's save this file, and let me just check that, yes, here you can see that. Now let me just check that Tailwind CSS is also working or not. Here I can give the, let me just give the font bold, and I can give the text color will be little bit purple, and it will be something like that. And also let me just increase the font size to XL. After that save this file and go inside this. Now here you can see that this font size is changed, and this bold and color also, both the things will be chain, means Tailwind is working properly. Now for the UI purpose, like UI design, I will use the Shadcn. Let me just go inside that website, Shadcn, and this Shadcn is a set of a building, like it is a component based and it was the open source. Click on this first link and you can go inside the introduction section. Then you can check that this is not a component library. It is how you build your component library. Basically, this will be when you run this command, all this code was available in your code, and you can modify based on your requirement also. Now I am using the Tailwind Next.js. Then I will go inside the first one installation and click on the Next.js, and inside this I will just copy this command and go inside my VS Code, and I will install this this terminal. For the install, if you are using the Mac, you can press the Ctrl Z. If you are using the Windows, then you can press the Ctrl Z. It totally depend. Ctrl C also depend on your shortcut. If you have modified this, you can directly search inside the Google also, not an issue. After that, here just paste the code and px shadcn @latest in it and press enter. Now this will be install the packages or shadcn, all this inside this, and you can choose the which themes you are following. By default I will go with the neutral one. If you wanted something different, you can choose you like a slate, gray, stone. Everything is better, depend on the uses. I will go with the neutral. And after that, basically this was the two command, because currently most of the time this Shadcn was not updated it properly in this React 19, that's why it was showing. I will go with the use force and press enter. Now let's wait few seconds to install this. After the installation is done, then inside this your folder you can see that component.json file is created. This was the configuration, all the why this was not going. Yes, this was the configuration of the Shadcn, all this like schema and styling, which is styling will follow, where is the global CSS file, that path will be there, and which themes themes you are following. All this configuration Shadcn is basically here. And inside the src, one folder is created, lib. Inside the lib, by default utils.ts file is created. It was the like we can use the for merging multiple classes in the single, basically that's why. Like I can show you, you can go inside the page.txt, and instead of like that, if you want to add some condition, like here I can, for now I can show you, like it will be show the something like, I can say age red. Then here I can give the some condition. If age red is true, then it will be show the background color will be red, something like dynamic you wanted. Then let me just import this cn from the utils folder, and inside this let me, for now I can give the bg, or instead of this I can give the text red 500. Now let's save it again, and let me just go inside this, and I will open the another tab, and inside this I can go localhost 3000, and okay, I have not run my code, that's why it was. Then for that, let me open this terminal, and inside this I can run npm run dev and press enter. Now here in this time, here you can see this running was the 3001, means this port here you can see 3000 is port is busy. This is mostly come inside the Mac. If you are using, it was not coming in the window. Mostly for this types of it, you can handle this with the one command is there, kill -9, and after that you can give the $, and inside this you can give the LSOF and -T-I, and inside this which port you are currently seeing that it was busy, and press enter. Now after that again you can run npm run dev and press enter. Now in this time it was running as 3000. Now let's go inside the browser, and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see generate invoice, it was the red color text. Now here I want to add the condition, like it will be give. Then inside this, here I can give the comma, and inside this is red, it will be equal to the true. Then I want to give the basically text. Okay, here I will, let me just turn this green color, or I can turn this a purple color basically. 1 second. Purple of 500 I can use this. And like this, if you have not remember the Tailwind CSS, for that inside the VS Code you can go extension section, where is inside this you can type Tailwind CSS and intelligence. This one you can use this extension. For that it will be suggest all the Tailwind CSS classes. And now let me just save this file and go inside my browser. Now in this time, here you can see that this text color was changed. Let me just make the list font size was the 3x and save this. Now here you can see that this text color was the little bit purple color. Now I want to make this red. When this is red will be true, then inside this I can give the text red will be 500. Now let's save this. After that, here you can see that it was given. Basically I have used the two classes section. One I have given the condition. Basically that's why we can use this utility cn function. It was the merging all these classes in the single place. That's why. Now we have done our setup, and let's use our this Shadcn we have installed is done. After that, let me just check that this Shadcn is working or not. Let me just add the component, button component. Just copy this command and go inside your you can open another terminal also, totally depend on you. And inside this I can paste this command npx Shadcn latest add button. And let me make this little bit big. Now here you can see that this command was showing, and here I can just collapse this. After that, just press enter. Now it was also asking, let me just, by default I will go. After that, this command was done, then inside this your src directory one folder was added, component, and inside this component folder you can see that one more folder UI, and inside this button component was added, like button variant, and there are multiple variant, like you can use the default, destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, and different sizes also there. You can use this component. Now after that, come inside this, let me just delete all of them for now, and let me just check that Shadcn component was working or not. Here I can say that button, and make sure that import this button component from the component folder UI button. And let me, here I can give the click me. Let's save this again, save this file, and after that go inside your browser, and let me just go, and here you can see that now in this time this button is click me display, means Shadcn our setup is done. Now let's go on the next part. Now first of all we make our login and send an email with the help of a auth.js. Then we can directly go inside the another URL auth.js, this website directly auth.js, and I will add this link inside the description. You can go directly. For the login purpose we use the auth.js. Click on the get start, and we use the inside the Next.js. Directly you can click on this, and here this installation auth.js, and it was giving this command. Just copy this. Currently it was in the beta version, because some of the other framework was not done in the maintenance and support currently going on. That's why. Now just copy this command and go inside your VS Code. Inside this here, let me just clear all of this, and inside this I can just paste this and press enter. Now after the installation is done, now let's go in check new section. Now we want to set up our set environment, basically nest.js secret key. Now just copy this command, and inside this let me just collapse this. Now here inside the VS Code you can see that one file will be created. Let me just paste this command and press enter. After that, here you can see that .env folder one file was created. Let me just open this, and inside this auth-secret key was added. This was the by default random text was added by default. And after this command was done, now we want to configuration. Basically now we want to create one auth.ts file. For that I will go inside the src folder, inside the lib folder, basically I will create auth.ts file, and inside this, let me just make this little bit below, and here inside this I want to just copy all of them, and here I can directly paste this. Now let's go on the below. Now for the app, like basically we want to create the route handle. For that we want to go inside the app API folder, auth, and here we want to create the square bracket. Basically inside the Next.js, this square bracket means all the route will be coming from this auth/auth. It will go inside this file. That's why. And for now, just go inside this your app folder, and inside this app folder we will create another folder. That folder will be the API, and inside this API folder we want to create another folder is auth. Now inside this we create another folder that will be the auth, and inside the auth folder we want to create the square bracket next auth folder. Then inside this, let me just create this next auth folder. Now inside this next auth folder we want to create one folder route.ts. Like inside the Next.js, if you want to create any API, then we can use that file convention was the route.ts. Now inside this we can create a file folder that name was the route.ts file. Now inside this we want to add basically handler, and this handler is coming from the auth.ts file, this handle which I have exported this. Now just copy this command and come inside this here, and here just paste it, and here it was giving the error because, let me just remove this command, comment is not required. Handle I want to import this, then it will be coming from the, I can directly go, let me, yes, now from the lib folder inside the auth file, auth.ts file. After this done, now let's save this file, and if any file was not saved, here you can see that it was showing that this file was like number of file which is currently unsaved. Then for checking purpose which file is not saved, you can triple dot, click on this and click on the open edit. Then here it was showing this white dot, means that this file was currently not saved. If you go inside this file and click on the save, then it will be gone from here. Currently in this time it was not there for me, that's why I was just hide this for now. Now we have done this our route section. After that, this middleware is optional. It totally depend on you wanted to use this or not. Now after that, let's go on the next part is the authentication. I will use the magic link. You can use the auth like a Google login, GitHub login, Twitter, keylog, anything you can use. Here I will use the magic link, like it will be, you can enter your email ID and it will be sent you in your email ID one link, and click on this, then it will be authorization will be done. Now here I will use that for the provider I will use the recent. Then for that you can use the anyone like NodeMailer, Postmark, and Loops, any you can use the email provider. I will use the recent, and after that you can go inside this below. Now first step to set up the reset, we want to use the database adapter. Basically we want to use, here I want to use the database adapter is MongoDB. For that you can set up a database adapter. I will just open this in the new tab. First of all, let me just set up the database adapter. Then I will use the MongoDB. Let's click on this, and after that just copy this command, npm install auth MongoDB adapter. Now inside this, let me just go inside my terminal, and here let me just clear this, and here I can paste this npm install auth MongoDB dash adapter space MongoDB. This was the MongoDB client installing. Now let's press enter. Now this installation is done. After that we go inside this, and inside the environment variable, let me just copy this one, and inside my environment, let me just collapse this inside the local here. Basically inside this inside this I want to add the my MongoDB URI inside this. Later I will add. Currently just save this here. For that, now let's come below. Inside this, for adding the adapter, we want to go inside our auth file, src folder lib auth, and inside this I want to add this my adapter, like here adapter. Or I can just copy this command here from, I can paste it. After that, let me just import the first of all this MongoDB adapter. Make sure that import this from the next or MongoDB dash adapter. Now inside this I want to pass this client, and for this client I want to pass this MongoDB client, this connection. For that I want to, inside this lib folder I will create another file. That name will be the MongoDB. Let me just create MongoDB client.ts, and after that I will just copy all of this there, and inside this I can paste it. Let me directly, you can paste, no changes there. First of all, this code was the first of all check inside the env file this MongoDB URI is there or not. After that it was the check all this configuration was there, then it will be development mode or production mode. That's why it was giving here now, and it was exported this client variable Mongo client, and this Mongo client I want to import this inside this my auth, this database adapter. Now here this was the imported this, and after that this was done, and now we have done our this MongoDB adapter. Now let's go back. Let me just close this. And one more things we want to add inside this our env file, this MongoDB URI. For this MongoDB URI, let me just open the new tab and go inside the MongoDB, and this is the official website. I will add the link in description. You can go directly, click on the sign in. If you have already this account, you can directly log in. If you have don't account, you directly click on the don't have an account, click on this, and you can log in with your Google, GitHub. If you are like new, you want to email first name, last name and password, you can use this. I have already account, then I can use the Google login. Directly click on this, and here I have already multiple project I have done. I will go inside the, I have make another separate YouTube. I will go inside the organization YouTube because I have done the lots of project here. That's why. Now here inside this I will click on the create project, new project basically, and here I can give that project name was the generate invoice. You can give the any name, will totally depend on you which you wanted your project name, and click on the next. After that, if you want to give the like some one other person also use the your this database, you can give the your, here you can add that email ID basically. Here currently no need of this, me only I want to access this only this email ID. Now click on the create project. After that it will be create the your project. It will take approximately 1-2 minutes. Just wait few seconds to create this, and after that click on the create cluster, and here you can choose the free version, otherwise it will be bill will become for your name. And inside this you cluster name you can give the generate invoice, and there is no spaces there, generate invoice, and you can choose your provider which you wanted, like AWS, Google Cloud, Azure. I will go with the by default, and where your database save this file, and inside this here you can currently add to file was not saved. Let me just check that which file I have not saved. First of all, this was the auth. Let me just save this, and this was the MongoDB client. These two file I have not saved, that's why it was showing the unsaved file. And inside this, after adding the our MongoDB, once again our MongoDB URI. Now let's see, done this part. After that, let's go back to the here inside this, and here click on the done. Now if you wanted like here inside the network access, means you want to give this database access to some other also, you can go inside this and add that IP. Because of this, most of them this error was coming. You can also add the 0.0.0 means any IP you can use this database. Now click on the confirm. Now here you can see that this IP was added inside this. Here you can see that it will be added within the few seconds. Just wait few time. This IP address activated successfully. Now our this database connection method is done. Now let's come back to again inside this. Now I want to set up the setup environment variable for the recent. For that, now let me just copy this here and come inside my env file. I will paste. Now here I want to add this recent API key. For that, I will open the new tab, and inside this I will go inside the recent official website. This will be the email for the developer. It will send the email. Now click on the get a start. Now here you can enter your email ID and password, or you can sign up with the Google also, GitHub, totally depend on you. I have already account inside this, then I can directly click on the login, and here I will continue with my Google account. And now I have already used multiple times, that's why. Now inside this domain section you can add your domain. Click on this domain. Currently this will be allow one single domain to add it, and after that you can go inside your API key. Now here you can create your API. Now click on this create API key, and inside this you can give your API key name. Here I can give the API key name generate invoice, and you want to give the full access or only send email. Basically totally depend on you. I will give them only sending the email because only app will be send the email, and you want to allow the all the domain or single domain, totally depend on you. I am currently doing the all domain and click on the add. After that you can just copy this your API key, come inside this, and here you can paste this. Now this we have added our this recent API key. After that let's go on the next step was the setup provider. Now we want to set up our provider. Then inside this we want auth.ts file. Let me just go inside the src folder, lib folder, auth.ts file, and inside this provider section we want to do our this recent. Then here I want to, I can directly copy this from here also, and inside this I can paste it, and here I can do the recent. Now you want to do the any configuration like which email will be sent. For that you can do also, totally depend on you. Now here it was giving the signing. Before going on the signing, let's set up our recent which email will be sent. For that inside this we want to give the email will be sent. This by default this recent, we go inside the this recent website. Let me just go inside the documentation, and we go inside our directly Next.js, and here you can see that it provided by default for the testing purpose, like which account email ID you have created, that email ID will be able to send the email. Let me just copy this for the testing purpose, this email ID. You can add your domain, then you can use the any email ID for the send the email. Now inside this I can, let me just add this in the form pasting, and here I can say that generate invoice, something like that. I have given the name. After that save this file. Now this auth configuration was for the recent is done, and now we want to do our signing part. For the signing part we want to create our front end part. Let me just close all this file first and go inside our app folder inside the src. Here inside this app folder I will create another folder, and this was the I want to make our separate part, like for the authentication, all this will be in the separate folder group, and another folder I will create inside the app. Here this will be the like one second, here I will create dashboard, like all the protected out will be available inside the dashboard. And inside this dashboard I will create that will be the layout.ts file, and inside this I can do the export default function, and I can do the dashboard layout, and inside this I can do the return, and here I want to add the TypeScript. Then I can access the props will be children, and this props children I can define that their types will be react node. After that, this here inside this I can do the main, and inside this I can do the main. Why this error was coming? Everything is properly or something I have missed? Let me just check that. Here I have closed this children, and here I have closed this bracket. Everything is perfect. Then inside this div tag, and let me just close this div tag. Okay, I have given that this file is layout.ts file. I want to give this file name was the once again let me just rename this. Where is the rename? Layout.tsx file. That's why this error was coming. Let me just now here I can do the main.ts, and inside this I can do the children. Now let's save it again. This is a layout for the dashboard. Now inside this auth we want to also create their separate layout. Inside this I will create layout.tsx, and inside this export default function we can give an auth layout.ts auth layout, and inside this we can give the like that. And here also I want to define their types also, like children props, and this props children will be this type will be react node, and inside this I can directly return this. I can give the main, and inside this I can give this children. Now let's save this file. Now let me just come inside this, and here let me just go inside the localhost 3000. Now here you can see that everything will be nothing will be changed. Let me just refresh this for now. Yes, everything is properly currently now. Now inside this auth folder I will create another folder that will be the login, because inside the Next.js it will follow the file based routing. Then it will be inside this login folder I will create another file that will be the page.tsx. Inside the Next.js, if you wanted any front-end side like a front-end to display, that it will be considered as a route, then you want to give that file name was the page.tsx, or otherwise inside the API you want to create, then that file name will be the route.tsx. It will be considered. Now inside the login folder page.tsx, here you want to give the first of all this will be export default. We want to create that login component function, and here I can give the login page, and here I can give this login. I want to give that this will be the I want to make a card, and inside this display the email then and submit button. For that I want to use this Shadcn. Let me just go inside this Shadcn, and here I will search card component. Like it will be something like this, it will be displayed. For that I will just copy this command and come inside my VS Code, and inside this I can let me just clear this first, and inside this I can paste npx latest add card. Like any component you want to add, then this command will be same like npx latest, and after that you can add that component name which you want to install this, and press enter. After this will be installation is done, then inside this you can go, let me just collapse this to show properly. Inside the component folder you can see that one more file was created called card.tsx, and inside this component card header, title, description, all this section will be added, and you can modify also. This totally depend on you. Now inside this login, you want to first of all give the card, and make sure that import this card component from the component folder UI and from the card folder. And inside this I want to first of all give the card header, and in this card header I can give that inside this card title, and that's card title we can give the login, and inside this we can add the description also, card description, and inside this we can give the description, enter your email below to log in your account, something like that. And now let's save this file and come inside this. Let me just go, and here I can give the localhost 3000 slash I can give the login and press enter. Now here you can see a login, it was display, enter your email. Now below this, here after that this was the header part. Now below this I want to show this that card content. Let me just give the, make sure to import this component from the component, and inside this first of all let's we can also directly go inside this auth provider, and here you can see that it was showing like a form accent. You can directly copy also this one, and you can use this also, or you can totally create your own like form. And inside this form first of all we want to create our input box for the enter the email ID. Then here I will create a div tag, and for the input box I will use the Shadcn UI. That component name was the input. Let me just go inside this, and I will this input box I will use, just copy this command and go inside this, and here and inside this let me just clear this terminal, and inside this I will paste it npx shadcn @latest and add the input component, and I will also use the label also. Let me just go inside this, and here I will just copy this command, and inside this I can paste this label also. Now this two component you can check inside your component folder. Here you can see that button, card, input and label, all these component was added. Now let me drag and drop below this. After that inside this first of all I want to import label inside the component folder, and inside this first of all I can give the label will be the email, and inside this I can give the input. That input component, make sure to import this from the here component folder, and inside this input I can give first of all, let me just for now I can show the hello placeholder, basically example .com. This was the sample like email will be something like that, and here this was the require basically, and this will be I can give the type will be the email, and here I can also add that name will be like basically for the field name. Now after that it will be saved. Let me just come here. Now here you can see that it was showing the email, and let me, instead of showing here, let me just make the our first of all this layout, because after the making the layout then it will be like perfect. Then for that let me go inside this our app folder, inside the auth and inside the layout folder. Now here first of all I want to add that background all this content will become inside the center. For that inside this I can add the class name. First of all give the flags, justify content will be center, and items will be I can give the center, and flags call. Now let's save it again. After that here you can see that it was coming here. Now I want to make this inside the center. For that I can give the minimum height will be dhv, means it will be, you can give the hv put screen size also, but now here I want to use the device width, basically device height, and I can give the height will be device height, and overflow I can give the basically auto will be perfect. let me just format this proper. Yeah, after that we can add that their let me give the relative and little bit padding from the all the direction 4. Now here you can see that now it was coming our this login and enter your email ID and this one, but it was little bit small. It was displaying like this width will be small, this width will be look very small. For that we can go inside our login and page.txt. Here inside the card section we can give the class name. That max width will be, I can give the SM, what max width will be SM, and minimum width will be XCS. For the mobile desktop version, then I can give the minimum width will be SM. That will be look better. Now let's save this file, and here you can see that now it will be perfect. And between this email and this input box, little bit gap will become that it will look great. For that, here I can give the class name grid gap. I can give the gap will be approx 2. Now let's save this file, and now it was look like perfect. After that, below this, after this div where is closed, below this I can add button. Now here I can add the button, and this button, make sure that I import this from the component folder, and inside this I can give the this login. Now let's save this file. After that, let's come here. Now here you can, and this will be cover full width. For that, here I can add the class name. Width will be full. Now let's save this file, and here come now in between the little bit gap like email ID and this login button. For that, I will go inside this form tag, and here I can add the class name, and inside this I can add the class will be grid, means display grid, and gap I can say that will be 6. Now let's save this here. Yes, now here you can say login, and it will come, and this login title will be little bit bold, then it will be perfect. For that, here I can go, and inside this I can give the text size will be XL, and width will be, I can give the full. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that it was look like now perfect, fine, and yes, now I think it will be perfect, and this will become inside the center also. Now here we can also add this little bit this background color. You want to change this background color also. For the changing this background color, I will use the some Tailwind classes, this from the bg.iblink, and this was the collection of the multiple background snippet. You can use any one of them, like this dotted one. You can click on the preview and you can check that lots of is there. Like here you can see that this one, and some background color, some square bracket, and some dark mode. Different type of a pattern was also there. You can just copy anyone and you can use it. I will just copy first of all this one and go inside my layout folder, and here at the top, first of all I can paste it, and here I want to change this class to class name, and let me just format this proper first. Yes, and now save this file, and this file I have not saved. Let me just open this. Okay, this file I have not saved. Let me just save this file, and now let me just come back to here. Now here you can see this background color will be blue displaying. Instead of this, I can change this color. Then I will go inside this, and here inside my where is background color? Yes, here. Inside this I can here, instead of giving this color, I can pick up another color. Inside this I can give the, I have already make this 140 and 0,255. I have copy this. Now let me just check that this color code was proper or not. I can directly go inside the color picker which is provided by the Google, and inside this I can paste it. Now here you can see this color is something like this, and after that let me just change it in all the places. Here also I can change it, and inside this here also I can change it. And now let's save this file and let me just come back to here. Now here you can see that at top side this one you can see, check that this background color is changed. Now after that here this pattern little bit display also all of the area. Then for that let me just check that which is perfect. I can give this one also, and this one I think this will be look great. Just copy this command, and inside this let me just paste this here, and after that let's format this. And this first one I can remove because this was the not required. Let me just delete this one and this one. Now let's format again. After that this class attribute I can change class to class name, and let me remove this space which are not required currently. Now let's save this file proper and come here. Let me just come inside. Now here you can see that our login will be displayed something like that. And this will be here. You can see that our this input box will be go below. For that inside this children, this was the children. Let me just cut this here, and inside this I will add the div tag and paste inside the div tag, and here I can give the class name. Here I can directly give the j index will be, I can make a little bit more 10, and give the position will be relative. After that now save it. Now here you can see that it will become outside this. Now this layout is proper made. After that come inside the login, and here I want to now inside this form I want to add the action. Basically inside this email provider you can go, and here it was giving the, you can add like a resend to send up this form data. For that inside this I can directly go, or you can create a function also, totally depend on you. Now here I can give the action. Now here you can see that it was giving the action, and inside this I can make a asynchronous function basically, and arrow function I can give, and this will be the server. For that here I can give the use server, and inside this I can import sign in, and this will be sign in. Make sure they import this from the lib folder next auth. And first is I want to give that provider name. I am using the recent. Then inside this I can give the recent, and second parameter I want to pass the form data, then inside this I can give the form data. Just copy this form data and inside this pass this. Now let's save this here, and after that just come inside the here inside this browser. Let me just refresh this. Filing issue was there. Let me just go inside my VS Code, and I will stop this my terminal again. Let me I will go inside the terminal section, and here I will just stop this my terminal. Let me just clear this everything, and let me just here, and here I can do the npm run dev and press enter. Now here you can see it was running 3000 bg. Okay, for that let me just kill the first of all the port which are currently running. I can give the kill -9 dollar SOF -T -I, and the first of all I can give the 3000, and after that I will stop the 3001 and 3002 also, and 3003. All this port I have stop this. After that I can do the npm run dev, and now the server is running properly. And now let me just refresh this page in this time. Now yes, everything is running properly currently. Now inside this I will enter my email ID and click on the login. Now in this time it was giving the cookies cannot only be the modifying the server action or route. Okay, this error was coming. Then inside this I can cookies can be only be modifying server action. Here I have not added wait, that's why. Now that's why it was error was coming. Sorry for that. Now let's save this here and come back to here. Let me just refresh this page, and here I can give the enter my email ID and click on the login. And after clicking on the login, it will be also save the please wait, something like that. And here you can see that it was the redirect to the another page. Check your email. Let me just open my email ID, and now here you can see that it was coming. This I have entered the 2 times my email ID. That's why this 2 times this email was coming. Now first of all, let me just make the this login button. It will be like show the loading state, like user will be know that. For that, inside this I can use, let me here I can drag and drop below, and inside this here I can use the React 19. Like inside there you can go React official website. Then inside this I can use the use form status. Like when the action was there, then there is the one this pending. This will be, we can show that like please wait, something like that. For that I will, inside the component folder, I will create another file that will be the, I can say that the submit button.tsx, and inside this export default, and inside this I can give the function, and here I can give the submit button, and here I can first of all import button from the what was happening button. Make sure to import this button from the component folder like UI, and inside this I want to accept the prof title, like button title what will be there, and their type I can define title type will be the string, and inside this I can add here inside this, first of all here you can see that it was given the this status I want to show, or inside this I can give the const, and inside this I want to import from this I want to use form status. Inside this I want to extract only pending. Here you can see that this pending things. Then inside this I can this pending, and here I can give the pending, and inside this pending I want to show that if the form was loading state, then inside this I can give the please wait, and inside this I can show that the after that this title. Now let's save this, and I will come inside my app folder, auth, login, and instead of this simple button I can change this button will be the submit button, and inside this I can pass the props title, and this will be the login. Now let's save this here, and let me just come inside this my page. Let me just refresh this page, and here it was giving the my script file error was there. Then I will go inside the button. If anything React is used, then I want to convert this component server to client component. Use client component. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this. Now everything is running properly. Now inside this I will enter my email ID and click on the login. Now please wait, it was showing this, and it was the redirect to the another page. This was the by default provided by the Auth.js. We will create our own. For that, inside this let me first of all we want to do the our configuration. Then I will go inside this my lib folder, inside the auth.ts file, and here where this provider was closed, inside this below this here I can give the page, and inside this I can first of all for the any error was there, like at the time of a sign in there will be any error, then it will be go inside the login page only, and after that when the user will be enter their email ID and email will be sent for the like this customization page, like this one, this page, then it will be the URL will be the like inside this I can go, and this will be the verify. I can give the verify page basically, and later I will create this page verify. I can give the verify email basically, that will be also great. And after that here I can give the sign in, like by default signing will be / login. This will be the path. And for the verify email, now this page I want to customize this. For that, just copy this verify email, this one, and go inside the app folder, and inside this I will create inside the dashboard also. You can basically inside the auth folder also you can create also. Then inside the auth this group folder, because I want to follow this layout, like this login layout. Let me just go back this login layout. That's why inside this auth I will create another folder that will be the verify email, and inside this verify email folder I will create another file page.tsx, and inside this export default function, and here I can say that verify email, and inside this I can give the return this. First of all, for the verify the email, inside this I can give the card, let me like that, and here this card I can give the class name. First of all, minimum width will be Excel, and for the desktop version I can give the minimum width will be SM, and here I can give the card header, and inside this card header I can give the card title. Let me just give the card title, and this title I can give the check your email, like this, something like that. Now let's save this. I will directly go verify, or for checking purpose this page was coming or not. Let me just save this file, and let me just refresh this page. Okay, let me refresh this page. Yes, after refreshing it was perfectly, and here I will enter my email ID. Let me just enter this again and click on the login. Please wait, and now here you can check your email, it was coming, this title, and inside this I will also add description, card description, and inside this description I can give we have sent a verification link to your email address. Okay, let me, this one is not, I want to give the address, something like that. And after that, below this I want to add, maybe this I have sent that email, that will be maybe go inside the spam, something like that. I can, because most of them first time the email will be sent, that will go inside the spam. That little bit notification for the purpose I can add content, card content basically, and inside this I can give the div tag, and here I can inside this let me give the spam tag, and here I can give the check your spam folder, something like that. It will display here, and below this I want to show the button like user like not got the email ID, then it will be go back to their own. And for that, here where this div tag was closed, I will go inside the button and make sure that I import this button component from the component folder UI, and inside this I can first of all I can show the arrow from the left side. Make sure to import this icon from the lucid icon, and their size I can give the let me instead of size I can directly give the class size will be the 4, and below this it will display the back to home, back to, I can back to login, something like that. It will be great. Back to login will be perfect. Now here, and this button will be cover full screen. For that, here I can add the class name. It will be full. Now here it was displaying, and let's little bit make a check your spam folder, something look great. For that, here first of all, like that I have added this icon. Here I can also view instead of this I can add variant will be the outline. Let me save this. Yes, now it will be, I think, look great. After that, here inside this also same something like this I can add here icon also, alerts circle. Yes, let me give the class name, size will be 5, and let's save this, and yes, yes, this both come in the single. For that, here I can add the class name, flags, item center, and I can give the gap will be 2, padding by I can give the 4, and little bit their background color will be, and their text color will be the little bit yellow type. Then it will be, I can give the 600. Let's see this here. Yes, it will be looking great, and in between them little bit gap will be there. And let me add a little bit rounded ELG and save this here. Yeah, now it will be look great. Now in between the gap will be coming. For that, inside this content I will add the class name and give the grade, and inside this I can give the gap will be 6. Now let's save this file, and here check your email. Little bit this will be make a bold. For that, here I can go, and inside this I can give the class name, text, Excel, and font will be semi bold, and like that I can the description also I can give the text will be center. Now let's save this both of them, and this check your email. I can inside this my header section. Let me just give the flags call, and gap will be 3 items. I can give the center. Now save this here. Yeah, now it will be looking great. Check your email like that. Let me just add one icon that will be look great, I think. Then for the adding the icon, I will go inside this header, and here I can create another div tag, and inside this I will add the mail. Once again, mail icon from import. Make sure to import this from the Lucid icon, and after that I can give this their size will be 12. Now let's save this. Yes, now it will be looking great, and inside this I can give the class name. First of all, I can give the background color little bit purple 100. I think perfect. Let's save this. Yes, and here I can give the text will be purple, and it will be the 600, and background padding I can say rounded, full width will be fit, margin left from auto. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that it was something like check your email. We have send your send a verification link, and check your spam too. And if maybe email was not going, then click on the back button, then it will go inside the login page. For that, inside this, first of all, let me just convert this component to client component, and after that here I can give the const router use router. Make sure that import this use router from the next navigation, and after that go inside this button, and here on click, and inside this pass a arrow function router dot back. Make sure the router dot back function is call this and save this, and after that when you click on this, then it will be redirect to the your login page again. Now after that, here when I will enter the email ID, let me just enter the email ID and click on the login. Now please wait, and here you can see that it was showing me that this UI. Now I will go inside this my email, and here you can see that I have get this, and I will click on the sign in. Then it was the redirect again to this login page. Why this was the going on to this again login page? Because here I have not handled the like when the user will be authenticated, then it will be redirect to the some other page. For that I need to create then protected route also. Then it will be when the user will be login will be done, then it will be redirected to the dashboard page. Then inside this my dashboard group page, here I will create another folder that will be the dashboard, and inside this dashboard I will create another file that will be page.txt export default function, and inside this I can do the dashboard page, and inside this I can do the return, and here I can do the for now div tag, and here I can do the dashboard. Now let's save this here, and it will be redirect to the this page. And for that I want to create a protected route, and both the things, when the user have login, then user will be not be able to access the login page. If user have not login, then user will be not be able to access the export page, something like this. For that I will create the protected route. For that, here inside this I can go inside my component folder. Where is my component? Here, and inside this I can create another component that will be the check auth. One file name I will create, and inside this file name I will create a two function, one for the protected page, another for the unprotected page. First of all, let me just create default unprotected page. Like when the user have already logged in, then user will be not be able to use the this login section, login page. Basically, I can tell that. For that, let me how I can know that user have login. One more thing is important. For that, inside this, let me just show you first. After that, we can view this. I will convert this function for now asynchronous, and inside this I can give the const, and here I can give the wait, and this auth is coming from the lib folder. Where is this auth? This provided by this auth function is provided by the next auth, where we can check that user session was available or not. Now inside this I can give the console.session. Now let's save this here, and let me just open the terminal, and inside this here let me just refresh one more time. Then here you can see that the session detail was coming, like inside this user, like user ID, email ID, and verify that when the user have verified that session token, user token, something like that, it will be coming. Let me just drag and drop. Now here we can verify that, and when the user session was not available, for that let me also do this also. I will go inside my dashboard page, and here inside this let me, for now, for showing purpose, inside this I will show you button, and inside this button I can just call this function. I can see log out, and here I can give the on click, and inside this I can say that use server, and here I will convert this function into asynchronous, and here I can give that wait sign out, and make sure that import this sign out from the lib, and this sign out lib means here inside this lib auth config we have done this, exported this auth sign out, this one we can use it. And inside the dashboard I will just call this function. Save this file, and basically here you can see that I will go inside my login page. Here you can see that, let me currently, here you can see I have given this go inside the login page. I will hit this, then that time here you can see that I was get the user detail. Now I will go inside inside the dashboard and click on the logout, because currently I have not given the condition for the when the session was not available, then it will be redirected to the login page. That's why. Now let me just go inside inside the login page. Okay, I have given the wrong spelling. Login. Then that time here you can see that in this time it was giving you the null, means session was not available. Now we have identified that how we can identify the session was available or not. Then with the help of this session I can give this. Now inside this where is the inside my component folder, where is check auth. Here first of all I can create unprotected, like I can check that when the user have unprotected and protected, both the things. Then here I can give protected, basically I can give the component for protected page, something like that. For that here I can give the, and below this component for unprotected page. Unprotected page like a login, landing page, something like this, and protected page something like we can say that dashboard page, and some other unprotected like a login and landing page, and something like that we can say. Now inside this let's create the protected page. Export I can say that asynchronous function function, and inside this I can give that component name was the protected page. Directly I can give that same component, means same component name protected page. You can give that, totally depend on you what you want to give this. Now inside this I can get the session from the auth. Make sure that I import this auth from the lib folder, and after that here I can first of all I can check that session was if session was not available, then it will be redirected to the, make sure that I import this redirect from the next navigation. Make sure that check this next navigation, and it will be, if session was not available, then it will be redirect to the login page basically. And here if and inside this I can give the return. Directly I can give the directly this fragment, and this was the not a required, but I have given this. Now this protected page I want to add this inside the our layout, miss inside the dashboard group folder, because all these protected, like when the user have login, then all this route with inside the dashboard user will be able to access. Then inside the layout folder here I can directly import this protected page. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this, and I will try to use for now dashboard page. Then here you can see that once again, then it will be again redirect to the my login page. Now here I will enter my email ID and click on this login, and here you can see that login was successfully. Then I will go inside this my, and I will click on the signing. Then inside this, let me go now inside the dashboard. Now here you can see that I am able to use the dashboard page. For now inside this, let me just add one more things, dashboard page, for your knowing purpose properly. Here you can see the dashboard page, and when I was click on the logout, then user will be logout will be done and redirect to the login page like that. And when the user have login, like let me log in again, email was sent, I will go inside this, and here I will open this and click on this. When the user have login, then user not be able to use this login page. For that, very inside this check auth, now I will create unprotected route. Here I can give the export async function, and I can give the unprotected page. And inside this, first of all I can check that session is available inside this auth or not. For that, inside this, if session was available, then user will be not be able to use the login like that. Then inside this I can add redirect to the, I can say that redirect to the dashboard page, and here I can give return this fragmented. Now let's save this, and this unprotected page I want to use inside this auth, inside the layout folder, inside the auth layout, and inside this let me just import this properly and save this. After that, here I will come, in this time user have login. Now let me just try to access the login page. When I type this login and press enter, now here you can see that user will be redirect to the dashboard page. It will be not be able to use the login page. Let me just log out. Now here you can see that in this time I am able, when I have log out, then able to use the login page. Now again let me just enter my email ID and click on the login. Now email was sent successfully. Let me just open this. Now in this time I am signing, then it will be redirect me the dashboard page, because you in this time you have login. Now after this done, now let's go inside our MongoDB. I want to show that when the next auth we have used that because of this, inside our MongoDB database there was some collection was created. Just wait few seconds. Inside our cluster section, and here go inside the browse collection. Now this auth.js, it will be created 3 collection. One is the session, another was the user, and third will be the verification token, like when the user will be verify this. Here you can say in this how many times user have verified this token, like something like this. And inside the user detail you can see that means inside the user collection user email id is there, and when the user will be verify their email id and that id. But here user name, like user first name, last name, and all of this was not there. Then we want to make the like this for the user detail will be available here. For that inside this we want to create our schema, like what type of a user detail will be there inside our MongoDB, basically inside our database. For that schema purpose I will use to create schema I will use the mongoose basically mostly used for the MongoDB database. It will provide the we can define their types, what type of a data we want to store inside our MongoDB database, basically inside the database. For that let me inside this, let me just close all of this first, and like this also. Then inside our src folder, here I will create another. First of all let me just create the models folder, and inside this I want to create another, that will be the model. First model was the user model. I want to model.ps, and inside this first of all I want to import mongoose. Let me just first of all I want to install this mongoose. Then I will go inside this and here type npm. Directly I can type mongoose npm and go inside this, just copy this command and go inside your terminal, and let me just inside this I will paste npm i mongoose and press enter. After this package was installation is done, you can check that this package was successfully installed or not inside your package.json file. Here you can see that where is the dependency section. Here you can see that mongoose version was the 8.15.1. now inside the user model, first of all I want to import mongoose from the mongoose. After that here currently I am using the mongoose, means here and TypeScript. Then we want to also define the which type of data we want to store in our database. Then their type also we want to define this. Here we can give that interface, and here I can give the user that type, basically object name, that type object name. And here inside this first of all this is underscore id. This is by default generated by the mongoose, means MongoDB. And here I can give that their type will be mongoose dot type. Basically this will be the in the object id this MongoDB have by default defined. And inside this I can give the first of all user first name, and here I can give that this will be the string, and after that I can give the last name. This user last name is there, and email id. And we can also define there this auth.js. This auth.js has by default inside the mongoose MongoDB this one, this collection name, user collection name. Inside this email id is also given. Let me just copy this here, and inside this I can give the also it will be define this, and this will be email id, this will be the type, will be the date. Then instead of this string I can give this type will be the date. And after that I want to also store the currency, like at the time of onboarding we will accept a user will be their invoice will be in which type of currency, like we can say that dollar or INR, like this, and you have them. And here this will be currency will be also in the form of a string. And after that I can give the created at. This created at basically by default we will add a one configuration inside our model, then it will be add when this collection was created, and basically this will be the date. Then here I can in this time here you can see that this was not created, it provided by the mongoose. One function is there, we can want to make the true, then it will be created. And here also I can give the updated at will be the this one date. And after that we want to create the that schema of this, then here I can give the user schema new mongoose, and inside this I can give the first of all mongoose dot schema, and here I can define their types. like which types of a data schema I want to store this, and this type, this user one, this one. Because of this I have added their type. It will be also here give the suggestion which types of a data. You can press the control and press space, then it will be suggest all this data will be come inside the users. This is because of this type you have added. Now after that, here this by default underscore id is by default added by the mongoose. No need to make this schema. And now first of all I can give the first name, and this first name will be type will be the string. And when you make this schema type, then make sure that this string, this yes will be in the capital, and when you are defining the type, this data type, that time this string yes will be small letter. And this first name is by default I can give the default will be null. Now and after that, here first name I want to define last name, and their last name will be also the type will be string, and default value will be null. And also after that I can give the email, and their type will be email type will be also string. And this was the require because this was the unique for the all the users also, and I can make the also unique. This was the email already compulsory for the all the users. And after that I can give email verify, and this was the type will be basically date, and this was the not an require. I can by default I can give that it will be the null, not an issue for me. And this currency, and this currency will be type will be the string. And default, if a user have not defined which types of a currency user wanted, by default it will be the USD, means US dollar in the form of a dollar. And now this was the schema we want to make. And after that, this created and updated it. For this two field we want to add inside this here time stamp. I want to make this true. Now because of this time stamp I have made, then it will be add the two field created and updated this both the field. After that, below this I want to give the const user model, and here I can give the mongoose dot model. And inside this, first of all I want to give the my collection name. Here I can give the collection name user. Inside the here you can see that by default this Auth.js added users, yes will be by default added by the mongoose. Users only I want to define this. And second parameter I want to pass them my schema. Then here I will just copy this user schema, and inside this I will pass this. Now one more things I want to add here, because Next.js is run on the edges, then maybe the user user collection already created or maybe not created. That time if already created, then no need to go inside this section. Then here I can give the mongoose dot models, means here yes is there dot users, and here I can give the or. If already users collection was there, then it will be grab this. Otherwise if collection was not there, then it will be go inside the create the collection. And after this user collection is available, then model will be done. Then I want to make this export user model. After this for done, now save this file. User model have done. Now after that, here inside this, when the user have login, why it was going, when the user will be login, that time inside this this collection we want to like user first name and last name, and if you wanted ask the currency, like these things detail we want to ask when the user will be login first time. That time we want to store inside the our database also. For that we need to also create the APIs for the storing this detail in our database. For that, let's go inside the our app, and inside the API folder. Inside the API folder we want to create another folder. That folder name will be the users, and inside this user folder we want to create file. That file name will be where is this, inside the users folder we want to create folder route.ts, and inside this because I want to update any detail inside the collection. Then inside this I can use export xsync function, and here I can give the put method. Put method basically used for the update anything inside the database. Now here before I want to add try and catch block. If there is any error while performing all this operation, like running this, then there will be any error for that. Then here I can give the next response. Make sure to import this next response from the nest server, and inside this I can give the JSON, and here I can add, let me give the message. I can directly first of all pass this error. If error was not there, then error dot message I can pass. If error dot message was not there, then I can give the something went wrong, something like that. And this was the giving the type error. Then inside this I can define for now any. Now from the front end side, first of all I want to get that the user session was available or not, and all of this. First of all, for that here I can give the request. I want to accept this request. Here I can define the type will be next request. The user session will basically available or not, that things I want to also check that, and also accept the some detail like user first name and last name, both the things. Then I can give the const. I can accept first name, last name, and I can accept currency. This detail is coming from the front end side. Here I can the request. Now why it's showing the error? Request, okay, request.json. Yes. Now inside this, first of all, now I want to check that user session was available or not, means user have login or not. Then inside this I can give the auth, and inside this I want to check that session.user means user detail was available or not, and here it was showing the error session is null. Then it will be something like, by default it will be the null, not an issue. Then we can check also next. Here I can give the first for return next response, and inside this I can give the JSON, and here I can give the message will be like error response, like user will know that unauthorized access. Basically this will be error is there, and also I can define their status code. Status code will be for the unauthorized access 401. Here also I have not defined this. If there is any error was there, then inside this I can do the 500. Basically this will be the internal server error. Now after that first of all, here inside this I want to now inside our database with this session, with session ID I want to identify that my current user, like current user ID is available or not. Inside this I want to go here session dot user. Inside this I want to check that this ID, basically this ID is available inside this or not. If this ID is available, then with the help of this ID I can directly give the user details, and here wait, and I want to use the user model, and inside this I can give the find by ID and update, and here I can give the session dot user dot ID, and second parameter I want to pass which detail I want to update. First of all I want to update first name. Why it's not coming, let me just copy this, and here I can paste this first name. If field and means variable name is same, then no need to, like both the variable name is same, then no need to write something like that first name equal to like colon first name. We can write this also, it will be also allowed inside the ES6, and here I can give the last name, and after that I can give the currency. Yeah, now let's save this here. But here maybe this Next.js was running at the edges. Maybe this was connected with the database or not. Then here I want to call this function connect to DB. For that I want to write this function. I will write this. Let me just finish this logic first. And after this was updated successfully, then I can do the next response, and inside this I can do the JSON, and here I can do the message user updated successfully something, and here by default the status was the 200. No need to define this here. Now before calling this user model, we want to make sure that our database is mongoose is already connected with our database. For that connection purpose, I will inside the leaf folder, here I will create another function. That function will be the, I can give first of all the file name will be connectdb, and inside this I will import mongoose from mongoose. Now inside this, let me first of all I want to check that my MongoDB URI is there or not. Something like this inside the client, mongoose client is I have done like this something. Let me just copy this here, I can paste, and here instead of this I can define it. I can make a one variable MongoDB URI, and here let me just cut this from here because I want to use multiple places. That's why I will make it in the form of a variable. Now, if the MongoDB URI is not there, then it will show the error. Here I can give the please, or I can Mongo. I can say that MongoDB URI is. I can say that is missing. I can say that missing in .env file, something like that it will be shown. Now Next.js is run on the edges, though there will be maybe connection was there or not. For that I can create a one variable, and I will create let, and inside this I can make a catch, and here I can define the global variable global dot mongoose. And now here it was giving the error because inside the global variable this mongoose is field is not there. Then I need to define this field, and here I can miss the spelling catch. I want to define this mongoose inside the our variable. Then inside the our src folder I will create type.d.t, this file name. If you want to define any type script, then there you need to create the file name will be the type.d.ts. Now inside this I want to give this mongoose type basically inside the global variable. Then inside this I can first of all declare global, and inside this I can give the where. Make sure that don't use the let and cost. There will be the where, and mongoose field is there inside the our global variable. Now let me just export like this and save this file. Now in this time see that this was gone, but inside the mongoose what field will be there, then I need to define that. First one will be icon connection, like mongoose connection will be there, and second field will be like a promise. Maybe already the database have already connected with the that MongoDB. That's why that promise will be we can store this for the reconnection. Now we can also modify this more because we are using the TypeScript. Then we can little bit more make the type properly. Like currently using the mongoose, then we can import that connection model will be connection. What will be the? Let me just give that connection from the mongoose. Now here I can also define the connection because inside this I want to store the connection type. Then inside this I can give their type will be the connection, and there here I want to also store promise connection. Then inside this let me just copy this connection, and inside this I can paste it, and here I can add the auth. After that, save this file. And why this unsafe file is there? Which file is this? This one. Let me just save this. Okay, not an issue. Now let's come back to the connect.db, and inside this catch, inside the catch, this connect and promise, connects me and promise, this two field is already there or not. If not there, then inside this I can give the catch, and inside this I can directly give this catch assign global.mongoose, and inside this I can give the object. First one connection will be the null, and promise I can define the by default null if there is nothing. Now here I will create a connect db function to connect a MongoDB database basically. For that, here our database is some other continent. Then here I can use async, and I can give the connect. Connect db. This is a function name for that, and here I can add the. First of all, I want to check that there is already connection was there with our this server or not. For that, inside this I can do the catch. Why this error was found? Catch dot connection. If already connection was there, then inside this I can return catch dot connection. Now with the this promise, maybe this promise was not available, means database was okay, one second, available means first time it was connected to database, and another section was there, maybe promise is available, means already it was before it was the one second, already it was connected with a MongoDB database, that promise was stored inside this variable. Now first of all we will do the if the first time it was connecting to the MongoDB database, then inside this catch section I want to check that this promise was not there inside our MongoDB database. Then inside this I want to first of all I want to check that if there was the not there, then inside this I can give the catch dot promise, and inside this I can give the mongoose dot connect, and inside this I want to pass the URI. Now I can directly just copy this variable, and here I can pass this URI, and here I can return why this error was found. Then and here I can return this mongoose. I can return this mongoose dot connect, and now here it was showing the error. When let me just hover this, and here it's argument type string undefined is not assignable to the parameter type string. This error was coming because maybe from the env file this MongoDB URI is coming or not. I am not sure about, means it was giving the error. For that, here I can add the exclamatory mark, means definitely this MongoDB URI will come from the .env file. Now here I have passed this, and here we can pass one more things if you wanted option sign. We can pass the options for the MongoDB. First for the buffer commands, like it will be, if you make that this will be true, then inside the database your like approx 1 to second, like bulk section, it will be updated in your database. If you make the false, then it will be every time if there is any change, then it will be update in your database. These types of it basically it will be used in like when we use the Kafka or some any other things like this, like there is a multiple operation with the help in the database. That's why. Now another, we can also add maximum pool size. Maximum pool size basically like how many number of connection was there, that basically Atlas will be provide a maximum free version 10 you can connect it, and this option I can pass it from here. Now let's save it. After that, the catch was the Mongoose connection was stored inside the catch promise. Then after that, if the connection was there inside the promise, then inside this we can add catch. Then here I can say that catch dot connection, and this connection will be, I can store this from the catch dot promise. And if this was not with connection with the MongoDB, there will be any error. Then first of all, I want to, here inside this, I want to first of all that my catch promise, if there maybe there will be, then I will make this null. And you can also make this connection also there. But now, if there is no connection with the MongoDB database, then I can stop this server. No need to run this server, because there will be no important, no operation will be done with this. Here, this code will be stopped. After this done, now the connection connect DB. Let me just export this function also. And after that, I will come inside our API where I have written this user update detail, like this put method. And here, before calling the user model, I want to call, this will be like this is already connected with our MongoDB database or not. Now, if it was connected with the MongoDB database, then it will be use the user model. Now this is our API ready for the update the user first name, last name and currency. Now inside this our, here when the user will log in, and if user first name, like inside our model, where is this first name and last name is and currency, in between them any one of is not there, then it will be redirected to our next page. That page was the onboarding. Basically, it will go on the onboarding screen. Now this page I need to create this. Now inside this, let me collapse this section, and I will close all of this once again. There is a two file is not saved. Let me just save this first, and connect DB is also there. Now after that, I will close all of this file. Click on the close and collapse this, and inside this my src folder, app folder. And because when the user will log in, then this is the onboarding screen, then it will come inside the dashboard, means protected section. Then here inside this dashboard, I will create another folder. That folder will be name will be the onboarding, and inside this onboarding I will create page.tsx export default function, and here I can view the onboarding, basically boarding page. And inside this onboarding UI I need to create this. Now here onboarding screen, I want to accept the user first name, last name, all of them. For that, let me just create this UI, and this the background color, once again what this error was coming, let me just fix this first. Inside this and here inside this I want to make the like accept the user first name, last name and currency. Then here I can add card. This component makes sure to import this from the component folder, and inside this I can give the card header, and inside this card header I can give the card title, and this title will be the basically you are almost finished, something like that it will display. And they are little bit we can show the description also. Enter your information to create and account, something like that. Now let's save this page, and here, and this will be come inside the center. I want to make this inside the center. Then instead of this, let me just cut this from here, and I want to make this first of all div. This will be inside this div tag. Wrap this all in div tag, and here I can do the flags, and justify content will be center, items will be center, and after flags call I can say, and I can use the minimum that height will be dvh, and one second, height will be device width, device height, overflow I can give the auto, and relative position will be relative padding by default 4. Now let's save this here, and here you can see that it was coming like this. Now after that, for all this come properly inside this card function, I can add class name. Let me just give the class name. Minimum width will be XS, and minimum width will be like inside the desktop version LG I have given, and width will be full. Now let's save this, and their maximum speed, maximum width will be, I can give the SM. Now it will be look like great inside the both the inside the desktop version. And now after the description is given, then below this I want to accept the user first name, last name, and currency, all of them. Then here inside this I can give the card content, and here I can give the again form tag, that's form tag basically. And inside this form tag I can create a div tag, and inside this div tag I can make a label, and inside this label I can give the like first name, I want to accept this, and below this I can give the input, and make sure to import this input component from the component folder, and here I can give the placeholder like John, something like that you can give the, or you can give the Joy, dude, something like that, whatever you want to give the, like basically placeholder, basically I want to give the, like it will display the some example for the users, that's why I was given. Type will be text, and I can let me in between the little bit both of them I can give the gap. For that here I can give the grid, gap will be 2. Now let's save this here. Yes, now first name is coming properly Joy, and let's copy this here, and below this I can paste it. Now here I can change this in the form of last name, and last name something like a due or those, anything you want to basically you can do it. And in between them little bit gap. For that here I can do the class name, grade, gap I can say that 4. Now let's save this here. Yes, now it will be fine. And below this, after the last name I want to display the like currency, like their invoice will be, which format of the currency will be there. For that here inside this I can give the div tag, here I can give the class name, grid, gap will be 2, and inside this let me, here I can add the label, I have already exported this, and here I can do the select currency. Now below this I want to show the select a currency option. For that inside the Shadcn I will go, and inside this I will import that component to all the select, and this component something like that, here it will show the options. Now I will just copy this npx Shadcn latest add the select, and I will open my terminal, and inside this let me just clear this first, and here I can paste this and press enter. Now this press enter to install this, and now installation is done. After that let me just here and save this file, and below this inside this I can import select from the component select, and inside this I can do the select trigger. If you don't know inside the component which tag will come, you can directly go here, and inside this you can refer. Basically here you can see that it was given that select trigger, and inside this what value you want to display this inside the front end side, all of them, and what option is there, like light, dark, and system dark, all of this here option it will display. You can choose whatever you wanted this, and here inside this I want to basically for the select, and here I can do the select value, and make sure to import this, and here inside this instead of making like that I can make the self closing also, because I don't want to display anything. Here I want to display only the placeholder. Then here I can say that select currency, or basically I can say that USD, like something like that. Let me just go here. Here you can see that it was something like that. It was displaying this by default. And joy, instead of this joy, I can see that example like joy, something like that. It will be also perfect. Like joy. Basically, I want to show the one example. Like user will be know properly what they detail. Basically, they want you to enter something like that. I think this will be perfect, not an issue. And after this, here instead of this USD, I can show that select currency will be also perfect, I think. And this will be, I want to make the full scale. Then here I want to add the inside this, where is the here trigger one class name width will be, not save this here. Okay, now it will be taking forward. Perfect, fine. And inside this, when I click on this, then it will show the option. For that, here inside this, I can give the select content. Make sure to import this select content from the component. And inside this, I can add the select item, what where there will be the item, select item. And inside this, I want to basically USD, and here I can pass this value will be USD. All this option I can display this here also, like in the form of a make object. One second. Inside this my lib folder, utils section, here I can create export currency option. Like what type of a currency is there, then I can basically that all this currency will be inside the this I will paste, like INR, USD, euros, this all this currency with symbol I have added. Now let's save this file and come inside this here. And now inside this I want to render this. Then here I can just first of all I want to import this currency option, and inside this I want to currency option, and here I have given in the form of a object. Then inside this I want to first, instead of doing like that, I can do the object. Let me just do the object dot keys, and inside this I can pass this currency option. After that, here I can do the map, and inside this map I can do the item and index. The item will be in the form of a string, and index will be their types will be number. And inside this I will pass a callback function, and here I will return this item, select item. Let me just cut this, and inside this I will paste it. After that, here I can give the key will be like item, and inside this value I can also pass this item, and here I want to, it will be also display in the form of a item. Now let's save this here, and let me just format this proper. Let me format this. Yeah, after the format is done, now let's save this file and go inside our browser. And okay, maybe our server was not running. Let me just go here. Okay, my server was stopped. Let me just clear this everything and open the terminal only. Okay, my server was, everything is stopped. Let me run this npm run dev and press enter. Now it was running as 300,000. Now let's save, and let me just drag and drop, and let me just come back. Let me just refresh this page, and now here you can see that first name, last name, and currency also INR, USD, euros, and all this currency was coming. And below this I will add the one button for that, submit this. And here when this due tag was closed, that time I can add, before this closing form tag, I can add button, and inside this button I can add, this will be the finish onboarding. Now let's save this. And why this error was coming, let me just import this button. Yeah, now let's save this, and let me just come. Now here you can see that it was coming. And this UI, UI will be a little bit same as we have done inside our login section. Okay, let me just do this. Like this types of a UI I want to also add inside this our onboarding screen. Okay, for the onboarding I want to again log in this because I have added the protected route. Now let me just wait, and it was sent the email ID, and let me where I was, let me just close all these tabs which are not required currently in the my Gmail first, and let me just close this one and let me click on the new one, and I will click on the sign in. Then it will be open this, and after that I want to go inside the my onboarding screen. Now here I want to make this that UI something like that. For that I want to I want to make this full, and here okay. Now I will go inside the my auth, and inside the layout I want to just copy from here to here, basically from here, and inside the onboarding screen here at the top this div tag, before this div tag I can paste this and save this file, and let's format this proper. Yeah, now format was done. Now let me just, now here you can see that it was coming. Now same is also there. Now for that I can make this first of all position will be relative and JTags will be 10. Now let's save this file. Now here you can see that it was coming perfectly. Now here the user will be redirected to this page when the click on the sign in when the first name was not there. For the checking purpose this first name is there or not. Inside this here you can see that here currently inside the user section ID, email and verify only this section was coming. And inside the database also, let me just open this. Inside the database also you can check that let me just go inside the my MongoDB database, and what was there. Okay, it was taking some time to load this. Go inside the cluster section, and here inside the browse collection, after that inside the your user collection. Now here you can see that inside the user collection only email and email verify is there. For that now inside this when the user, let me, what was there, yes, what why is problem is this okay, not an issue for me. When user will be signing, then user first name and last name was not there, then it will be redirect to the this onboarding screen instead of going on the directly to the dashboard, like this dashboard. Instead of directly going on the dashboard when click on this, for that we want to inside the our where is this, inside the our where is this component check auth route, where is this, inside the component folder check auth, and inside the unprotected it will first of all go inside the login and then check. Then here inside the session, if user session was available, then inside this user have already logged in, and if user first name and last name was not there, then that time let me first of all check that session dot username dot. Okay, now here you can see that inside this their suggestion was not coming, because this suggestion will be the from the next auth. Then I need to define these all the types also, like what type of a data will be inside the next auth will be there. For that their types I want to go inside the auth.js, and here I want to declare the what type of a data will be come from the auth basically inside the auth.js file. Then inside this I want to give the declare, let me declare module next auth, and inside this I want to first of all define interface, and here I can give the session, and inside this session the user will be there, and that user detail inside the user what the detail will be there. First of all I want to give the first name, and here I can give the string, and after that I want to give the last name, and this will be the also the string, and also I want to add currency, and this will be the also in the form of a string, and along with that there by default detail is also like email ID, and all of this is coming. I want to same thing also. Then here I can do the default one second, default session. I want to also default session. Then inside this I can do the users, and after that this was done, then I will come inside this. Then here I can, when I was just give it, then in this time here you can see that it was also giving the first name, and let me also check that session last name also. I want to check user last name was there or not. Then session dot user dot last name. Now if user session first name is not there, means I will add the exclamatory mark, or last name is also not there at the time of it, or we can also go with the user currency also. User currency was also not there. Like in between them anyone anyone is not there, then this if loop will be run, and it will be redirect to the, instead of going on the dashboard, it will be redirect to the onboarding screen. And if all these like first name, last name and currency is there, then user will be redirect to the dashboard. Basically all of this will be done. Now let's save this file, and I will save this one also. And now let me just go inside my browser, and let me just refresh this page. Okay, let me just log out, and in this time I will enter my email ID 737 at the rate gmail.com, and I will click on the login. Please wait. Okay, it will send the email. Let me just go inside this, and here I will go and click on the sign in. Now here you can see that in this time when I was click on the sign in page, it will be redirect me the onboarding screen page. Now here, because in my database first name, last name and select country was not there, that's why it was redirect to the this section. Now when it was redirect to the this my onboarding screen, then like first name, last name and select this currency option, all this I want to store inside our MongoDB database basically. Then I have already created this API. Here you can see that users, this user update the user detail. Now all this data I want to store inside the state. For that I will use the React hook form, and for the form validation I will use the Jot. Both two things I want to install this. Now let's come here, and inside this let me just open the first of all. Inside this let me just open the terminal. I will go inside this terminal and open the another terminal also. Let me just make this, and this will be a little bit collapse small little. Okay? And here I want to install I will use the React hook form npm, and I will go inside this. I will just copy this, and inside this I will paste this npm I React hook form and press enter. Now installation is done, React hook form, and for the form validation I will use Jot, and go inside this. Let me just open this and copy this npm I Jot, and inside this I will paste it. You can also type it, not an issue for me, but just I want to show that all this documentation is also available. You can go and refer this also, like inside the Jot. For the Jot purpose you can go inside the Jot documentation. Here you can see that you can get the all the form validation what was there, and how we can do the all this Jot basically validation. All you can refer is there is lots of things. And for the React hook form, how you can implement this React hook form, there is a React hook form, there is a website, you can check that how all these things are. You can go inside the demo section also, get start section, how we can implement all this, how we can get this value also. All this detail we can get this from here also. Now We want to first of all here, let me just here it me little bit here. Now all this like first name, last name, and currency, all this I want to show you how we can make a chart basically inside the. Let me just remove this first one and collapse this. Inside this I want to make a how you can create the jot schema. What type of a inside the jot schema, what will be there, you can do this. For that, inside this lib folder I will create jot schema.ts file. Inside this inside this file I want to here import jot, yeah, like that. Now here I want to create the onboarding schema. For that, here I can do the export const, and I will give the variable name will be same onboarding schema for the reference purpose. And here I can give the jot basically object, and inside this I want to define this. First of all, I want to give the first name, and this first name will be the in the form of a string that I have defined, and minimum character will, like a minimum, this will be the 3, minimum letter will be 3. If there will be the minimum letter will be not be 3, then it will show the error first name is required. Basically this will be show the error. And maximum character also I can add, like maximum character I can give that 50 or 50 is mostly enough for that. And here I can show that this will be the error will be the message I can say, and here I can give the first name max 50 character. Like that you can make this jot schema. There are lots of there, but just for now I have shown the only string format. There is a data type lots of there, like you can go inside the jot website, and this was the like you can just find these lots of basic schema, like you can give the your username string number and redefine. You can also validate with the jot. There are lots of feature was there. Now let me just same thing I can also add inside the what was there, okay, last name. I want to give this last name, and also I want to give the currency was there, currency, and this currency will be, I can for now I can make a string because this was the not a compulsory. And here I can give the message select currency. Basically this will be so, and this was the optional. You can also give this. Here I can give the, if user have not selected the currency, then also it will be, because by default in the database I have given the USD. That's why. After this will be done, then come inside the your onboarding page, and here inside the onboarding page, first of all this component onboarding, this will be, I want to convert this in the form of a use client. This component I will convert in the form of a client component, and inside this I want to first of all give the const, and here I want to use this that will be the use form, and this use form coming from the React form. Make sure that import this, and here I will also add the jot validation. Something here I can, what type of data will become. For that I can do the J. First of all I want to import the jot, and here I can get infer, and inside this I want to define here I can give the type of onboarding schema, and inside this I can also add the resolver, and that will be the jot resolver. For that jot resolver I want to import this. For that I will go inside this and here I can just search for jot resolver npm, and the hook form. Let me just copy these packages, and inside this and here I can paste this and press enter. Now installation is done. After that here let me chart resolver. Make sure to import this React hook form, and inside this I can pass on boarding schema like that. And also here I want to give this default value for the currency will be here. I can say that the currency will be USD is selected. Now let's save this here, and where is this? Currently it was not showing because I have not given. Then inside this I can do the register, and second I want to handle submit and form state. Here I can give the error. Where is the error? Okay, errors. Okay, here I have not given the, yes, now it's perfect. Now this will be the give me the all these things register, and this will be this register I want to also assign also, and also I want to add the loading state. Is loading set is loading. Here I can give the use state, and make sure to import this use state from the React, and this will be the type will be the boolean. By default this will be the false. After that just copy this register, and here I want to get this all this form data. First of all, inside this my input, here I want to get this input data. Then inside this I can give the curly bracket, and here I can spread this first of all register, and inside this first of all I want to give that field name, first name. If you wanted make this field will be required, then here second parameter you can pass the required field will be true. And you want to also show the, let me just format this well. You want to also show that if you have not given any field, then their error will be below this. For that, here inside this I can show error, and here I can give the first name. If there was the error inside the first name, then it will be give the p tag, and here it will show error dot first name dot message. It will show here, and here I can let me just add the class name to show that proper text. The small letter basically I want to give, and that color will be the 500. Now let me just save that, and when I will click on the onboarding, okay, when let me just save that, and here I have given the required. Let me just save this proper, and because I have not added the submit on, that's why it was not giving. Okay, then inside this I can add first of all const, and I can give the on submit, and inside this I can let me just give this, and here let me on submit this button I can add inside the form here on submit handle submit, and inside this I can pass the on submit this function. Now let's save this file and come here. Now I will click on this, then here you can the first name is required, and this color is also I will change. For that, inside this here I have given the text color will be red, then why it was not coming. Let me just save this and refresh this function. Click on this. Okay, maybe these types of error will come now. Then first of all you can clear your cache, and clear this cache, and I will close this tab, and let me just open this tab again, local host @ onboarding. Now I will click on the again. Now here you can see that in this time it was coming. This is happening with the Next.js mostly. I have seen that because of the cache issue is there. Now after this first name is done, now let me just copy this here and come inside this, and I will inside the last name. Where is this? Here, and I have done this one. Let me just copy this, and here I can inside the input, here I can give that field name will be the last name, and after that, like that, I want to also do for the currency also. Where is this? Here is the currency, and inside this I want to here inside the select section I want to first of all I want to give the default value, like by default value will be USD. I want to give this, totally depend on you want to give this or not. And here I can give the register, and inside this I want to give that currency, and this field may be required, maybe not be required, totally depend on you. Here I will give go with the by default. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this field. Now here you can say by default USD is coming now in this type, first name, last name. Now these two things are done. After that all this data will be coming inside this this on submit. Here inside this I can give the data, and here I can define this type. Here I can infer, and here I can give that will be type of will be that onboarding schema, onboarding schema. And let me just yes, now it's correct. And inside this I will get the all this detail like data. Now let's save this here. Let me just check that data was coming or not. I will open the inspect section. Inside the console I will enter the name, last name, and click on the finish. Then here you can see that first name, last name, and currency will be by default, it will come in the USD. Now all this detail I want to store inside this my database. I have this API is already done. Here I have done that, like this here I want to pass the first name, last name, currency, and it will check the, and it will be update. Now here I can also send the data also, not like update this user detail is updated on. This was the not a compulsory, but this was the optional. You can do this also, totally depend on you. Optional for the recommended purpose. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just come back to the my onboarding screen, and here I was getting the data. Now inside this, or I was getting the data. Now inside this I will add the try and catch block, and here is there is any error was there, then I want to check that. And before starting to calling the any API, I want to start set each loading will be true, and after that here I can give the const response, and inside this I can give the wait, because API will be called, then our database some other continent will takes too much some time, that's why. And here I can use the fetch. You can use the exhaust also, totally depend on you. Here I can give the API / user, and inside this I will give the method will be the put method, and here I can pass the body, and inside the body I can pass the data json.stringify, and inside this I want to pass the data. I can directly pass this data, which data is coming from inside this. And after that this I have given, and inside this this response I was get, then inside this I want to convert this response dot data will be in the form of a response dot JSON format. Now if response dot status will be equal to the 200, because I have handled all this error, that's why. Here I can give the, let me just check one more time. If there is a internal server 500, by default when the everything perform 200, and when the on authorization, then it will be given the 401. Yes, now it's perfect, fine, everything. And now when the status code will be 200, then the user will be means onboarding will be done. The first name is stored inside the database, and it will be redirected to the dashboard page. For that, here inside this I can give the const router, and here I can give the use router, and make sure that import this use router from the next navigation. And after that here I will come, when this was the successfully router.push, then it will be redirected to the dashboard page. It will go on the dashboard page, and along with that I will when the here when this loading state will be there, that time here I want to display the, instead of finish loading, like when I click this, then it will show the please wait, something like that also. And when the all this operation first of all done, then here I want to finally inside this set loading I can say that false. Now when the loading will be true, that time this input box, I can say that this input will be disabled, means API was calling, that's why now this input will be disabled, and this was the also this input will be also disabled, and this select one will be also disabled, and at the last this button, I can make that this button will be when the loading will be true, this button will be also disabled, and here below this I want to display that when each loading will be true, that time here I want to display that please wait dot dot dot, and here I can show that when the loading will be done, something like that, finish onboarding. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page. Yes, everything is fine, and let me just go one from the starting. Let me just first of all log out this. When logout will be done, here I will enter my email ID and click on the login. Please wait. Now check your email. Let me just go inside this my email ID. Okay, new email is come. I will click on the sign in. Now it will be redirect me the onboarding screen. Now here I will enter my name, my last name, and currency by default I will go with the USD, not an issue. Click on the finish onboarding. Please wait. Now it will be redirect me the dashboard page. Now let's design our dashboard section. Now for that, here dashboard, let me just close all of these files, and here also collapse all of them, and inside the dashboard, where is this, inside this dashboard, here I want to make this layout, dashboard layout proper. Here display the our sidebar, and here top section header, and here inside this all this content will be displayed here. For that, here sidebar, I will use the Shadcn sidebar component. Let me just show you first of all sidebar, and here inside this, here you can see that this sidebar will be something like this. Here you can see that this was the right, and here this will be option is that you can collapse also something like this, and there are the multiple like you can make their theme also is there. You can use this, and app sidebar, trigger, lots of there. You can make a sidebar header like anything you want to display at the top, that section, every component is there. Now for that, let me just use this one. For that, I want to just copy this command and go inside this our terminal, and let me drag here, and inside this I will first of all let me just clear this first, because this was the very huge. Clear this, and inside this I will paste npx shadcn latest at the rate sidebar, and now press enter. Now it will be forced. Now press enter. Just wait for time. Now installation is done. After that, inside the you can go inside your component folder, and here UI section. Here you can see that sidebar folder is there. Where is the sidebar? Now inside this you can check that sidebar context, sidebar provider, and where is the sidebar component. All of these component was there. You can go and find this, and you can go through it also, not an issue. Now let's inside this where is this here. Now this sidebar, here I want to display the sidebar here header, and this dashboard layout will be something like same for the all. Then I can do inside this here. For now, here I can give the sidebar provider. Instead of here I can give the sidebar provider. Make sure to import this sidebar provider from the component, and let me just cut this from here and wrap this all of them. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here. Let me just refresh this. Currently it was not coming. After that, here I want to display the my inside this I can write give the comment for the reference sidebar, and let me here. Then for the sidebar inside this dashboard, this section, here I will create another folder underscore dot component. If anything's inside the you don't want to make this route, then you can start this folder name by underscore. Then inside this, if you create the like a page.tsx, then this file will be also not be considered as a routing section. It will be considered as a component inside the Next.js. Now let me just delete this. This is for the only for the learning purpose, concept purpose. I have shown that. Now inside this my sidebar section. Now here create the another file. That file name was the dashboard sidebar dot tsx. Once again, if you wanted to make this little bit text, something like this sidebar component, you can do it. Now inside this sidebar component, here inside this, first of all I want to give the export default function, and here I can give the sideboard dashboard dashboard sidebar component, and here I can give the first of all I will import sidebar from the component folder. Now let's save this, and after that come inside the layout folder, and here I can import this dashboard why this was not dashboard sidebar. Make sure that import this from the component underscore component. Now let's save this here file and come inside this. Now here consider this sidebar is coming. Now at the top side, at the top part, I want to display the logo, and below this user detail, and in between this navigation will be displayed. Now let me just come inside this here, and here at the top I want to display sidebar header section, and here inside the header I want to display my logo. For this logo I want to inside this my public folder, let me just add this my all this file. Go inside this finder and inside my dashboard, inside this my assist folder. Here you can see that my logo and this favicon, both the things are available. Just copy this both the things, and I will go inside my dashboard or desktop, and inside the generate invoice, and inside this my public folder, here I will paste this. Here I will add the logo, and this favicon, this I will cut this, or I will here I can let me just move this, and I want to make this inside the src folder, inside the src app folder. Here you can see this favicon is there. I want to replace this. Now here you can see that it was replaced, and this logo I can delete this from here. Now let me just show you inside this my VS Code. Inside this my public folder, you can see that I have added this logo, and inside this my src app, and here this favy icon, I have added this my icon section. Now let me just go inside this my VS Code, and let me just refresh this page, and I want to this. Here you can see that this currently it was not refreshed because of the cache issue is there. Don't worry, it will be refreshed. Let me just create this cache here, and for that I want to let me clear this cache. I want to restart this my server again, or once again let me just close this tab, and I will close this tabs also and open the other tab again, localhost, and press enter. Now we go inside this dashboard page. Now in this time it was also not refreshed. For that refresh purpose, let me close this my app and delete this nest folder. After that again let me just clear my previous port number and npm run dev. Now server was running perfectly. Let me just close this and open one more time, localhost 3000. Now in this time here you can see that, let me just show you which are not required currently. Let me just close this, and this one is also not required. This one is this one. Now I will go inside my dashboard section. Now here you can see that. Let me open the one more tab. Okay, localhost 3000. Now here you can see that it was coming, our icon was coming. Now inside this, this title create next app is also coming. Let me just change this also. For changing this purpose, I will go inside the my let me just go inside the my src folder, and inside this my src folder, app folder, and at the time layout. Here I can say that create app. Instead of this, I can say that generate invoice, and at the time of a description, I can say that same thing, basically invoice, and save it. Now here you can see that this was it. Now let me just go inside the dashboard, and let me just close all of this. Now here at the top side, I want to display the logo. Let me just save this file, and this file also, in this file, and now let me just close all of this for your cleaning, code cleaning purpose. And let me make this, and I will go inside this my app folder, inside the dash component folder, and sidebar. I can say that dashboard sidebar. Yeah. Now inside this, I want to display the logo. Then here inside this component, or because I want to use the logo as a component, then inside this my outer component, this one here, I will create a logo.tsx file, and inside this my file, I want to make this export default function logo, and inside this I can give the return div tag. And here inside this div tag, I want to, first of all, I want to import image tag, which is coming from the next image, and inside this I want to give the, first of all, src our logo slash logo.png, and alt will be, I can give the generate invoice, that it will be displayed. And after that I can give the, this width will be approx 180, and height will be, it will be, I can give the 50. Now let's save this here and come inside the sidebar, and here I can inside this I can import the logo component, and let's save this here, and let me just come inside this my browser. Now here you can say logo what is playing. Now inside this little bit tab from the top and bottom, all the side, then here instead of this I can add the binding P4. Now here you can see that it was coming. After that, below this I want to show that some link. Now inside this I can go, and I can go sidebar content. Now inside this sidebar content, I want to show the, first of all, sidebar menu, and inside this sidebar menu I want to show the sidebar menu item, and inside this sidebar menu item I want to show the basically link, dashboard link, and invoice link, something like that. For that, here I can show directly, I can import the link tag which is coming from the next link, and I can, yes, that will be perfect. And inside this I can give the dashboard. After that, here inside this I can give the, first of all, ref, and inside this I can give the slash dashboard. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming, and here as a children I can say that here sidebar but item, inside this little bit it will be look like a button. For that, here I can say sidebar menu button component. I want to just import this inside this, and let me just cut this here, and here I can paste. Let me just remove, save this, and now it will be look like a one type of button. And inside this let me just format this proper. After the format is done, here inside this here this button as I can give the as children, and inside this I want to also display the layout, like dashboard layout icon. dashboard layout icon, I can display this, and below this let me just cut this and make a in the form of a span. Now let's save this here. Let me just come. Now here you can see that dashboard is coming, and below this where is the dashboard item is there. Another dashboard item I will just little bit, if you want to do little bit bold, you can do basically here. I will just come and inside this I can give the font semi bold. Now let's save this. It will become medium. Let me just check that how it will be looking. That's why I think it will be perfect, not an issue for me. And when this link will be active, that time this will be also, this color will be changed, background color. For that I will convert first of all this component as a client component, and after that here I can import const path name, and inside this use path name. This use path name is coming from the Nest navigation, and inside this let's copy this path name variable, and here I can just come inside this, I can give the class name, and here I can give the cn, this function I will import this. Inside this I can give the path name will be equal to the slash dashboard. That time I can give that background color will be something like this. I can see the bg purple. Let me just check the any background color was there. When this will be equal to, that time bg purple, and it will be the 100. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that it was coming little bit. I can 50. No, I can give the 100 will be, instead of this let me just give the purple 600. Now save this. Let me just refresh this page. Okay, chunking error was there, not an issue. Yes, 100 it was coming because of the cache issue there. Then I can give the 500. 500 is not taken, not an issue. Then I will open the another tab. Let me just first close this one. Because of the cache issue is inside the Next.js is mostly, that's why. We can go with it will be displayed in the white background, then it will be better instead of this. It will be background will be white. Now here you can say because this will be active, then it was displaying something like this, and in between them here I can see that padding by default little bit gap from the both the side. I think this will be perfect. Now inside this sidebar menu item, just copy this, and again I will paste this, and second section I want to give the, this will be the invoice. Here I can give the invoice, and here also I want to give the invoice, and after that here this invoice icon will be, I can say that hook icon, and here I can give the title invoice. Now let's save this here, and let's come this. Okay, invoice page was not there, that's why it was so the error. Yes, create this also, invoice, and inside this I can give the page.tsx export default function invoice page, and inside this I can run this div, and here I can give the invoice page. Now let's save this here, and let's come here. Yes, invoice page is coming. Now here you can see that I am clicking on this, then it was the opening, and this background color is little bit background color is white color is, it was displaying this. After that below this at bottom level I want to display that current user detail, and here also I want to show the side header section also and settings section also, both the things. Now let's first of all inside the sidebar, and here I want to go inside the menu where is this sidebar content is closed. That time I want to go inside the next section, sidebar footer, and inside the sidebar footer I want to give this directly. Let me just copy this sidebar. I can say the sidebar menu. From the sidebar menu, let me just copy this here. Or instead of this, I can directly define sidebar menu, and inside the sidebar menu, I can use the sidebar menu item, and inside the sidebar menu item, let me just copy this from here. Copy this from the link tag here. I can just paste it, and as okay, one thing I was missed is sidebar menu button, and inside this I can paste, and as children I can. Now let me just format this field, and here I can change this in the form of a settings, and here also I can do the settings, and here settings section, like invoice configuration, such as I want to give their invoice logo and invoice signature. For that I was making the setting page. Now here you can see that. Let me just I want to, this will be the bottom right. Okay, now here you can see that it was giving the setting. Let me just for now I will create the setting. For now I will inside this dashboard, here I will create a setting, and inside this I will do the page.tsx export default function, and here I can do the setting page, and inside this I will do the return due tag, and here I can do the setting page. Now let's save this here. Here I will come, I will click on the setting. Now here you can see that setting page is open, invoice section, and their background color is also changed. You can also see that when any page was active, that background color is also changing. Now I want to, below this I want to show the current user detail, like which current user have login, that name, and that profile image also. If there is image is not there, then I want to show that first letter, something like this, and their profile image. For that inside this my dashboard component sidebar, basically inside my footer, this is the footer section, and here I have added this my sidebar. Now here below this I want to show their user profile detail. Then inside I want to basically create the first of all another component. I can give that component was the user. I can say that profile drop down, basically that will be drop down, I can say that .tsx, and inside this I can do the export default function, and here I can give the user profile drop down, and inside this I can do the return. Now here from the props I will accept the user first name and last name, these two things. Let me add some tag for what the output will come for checking purpose. Let me just copy this and come inside this, and here at the footer let me just give the drop down. Now let's save this here, and here it will be show the, let me just refresh this. Okay, it was showing the error. I have given this, I will come inside this. Why this error was coming? Element is check the render method, user drop down is there, user drop down. Okay, I have saved that. Okay, I have not saved that file, that's why it was coming. Now in below this it was currently not coming, not an issue. Now here I want to show the first of all drop down. For that I want to use the drop down component from the Shadcn. Let me just go inside that Shadcn website, and here I will search drop down menu, and here inside this I want to let me basically this will be the drop down. It will be one pop-up will be open. That's why. Now here I will open the terminal, and inside this let me just clear this first, and inside this I will pay npx Shadcn latest at the rate drop down menu. And now let's press enter to install this, and I will give the force. Okay, now let's here let me remove this first, and inside this I can give the drop menu. Yes, and here I can give the drop down menu trigger, and drop down. Let me just remove this one. I want to import this from the component section, and yes, now this will be done. And inside the component means drop down trigger, like here below this. For that, here I can say that first of all I can create a new tab, and inside this I can give the avatar. For that avatar component also I want to import this. I will just go inside this types of avatar I want to display this. I want to here, and here I will paste npx add Shadcn latest avatar. Press enter to install these packages. Now installation is done. After that, here I want to just inside this I can give the avatar. Make sure to import this from the component UI, and inside this avatar, if there is avatar image, if avatar component was there, make sure to import this, and inside this I can pass this URL here, and this URL will be this image URL will be come from the I will convert this function in the form of a asynchronous, and from the session I can get this const session, and here I can get the auth, and this will be make sure to import this from the auth lib folder, and here I can give the session dot what there. Okay, here I have missed the bit. Session dot user dot image. If image is there, then it will be display, and here I can give their type also. Now if image was not there, then it will be display of their fallback. But there inside this I can give the avatar fallback. Make sure to import this from the component folder, and inside this I want to display like if image was not there, then it will display their first name, first name, first letter, last name, first letter. Now let's save this here. Let me just check that. Refresh this page. After that, okay, this error was coming. This was the child process error. Then it was the because let me just check inside this. Okay, here I was using a server component because I am exporting this all the detail coming from the server component, and this component I have used inside the client component. Maybe because of that this error was coming. For resolve this error inside this I have used, then I can do one more things. I will pass the props inside the layout. Then here I will first of all accept children, and this children will be I can give the children type react dot react node. Now let's save this here. After this save will be done, this user profile drop down I can make this from here, I can remove this from here, and inside this I can basically I can make a one children for now. And now after that let's save this and remove this one from here, user drop down, and also remove from the import also. Let's save this page. After that come inside the where is the layout, here inside this, here I can just wrap this dashboard sidebar. Inside this I can just give the user profile drop down. Now let's save this page. After that let me just come now in this time it was, you can see that it was working properly, and here it was showing the this user first name and last name. This will be basically so. For that here I want to write the logic inside the user drop down. Here I have given the hard coded. Now inside this I want to give the basically logic that like a user first name and last name will become For that, let me inside my collapse this first and come inside the utils folder. I will create one function like I will pass the prof first name and last name. After that, it will be return me the first name and last name of that first letter, first name first letter, last name first letter, something like that. Then here inside the lib folder, I will create basically one file get avatar, basically avatar name. That's I can see that get यहाँ पे I will create a function get default get avatar name, and inside this I want to accept first parameter. Okay, here I was missed the function keyword, and inside this I will first of all first parameter I will accept the first name, and second parameter I will accept the last name. Now both the things I want to define their types also. Both will be the string format, and this last name may not be there. Then by default I can give the null also. It totally depend on you. After that, after this run, then here I want to give the return, because I want to return the first name first letter and last name last letter. But maybe last name was not there. Then first of all I want to check that if last name was there, then I can get the first name first letter plus last name last letter first letter. This once again first letter. After that, if this last name is not available, then I want to return only first name. Let me just give the first name first letter. Now let's see. After that, maybe there is a possibility there was the not coming the first name. That time it will show the error. To handle these types of error, I can give the first of all first name, and inside this here I can give the if first name was not available. Sorry, here I can give the if first name was not available, then inside this I can return the by default it will be none. Now let's save this function. After that, come inside the user dropdown. Where is this? Here, and inside this I can just import this. Make sure to make the curly bracket, and here I can do the get avatar name. And after that, import this. Now first parameter here you can see that it was showing that first name. Then here for the first name I want to get the session dot user dot first name, like that I can say that, and after that give you the comma. Now second parameter I want to pass the user last name. Then here I can give the session dot user dot last name. Why this was happening? Last name. Now let's save this page, and here you can see that it was giving error. Argument as undefined. Okay, maybe this will be undefined, but here I can convert this format type string will be the string format. Okay, as string it will become. Now let's save this both of them, and let's come inside the browser, and now let me just refresh one more time. Now here you can see that still it was giving their first name and last name first letter. After this will be done, here below this where is the content inside this avatar, this is the section of the avatar. After that, this avatar will be done. Now below this I want to also show the user name. Here it will be show the username. Then inside this where this avatar component was closed, that time here I can get the div tag. Let me make a div tag, and here I can give the inside the div tag I can give the p tag, and inside this p tag I can show their first name and last name both of them, and here I can show the in the span tag, because if there will be the first name and last name will be not there, then it will be show the undefined. To handle this, because this by default HTML will be handled, if there will be undefined, then it will be not be display this tag also. For that I was using this span tag. Now inside this I can give the session dot user dot first name, and after that here I can give the span session. Here I want to make the curly bracket session dot user dot last name. Now let's save this here. After that I will come. Now here you can see that my first name and last name is coming little bit space. For that here I can give the something like that. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was giving the space also. Now and this my avatar, this profile image and this one both are come in the single line. Along with that, here I want to also display the one more things this will be the arrow, like when user will click on this, then it will be this pop-up was opening currently. Here I can, let me just for now pop over, something like that, pop over icon. For now I will just testing purpose. Now here you can see this pop over. So because of this, here inside this I can add one icon basically. So you're on now this icon, make sure to import this icon from the leaf sheet icon. Here you can see that I imported this. Now let's save this page. After that, here you can see that my avatar image is coming, my first name was coming, and this arrow will be coming. Now all this will be coming in the single line. For that, here I can give the class name flags, and after that I can give the items will be center. Now let's save this file and come here. Now here you can see it was coming here. Now in between them, let me just give the little bit gap will be the 3, and cursor, let me just give the cursor. Why this was happening? Cursor pointer. Now let's save this file. Now here you can see my cursor will be also changing the form of a pointer, currently not changing. Don't worry, it will be changed. After that, this avatar is here, and inside the little bit this avatar I think not displaying properly. Let me just add some classes to make the little bit bold. Border, let's display, and size little bit big 9, and I can give the this background color little bit change. We can give the 300. Let me just save this and check that. Okay, now here you can see it will be little bit big. Now it was displaying. After that, here the cursor was not showing. Then inside this, I think the cursor will be in the form of a pointer. Now let's save this, and okay, here I do the mistake. Save this. Okay, now it was displaying properly. And after that, this it will be also proper, not an issue for me. And here inside this this name, why it's a little bit bold will be displayed, then it will be perfect, and maybe possible this name will be little big to handle this also. Then inside this p tag, let me just add the text eclipse, and I can give the line climb will be 1. The name will be little bit, then it will go on the next line. Instead of this, if their name will be greater than, maybe greater than, then it will be displayed in the form of a dotted format, then it will be also perfect. And I can make a little bit bold, then I can do this semi bold. Now let's save this. Okay, now this name will be bold, and in between this icon and this one I can here where is this, inside this I can add class name, and I can give the basically transition all, and margin from left side will be auto, because I want to give the gap in between them. Here you can see that. Okay, now this will be look like perfect for now. And now this pop-up, let's design this pop-up properly. I want to make this pop-up full screen with this sidebar. For that, here inside this drop down menu content, I can give the class name, and width will be full. And let's save this, and let me just check that it's still not coming. Then I can give the minimum width be approx. This will be the 250 pixel. Now let's save this. Let me just refresh this page. It was coming, not currently. Okay, here I have in the minimum width will be 250, width will be full. Maybe there will be the cache issue is there. Then I can do one more thing. Let me just copy this, and I will close this proper tab and open the another tab and paste it. Yeah, now this, because this was the cache issue inside the Next.js, that's why it was happening sometime. Maybe you can refresh your browser and delete your cache, that it will be perfect. Now here you can see that it was covering the full. After inside this, I want to display the basically inside this, in this two section drop down, I want to display the two things. One is the user profile, and another was the user logout button something. Therefore that now inside this, I can first of all here I can display the profile. Here user profile I want to display this. Then here I can do the profile, and below this, okay, why is coming here? For now I can just for now I can give the just tags, because when I will add the profile, you click on this, then it will open the one pop-up. That's kind of I want to make that. Now here below this, let me just add the logout button. Then here I can give the drop down menu item, and make sure to import this from the component UI drop down menu. And inside this I can give the, first of all, inside, let's save this and let me just check that it was displaying or not. And inside this I can add log out. Now let's save this, and when I click, now here you can say logout is coming. Little bit, let's design this part. First of all, I can add the class name, and here I can the this background color, and text will be, I can change to the red basically. And when I use hover, that time bg red 100 I can give. After that, font little bit make a bold, and inside this, let me here I can give the cursor pointer. Now let's save this here, come here. Now here you can see that it was coming, but in this time also this font was background color was not taking. Don't worry, it will be take, not an issue. Here I can do the 500, that time it will be not take. Lots of cache issue coming, too much time. Then I can again, let me just copy this, close this tab for the closing. Here I want to go that yeah, now you can see that in this time it was coming properly. After that, this profile, and at the top side I want to also display that user, like my account, something like this types of a label also. For that, inside this here I can, first of all, let me just add the label, drop down menu label. Let me just import this from, and here I can give them my account, and below this I want to show the little bit separate. For that, here I can drop down menu separator. Now let's save this, and here you can see it was coming. Now when I was click on this logout button, then this logout will be functionality will be done. For that, inside this, let me just format this first of all proper, and inside this I can add on click, and here I can make the this function will be asynchronous, and inside this I can give the, basically by default no need to give the server component, but I will give this use server, and inside this I can do the wait and sign out. Make sure to import the sign out from the lib auth folder, auth file. Now let's call this function, let's save this, and after that let me just refresh this page. Now user, okay, here I have given the user server. Let's save this. Now let me just click on this. Now here you can see the logout, it will be displaying. When I just click on this, then user logout will be successfully and redirect to the login page. Now again I will enter my email ID and click on the login. After that, login, check your email, means the email I have sent. Let me just open my email ID and go inside this and click on the sign in. After that, now here you can see that login will be successfully, and it was displaying this proper name. Now this will be the logout will be done. Now I want to do this profile. When I was click on this profile, then it will be show the user that details. For that, inside this the component I can create another. Basically I can show that user or user profile, user profile.tsx, and inside this I can do the export default async and user, why this was happening, async function user profile, and inside this I can give the return. And here inside this user profile I want to, first of all, let me, for checking purpose it was coming or not, user profile. Now let's save this page and come inside the sidebar, and inside the here, and I want to display this from here. Then inside this, let me, for now, for reference purpose, you also user profile. Then here I can come, and here I can import this user profile. why this was happening. User profile. Make sure that import this component also. Now let's save this page, and after that you can come inside the save this. Why this coming? Okay, user profile. Now let's save this, and here come. Now here you can say user profile is currently label was displaying, not an issue for now. Now inside this, let me here I want to add the basically one dialog box. Then inside this I will go, and here I can give the dialog. Make sure to import this dialog coming from the this component. Let me just see. Okay, maybe I have not added the dialog from the Shadcn. For that I will go inside the Shadcn, and here you can see that this Shadcn component is also updated. Now you can use the properly. Everything is updated while making this video, don't worry. And here I can go inside this, and I will search for dialog. After that I will copy this component, and inside the my terminal, let me just open this, and here I will paste this and press enter. Now let me just give the y and force. Okay, now this was successfully. After that, now let me just come here, and inside this dialog, and after that inside this I want to add the dialog trigger. Like when I was click on this, then this will be open. Then here I want to display the profile. Now let's save this, and here you can see that. Let me just click on this. Then here profile, little bit make a proper alignment. For that here I can add the class name. Width will be full, text will be left, and padding from the x direction 2, and py will be 1, and cursor will be pointer basically. Now let's save this, and here come. Now this alignment was looking properly. After that, when I was click on this profile basically, then it will be open the one pop-up, and here also I want to add the one more things. When I was hover, then this foreground, I can say that bg foreground, little bit this color was changed. Ground is coming black color. Instead of this I can give the bg mute, and here I can give the foreground. Now let's save this here, and okay, this was very high. Then instead of this I can give the slash, and I can give the 5 on this. Then this pop-up will be open. For that here I can go, here I can give the dialog content. Now inside this I can give the dialog header, and inside this header I want to first of all display dialog title. Then inside this that title will be the profile, and let me just add the some description of the dialog description, and inside this I can give the edit your profile details here. Now let's save this, and when I was click on this, then here you can see that this pop-up will be open. Profile and edit your profile, this detail will be show here. Now after that, here this header will be closed. Now below this I want to show that user all the details, like basically inside this component I want to show that their details, something like username, first name, last name, all of them. For that, inside this this is a user profile, and let me here below this I can first of all I will their input box, and user will be once again here I want to let me add the component first of all user profile display and edit. Both functionality basically I want to use that here. Both functionality I want to show here. Then inside this let me create another component, because I want to use this component as a server component, and another component I will create that will be the client component, because this component I want to use some API also to update the user details. Basically that's why. Now let me just create this here. Here I can give the user edit profile dot tsx, and here I can give the export detail async user edit profile. Okay, again I was just forgetting this function keyword, and inside this I can go and here I can give the user. Basically I can add the one div tag for now, and here I can give the user edit profile. Now let's save this here and come inside their profile section, and here I want to import that component. Here I can give the user edit profile. Make sure that I import that component, and inside this basically I want to let me just first of all define which things are required for the displaying this. Then here I can define interface, and here I can give the user edit profile, and inside this first of all I want to first name, and this will be the string, last name, and this will be the also string, email id and string, and also you can display the currency. Also user can update their currency format also. Now this will be the also string. Now after that here I will come, and inside this I can let me just first of all copy this interface, and here I can paste this, and inside this why this error was coming. Okay, this was another component. Here let me just extract first name, last name and email. After that I can also extract the currency. Now let me just format this proper way. Now let's come here, let me just fix this issue. This was coming like inside this I have props. Inside this basically I defined that first name, last name, all these props will come from the inside this component. Now for that here all this data I want to pass. I want to get this detail from here. I can give the session, and inside this I can give the auth. After that here I want to add the weight. Now let's save this, and inside this first I want to pass first of all first name. For that first name user dot what was there, the session dot user dot first name. Now second parameter last name I want to pass, second props, then session dot user dot last name, and currency also I want to pass. Let me just give the session dot user dot currency, and email id also session dot user dot email. And why this error was coming, then here I can say that as string basically, or instead of here basically inside this I can go inside this, and here I can add the maybe undefined will be also come. Then here I can say that undefined. Let me just copy this all of this. I want to add this in all of them, and here also, here also, and here also. Now let's save this here, and email, what was that, type string null undefined. Okay, this email will be maybe null also. Okay, then not an issue for me. I will go inside component, email will be maybe, this will be type will be null. Now let's save this here and come here. Let me just refresh this and click on this. Okay, user edit profile detail. Don't worry, it will be gone, not an issue. Let me just remove this. Also user profile edit, where is coming, user profile is there. I will save this component first. Okay, this component was now okay, user edit profile. Okay, this was coming from here, that's why, not an issue for now. And now I will remove this from here, and now inside this I want to basically, here I want to make a all this user profile edit, it will display inside the, instead of this user edit profile, wait a second, here let me just add the form data, save this, and here instead of displaying here it will display in the pop-up section. For that I will go inside this, and here I have given, this is a dialog content I have given the outside this, that's why it was coming. Let me just cut this here, and here I will paste, and let me just format this well. Okay, format is proper. Let me just save this file. Now here you can see that it was gone. Now I will click on this. Now inside this it was coming. Now let's come here, and here I want to first of all make a form tag, and inside this form let me just first make a bracket. Okay, while this coming, here I can give the form, and inside this I can give the first of all div tag, and here inside this div tag I can give the label. Make sure to import this label, and here I can give the first name, and below this I can give the input, and make sure to import the input tag, and here I can display placeholder. Basically I can display the one dummy. Basically I want to, inside the placeholder I was displaying something like example, like user will be entered. Okay, and type will be, I can give the text, and like that. Now in between them, let's save this and check that. Okay, here I can add grid, and gap will be 2. Now let's save this. Okay, now first name is coming. Like that I want to add the last name also. Let's copy this here. Here I can come, and here I can add last name, and last name something like I can give the due, and let me just copy this here, and I can also display the their currency also. Like at the time of your onboarding, let me just go inside the onboarding screen. Where is here? At the time of your onboarding, you can see that something like that I have already created this. You can see like a first name, last name, and their email address. So for that I can just use the same thing. For that, using the same thing, I will just copy the same thing like this. Inside the onboarding, this form data, let me just copy this first and come inside the user edit profile section, and this form data, let me just paste it here, and let me just come again onboarding screen, and here I want to all this data, basically this forms registration also everything, because here also same thing was happening. Onboarding screen I was updating inside the onboarding screen, I was updating inside the user API. Basically user detail I was updating. The same thing I want to do there also. Just copy this once again. Just copy these things and come here. I will doing one things, and here I can paste it. Now let's see it. Now first of all I want to import the user use form from the React to, and this data onboarding schema. Onboarding schema will be same as here this one, user edit profile also, and dot, make sure to import this, and use state I will import use router. Make sure the use router from the next navigation. After that I want to import the jot. Then here I can use the import jot from once again let me just check that inside this I will imported jot. Okay, just copy this here. Here I can paste it. Now let me just go below and check that where is the error is coming. Okay, now I want to import the select from the component, and select trigger from the component, value also from the component, content also from the component, and currency option. Make sure that import this currency option also, and this item also, select item and button also. Now let's save this page, and let me just come here. Let me just refresh this page. Okay, now it was giving again error. We are importing the component that needed use router. This hook only work in the client component basically. Then I want to convert this component. Here I can convert this use client. Now let's save this here, and let me just come. After that I will click on this, click on the profile. Then here you can see that it was giving user edit profile is an async client component, only server component can be async at the moment. Then here I have given the async. Okay, that's why it was coming. Let's save this, and let me just come this here, click on this profile. Now here you can see the first name, last name, and their currency is displaying. And below this I want to also add the email ID. Let me just add this first. For the email ID, here inside this, where is this? let me just copy this last name. Where is this? Inside this I will go first of all John. Where is the John is there? But I don't want to update also email, then no need to use the inside the schema also. Then I can copy from, basically I will copy this here I have given the last name, and here, okay, let me just check that. First name it was perfectly fine. Last name, okay, here I was missed this same error I have given the here also. Okay, same error will be, I think I have added inside the onboarding screen also. Let me just check that. Let me just find proper make this. Yes, the same thing I have done here also. Just fix this issue and anywhere. Okay, now it's perfect. And now I can just copy these things, and where is this select was closed at below. Yeah, at below I can add it, not an issue. Here I can add the email, and here I can give the basically example will be like something like test @example, or I can say that john.do@example.com, something like that. It will be also perfect. And this is not required, then I can remove this first, and let me make a new line. This will come in the new line, that will be better. And this type will be, I can say that email, and this will be the required by default, and this will be the by default disable format, and no need to display this in the form of like any error is not required. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that this email was displaying first name, last name, currency. Now here user by default value is also coming. For that, user value will become inside these props. Now here I want to define the user by default value. Then here I can do first name, last name. Here I can do the last name will be here, and currency. Where is this? Why this currency is not your suggestion will come inside this. Let me just go inside the job. Let me just format this well. Okay, currency is optional, that's why, not an issue. Okay, I have already given this currency, that's why it was coming. Then inside this I can do the currency. Now let's save this, and here also I can define. No need to define email, because by default I will take this email, and inside this here I can give the value, default value, or instead of this default value I can give the directly email value also, not an issue. Directly email, and this will be the like that. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page first, and go inside this and click on the profile. Now here you can see that Amit by default name is coming, and here you can see that this email will become. Also that if I want to update this detail, I will just enter the name and click on, and this finish boarding, this button I can say that instead of this update profile, basically like that button. Now update profile, click on this. Now please wait, and after this detail was updated, this page was not load. Okay, when this detail was updated, that time inside this here, instead of redirecting to the dashboard, here I want to basically give the first of all refresh this page. Like here also, here you can see that this name was not updated. When I will refresh this page, that time it will be here, you can see that this was updated. For that, when this will be 102, then I can say that I have given router dot refresh. Now let's save this here, and let me one more time, I will just refresh this page and click on this, click on the profile. Now here you can, let me just remove the 1, 2, 3, and here I was clicking this. Then here you can see that inside the bottom section, click on this. Now here you can see that this was updated properly everywhere. And after the update part will be done, then just close this part, and we have done this our file section. Now let's go on the next part, was the header. Here at the top section, here I want to display the header part, like user profile header will be displayed this here. For that, let me just come here, and inside this component folder I will create another file that will be the header, and I can say that dashboard, that will be better, dashboard header.tsx, and inside this I can do the export default function, and here I can give the header dashboard header, and like that I can give the here div tag, and inside this I can give the header. Now let's save this component, and why this two file is currently not saved, let me just open the open editor, and inside this let me expand, then here it will be show the which file is currently not saved. Let me just save this and collapse this again. After that I will come inside the layout section, and here I have rendered this children. Now here I will above this I want to display the dashboard header. Make sure to import this dashboard header from the component underscore component folder, this one, this component folder, this one, inside the dashboard component folder. Now let's save this. Let me just come. Now here you can see that this was coming here. Now I want to display inside this header. Here I will display the user like welcome username, and here I want to display the user profile. Basically I will use the same component where this one, little bit I will modify this drop down, user profile drop down, this one. For that I will go inside the, let me just close all of this file and close once again, let me just close this open editor. Now I will collapse all of this file. I will go inside the src folder, inside the my app folder, dashboard component and dashboard header. Now here I can give the first of all header. I will use the semantic tags header tag, and here I can give the class name. First of all I want to make that I will give the, this will be position sticky and top will be 0. Why here I was giving the sticky? Because while scrolling the header will be stick there, not be gone. That's why I will given. And after that I can give the height will be 14 and width will be full, and border I can give the B, and background color you wanted to give that totally depend on the background word, totally depend on you, or you can give the, instead of this background I can give the BG white. After that you can add the backdrop. Where is this backdrop 3xl? But basically it will be show the one type of like a blur effect when you scroll and inside this. And after that inside this I can here I can give the, let me flex items, all content will be like in the raw format and in the raw format, and it will come here. Now let's save this. After that let me just come here, and here I can give the first of all div tag, and inside this I want to show the welcome, and here I can give span tag. Basically inside this span tag I want to display the user first name and last name, both the things. Then here I can use inside this span tag another span tag, and here I can display the user first name, and let me just copy this one more time, and here I want to display the user last name. For getting the current user detail I will go inside, first of all convert this function into asynchronous because I want to use the auth, and here I can do the session, and inside this I can do the wait, and I want to import this auth from the lib folder. After that here I can do the session dot user dot first name, and if not there then I want to display this underscore, and here also I can do the session dot user dot last name, and if not there then it will display the underscore. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here. Now here you can see that it was coming here, and why this height was not taken, and background color I have given this proper. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this. Why this height was not coming? Let me just maybe open. Okay, here also it will be opening. I have given the height 14, and let me just give the background color a little bit different. I want to check that how it will be covering red color, and it will be 500. Let's save this here. Okay, now here you can say it was covered only this much. Then inside this I want to check that why it was going on this. First of all, I have given this items center. Here I can give the padding from the little bit from the left and right, little bit gap. After that I can add why it's not covering the height. Height I have given the 14. Let's save this, and here I will go, and let me just go inside this, and inside the my inspect section, let me just go inspect section, and here inside this let me just check that okay, it was taken inside this main tag, and here I have given the height. Okay, now inside this let me just come inside the my, where is this layout section, and here because inside this layout I have given here I have not given the width to be full, because by default it will be flex is there, that's why full, and I can give the relative position will be relative basically. Now save that, and after that let me just close this. Okay, let's 12. Okay, now 12 is proper, it was coming this here. Here I can give the 14, and now let's save this, and let me just okay, because of this was the cache issue is there, that's why it was not coming before. Now let me just remove this background color now, and yes, now it will be welcome, it's coming. And before here below this I can add that user profile, that one, something like this one, this I have added, that will become here. Then inside this I can create a div tag, and here I can do the class name. ML will be auto, basically margin from the left side will be auto, and width will be fit. Now let's save this here, and inside this I can add the suspended. Oh, let me just add the suspended, or instead of suspended directly I can use where is the user profile drop down. Now in save this here, and here I want to come. Here you can see that it was coming. I am able to click this, then it will come. Now here I don't want to display the that inside this. If you wanted to like this name and this icon, these are not required from here. Only I can display the user profile here. For that I will go inside this component, and here I can add first of all interface and user profile drop down, and here each name I can say that each basically I want to each name, or I can say that instead of this, because here I don't full name, basically I can say that each full name is basically I want to say that if each full name is by default true false, then it will be not be displayed here, something like that. Then, like that I want to also this arrow also, then here I can say that each arrow up, then here I can say that boolean value. Now let's save this and copy this here, and inside this I can let me just both of this field each full name and each arrow I can add the condition where is this arrow? First of all, this full name. Then here I can say that is full name. Here I can give the if true, then only it will be display, otherwise not. Let's paste this here, and here I want to each arrow. Let me just cut from here and cut this here. Inside this I will paste this. Let me just format this field. Okay, now format is proper, and here you can see that I have given this. Now let's save this file and come here. Now let me just refresh. Now here you can say here also name was gone, here also gone. Now but here I want to show that their name and this arrow. Then I want to go inside the my where is this user profile drop down, and inside this let me just add this. Where is the I have used this component, that will be show the error. Now let's save this, and here I can come. Then inside this you can show that here I want to each full name will be displayed and each arrow will be also displayed. Now let's save this, and here I will come. Now here you can see that it was coming, and inside this dashboard means header section, here I don't want to display the each arrow. First of all I can give the false, and each full name also I can give the false. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that here also it was displaying the same thing, and here I will come, here I also it will be displayed the same thing. But in the mobile version, let me just go here I will go inside the mobile version. That time only this section will be displayed, and I want to the dashboard, all the menu, like inside the dashboard. Here you can see the dashboard and invoice. These two menu how I can access it. For that, inside the mobile version, here I will add inside the about this. Here I can add sidebar trigger. Make sure to import this sidebar trigger from the component UI sidebar. Now let's save this here, and here you can. Now here you can see that it was coming in this one. Now here I will click on this, then this sidebar will be open. Now here you can see that it was looking perfect, and when I go inside the basically inside the my mobile desktop version, that time you can also hide this sidebar section if you are not required. Now let's come back to this one, and this one here you can see this name. Let me just design the little bit this name properly and look better. For that, here inside this this name I can give the first of all class name, and here I can give the font will be semi bold. Now let's save this, and in between the little bit I want to add the gap. Now save this here. Welcome. Yeah. Now here it was displaying their name, current user profile name, and this will be the user detail. It will be showing, and dashboard it will be also working properly. And now let's go on the next section. Next section will be the setting. We will make the setting section. Inside the setting I want to add the two things. One is the invoice logo and invoice signature. Both will be come inside the invoice. When invoice was generated, at that time at the top level their invoice logo, and below this info like a user signature will become. These two things I want to make this here. Two user will be able to upload their images. For that, inside this let me just close this section, and here also inside this like first of all which things I want to store, that will be stored inside our database. That data type I want to first of all these things I want to define here. Then here I can give the settings dot model dot ts, and here first of all import mongoose from the mongoose. After that, here just define interface, and inside this I can give the I setting. Basically, yeah, setting will be also perfect. Now here I want to define the logo, or instead of this I can give the invoice logo, and here I can give that this will be the type will be the string. Basically this will be the image base 64 format. And second I want to take that signature, and inside this signature I want the name of the signature and image of that signature. For that, inside this here I can create another type. Inside this I can do the interface I signature, and here I can say that inside this I want to give name of that signature. What will be the name will be displayed below this, and that signature images. Let's copy this here, and here directly I can do that, not an issue. Yeah, and by default that underscore id, this was generated by the MongoDB by default. Then here I can give them their type will be also, I can define type dot, why this was happening, dot object types dot object id. Yes, now correct. And below this, created at, when this was done, it was the date, and updated at this both these two things are optional, and yes, and this id will be by default optional. Now after that, let's create the schema. Now first of all, let me just create this signature schema. Inside this I can give the first of all const signature schema, and inside this I want to, let me just make the new mongoose dot schema, and inside this I can define their type I signature. Let me just copy this same variable name, and here I can paste it, and inside this I can give the first of all name, and their type will be the string, and this will be the by default, it will be the required. Then I can give the default, or once again this string will be capital, and this will be required. By default I can give the option, there will be the not an issue, and default will be the none. Directly I can say that not an issue, and I can give the image, and this will be the type and string, and default will be also value will be null. Yes, now it's correct. Here I want to give the comma, and here inside this schema signature I don't want to generate id. Then for that, here I can do underscore id will be the false. Now this is for the signature. Now I want to create this setting one. For that, here I can just come inside this, I can give the const setting. Let me just give the settings schema, and inside this I can first of all give the new mongoose dot schema, and here I can define their types. Let me just copy these types, and inside this, because of this type inside the schema, while making this, it will do the suggestion, like when you press the control space, or that it will show the which field will become inside this. Now first of all I want to give the invoice logo. Then here I give the type will be the string, and default value I can, by default I can do the null. Now second will be the, there will be the signature, and inside the signature by default I have already make this schema. Just copy this here, and here I can paste it. Now when this schema will be created, that time, that date and time also required. Then inside this I can do the timestamp, and this will be true. Because of this timestamp, then it will be at the, when this document was created and when it was updated, that record will be inside this. And after this schema all are done, then I want to create their models. For that, here is the const settings. Basically I can give the setting model, and inside this I can give the mongoose dot model, and first parameter I want to pass the name of that model. Here I can do the setting, and second parameter I want to pass the schema. Just copy this here, and here I will pass. Now it will be create the setting schema inside the database and fetch the data. But when already the setting was already document was created in our MongoDB database, for that here I can add mongoose dot model models dot settings. setting, sorry. And yes, something like that, because our Next.js is run on the Next edges, that's why. And now here I can the export default setting model. Yes, now after this will be done. Now this types of a we want to make this. Now let's come inside the APIs. Where is the, or let me just first of all make our front end. We know that which field will become and how we want to update this, that things. After that we can make the API, then it will be better. For that, inside the setting page I will go. Let me just come inside the, where is the setting, inside this dashboard we go inside the setting, and here. Now first of all let me just make the title and everything that will be great. And first of all inside the div tag, by default I will add the padding 4, and here I can give the div tag, and inside this I can give the h1, that heading I want to show that, and this will be the settings, and here I can give the class name, font will be semi-bold, and text will be Excel. I'll save this. Here I will come. Now you can see that this title will be displayed here, basically heading. Now here below this I want to display the, first of all, invoice logo, and second that user invoice. Then for that I will use the Shadcn, that what was that, Shadcn, that component name was the what was that, I was also not remember properly. Let me just search that. The code, basically drag and drop, like collapse things. Then I think this will be, yeah, this one will be basically collapsible. Let me just check that, collapsible any component, yes, this will be, yes, something like that. I want to use this also. Instead of using this one I can use the record. Yes, now this one, something like that I can use this one. Now just copy this command, open your terminal, and inside this space it. After that just press enter. Now yes, installation is done. After that here inside this I can let me just add the command. Here I can use invoice, first invoice logo, and second I want to add signature in invoice. These two things will become here inside this. Let me just, I will show you their code also, how it will be displayed. Like first of all I can give the container, this with the container, and inside this I want to add the basically multiple item, like single item, one item, and this is the second item. Like this I want to add this. For that, here inside this first, here I can, first of all I can give the, here I can give the accordion, and inside this I want to basically, I want to make these two things. Now here cut, and inside this I want to paste this. Now in accordions, and inside this basically this this error was coming. Here you can go inside this. Here you can see that at the time only single is opening. If you give their props, here let me just check that type. There is a two types, multiple and single. If you give the single, then at the time of the single will be open. If you give the multiple, then it will be open the, like you can open the both invoice and signature both. I will give the multiple. Now after that come here, and inside this I want to give the basically this items. Then here I can, I can directly, I can copy from here to here, and according to the I can just change this. Let me just format this well. After that let me just import this from the component folder, and trigger also, and content also. And first I can give the, that item name will be the invoice logo. You can give the any name. Basically this will be the unique, only the identify that okay, this item is open, that's why. Now inside this here I want to display the, first of all, that name invoice invoice logo, basically I can tell that, and inside this content, let me just remove this first, and here inside this CSS is also not required for now. Let's save this and let me just come here, and I will come inside this. Let me just refresh this page, and why it was not coming. I think server is stopped running. Let me just check that. Let me just stop this server and clear everything. And here I can first of all, let me just clear my previous port which was running. Okay, now again clear npm run dev and press enter. Yes, now it was running perfectly. Let me just refresh this page. Setting page is loading, compiling. Why it was taking too much time. Okay, now it's run properly, and here you can see that invoice logo is coming, and this invoice logo, when I was click, let me just add inside this invoice logo content, basically like that. Now let's save this here. When I click on this, then it will be open, and let me just make that little bit big, this font. For that, here inside the trigger I can add the class name, and here I can give the first of all font semi bold, and text will be the base, and cursor will be in the form of a pointer. Let me just save this here, and here I will come. Now here you can see that when I was click on this, then it will be coming. This is our invoice logo, and below this I can add signature. Let me just I will give that this will be the unique value name, signature invoice. Now I'll save this here, and here I can add title will be the signature invoice. Signature is also perfect, not an issue. Here I can give the content display, or I can here I want basically form will become, because inside this I want to value them. Now let me just refresh this page. That's compiling. Let's wait a few seconds. Okay, one error was there. What was there? Auth detail, auth adapter is time out. Okay, maybe the server was not running. Internet little bit internet issue is there. That's why. And just clear all these port number first. npm run dev. Let's clear this. Let me just refresh this page. Compiling. Just wait few seconds. Because of this, instead of this, I can inside the layout section. Here I have given this user profile and these two things. That's why it was taking. Then inside this, I can add one more thing. Suspended. When this component was ready now, that time it will be only display. Inside this children first. Let me just give this suspended, and here I can see that class name. Let me just fallback, and here inside this I can add the for now. In this time I can show that loading Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Now let me just refresh this. Okay, now in this time see it will refresh fast, because if the component is not ready, that time it was loading. That's why it was taking too much time. Okay, now here you can see that it was coming properly. Now let me just come back to the my page, and this is at the time I can open the both, like the invoice logo section and signature, both the things. Invoice signature, I can give the title, that will be the perfect invoice signature. Yeah, both the things will be proper. Now inside this I want to display the forms. Now here first of all inside the logo section, I want to accept that user file from the users. For that, here I can give the form tag, and let me just give this form, and inside this I can give the input. Let me just import the input component, and here inside this input component I can give the first of all type will be the file, and let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming little bit big. Then inside this I can give their max width will be SM, and width will be full. Now let's save this here. Let me just check that was. Now it will be perfect. Now here when I clicking this, then it was going, and I can select any of the images like that, and here it will be also show here also icon one button to update this detail also. For that, here inside this I can go, and here I can display that images also. Like previously, if I have already uploaded any image, that below this it will be also show. For that, here for that getting that image I have uploaded or not, then inside this I need to maintain the state. For that inside this I will go, and here I can give the const, and here I can give the logo set logo. I can say that set logo, and here I can give the use state. Make sure that import this use state and save the component. After that it will be show the error, because if you are using any React component function anything, then you need to convert this component in the form of a client component. I'll save this here. Let me just come. Yes, now it's perfect, running properly. Now here if already let me just come here. This logo was the updated. Now inside this I can give the logo, and here I can add the ternary operator, because I want to show if logo was not there, that things also I want to show. If logo is there, that things. If logo is there, then I want to show in the form of the image. Let me just import the image tag from the nest, and here I can give the class name, and there will be I can give the first of all their expect will be in the form of a square, and height maximum I can give there will be the 20, and the border will be the 2, and border will be in the display in the dotted format, that will be also perfect. Max height will be I can give the 20, and object scale down. Basically the image will be not be like outside their box, that's why. And src inside this I can give the logo, and here this logo, okay, I have not defined their types, it will be in the form of a string, and here I can give the width will be there 96, and height will be I think I can give their width will be 96, will be very small, then I can give let me just give the 250. Let's try what will be happen, and height will be the 96. Okay, why this error is coming? Okay, alt is remaining. Then inside this I can do the invoice logo. Now let's save this here. After that, if logo was not there, that time it will be display that simple one box. For that, here I can give the inside this, and here it will inside this it will display the no logo, or no logo will be also, no data will be also perfect, not an issue. Here I can give the class name, and inside this I can give the expect will be in the form of a square. We can consider as a video means 6090, then it will be also perfect. Rectangle format, basically I want to tell that, and height will be there will be the 20, and border will be 2, border in the form of a dotted, and flex justify content will be center, icon will be center. Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Now here you can see that it was the displaying, but let me just save this page. Here it was coming. Now And this instead of showing this, I can give the class name, and here I can give the this will be the like text will be center, it will become, and text muted, their color will be foreground. I will save this. Okay, little bit these types of it, and here I can also add their max width. For that, their max width here I have already added, but I can add inside the here also max content also. Max content, yeah, inside this form tag here I can go, and here I can width will be full. Grid, basically width will be full, grid and gap will be the 2. Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Okay, let me just refresh this page, and I will open this. It will come in. And why it was not going properly? First of all, max width is there. Expect SU I have added, and inside this I can add this in the form of a div tag. Then it will be, I can add the condition for the div. Inside the div tag I can add it, and let's format this proper. After that, inside this div tag I can give the class name. Width will be full, max width will be SM, or I can do the XL. It will be perfect. Now save this here. I will go inside this. Then here you can see that this no data it will be displayed, and this no data I can make that rounded DLG. Now let's save this. Yeah. Now here you can see that it will be show the logo. That will be perfect. And here also user will be select their image logo and click on this. Then after that, here also I want to add the one button to upload this image. Then below this I can show that the button, and inside this I can here button. Let me just give the save, and let me just import this button first from the component folder. Save this, and here now you can see that it was displaying, and this button I have given this grid, that's why it was going. Then here I can add the class name, and it will be fit. Now here you can see this save button will be displayed something like that. And now this detail I want to upload inside my APIs, and same thing for the signature also. Let me just copy the same thing, only something will be different, like inside the signature I want to name and image both the things. For that let me just copy this font text, same thing from here, and go inside the signature section. Here inside the form, let me just paste it. First of all, let me just create the one state. Here I can do the signature data, set signature data, and inside this I can give the use state. And here inside this use state, first of all I want to the name of that the signature will be display, and second will be the images, and this will be in the form of a string. You can define if you wanted their types also, like here you can go, and inside this you can do the type, and I can do the type will be signature data, and inside this I can do the first of all name will be in the form of a string, and second image will be also in the form of a string. Now let's copy this here, and here you can come that inside this you can assign this value. Now let's come back below this and just copy this data, and here let me just format this proper way. And inside the invoice signature, first of all I have given this logo. Instead of this logo, before that I have given this input file. Before that I want to add one more input box, input, and this input will be, I can give that type will be basically text, and placeholder I can give the enter your signature name. This will be basically display inside the invoice, and after that here I can give the that value, and inside this I can give the invoice data dot name, and after that I can give the handle change. For the handle change, here I want to create this const handle I can say that on change signature. Then inside this I can give the here basically I want to accept their data will become inside this. Then inside this I can give the e, and this type I can define that react dot change event, and inside this change event I want to get that HTML input element. Now let's just copy this function name and come inside this, and here inside this you can add this on change on signature. And now let's save this here, and same things I want to do for the once again this is for the only for the name change. And here let me just complete this function, and inside this function I want to get their value. Then inside this let me just const, and here I can give the name and value, and here I can give the e dot target. Now after that this will be the for the signature. Then here I can just set signature data, and inside this I can pass a callback function. Here first of all I want to get the previous value. After that I want to, here I can just make a object, and here I want to previous data. After that I can do the there. Let me just copy this name and make sure that make this in the form of a variable, and here you can pass this value. Now this name field will come from here where is the signature I have given here, and inside this I can add the field will be the name. Now let's save this, and after that inside this image, basically inside the upload image. Now here let me just collapse this. This is for the handle on change signature name signature basically. Then inside this I can add example for the name section. Now below this I can add the for the handle on change signature upload, basically for the image, because image will be converted in the form of a base 64, that's why. Then here I can do const handle file handle I can say that handle signature image, and inside this I can do the e dot. Basically here also it will become the same, just only one thing is here different, same thing. Type will be basically same. Let me just copy this from here, and here inside this. Now first of all I want to get that the files from the users, and here e dot target dot file. Basically I was get the all this file which user will be selected. Now inside this I want to check that first of all inside this variable, this file, any file was there or not. Then if file was not there, or I can also check that file dot length will be less than 0. And one more things I want to, because at the time I will upload only single. Let me just first of all let me just handle this one, and here I want to, why this error was coming, file dot when this is correct, here it is 0, and okay, here error was not there, that's why this error was coming. Now inside this I can basically when user will be not selected at any file, that time this function will be returned. And after that if user have selected the file, then inside this I can do the files. First file I want to access this, because when the user only one file will be uploaded. Now this image I will convert this image in the form of a base 64. Like the user will be click on this where is this signature, click on this and select anyone. For now I will take that this will be the image signature, and this will be select. Then this will be click on this, this will be converted in the form of a base 64 and save in the our MongoDB database. For that, to convert this in the form of a image to base 64, for that let me just make the here inside it, because I want to use the both the place inside the logo also, inside the here signature also. Both the things. For that, inside the lib folder, I will create another function. Inside this, I will give image base 64.ts, and inside this I can give the export default and async function, and inside this I can give the image base 64 like that. And here I can, first of all, inside the parameter I want to accept that image, and this will be the image will be the file type. Basically prototype will be the file type, and it will be written promise string, something like this. Okay, string I have given promise will be promise. Okay, it will be correct. And string, yes, it was correct. And why it was on there? A function must be declared. Type is neither undefined, void, or any must be written in. Okay, because here not written any value, that's why this error was coming. For that, here I can give the first of all const, and when the user will upload any file, that file I want to read this first, and here I can give the new file reader, and this file reader, and inside this I can give the read as data URL. Basically, now just copy this image and pass this parameter inside this. After that, when this will be converted in the base 64, for that, here I can give the return new promise, and inside this I can give the resolve and reject. This will be accept the two parameter, and here I can pass the callback function, and inside this I can give the read dot onload. Basically, when the image will be converted in the form of a base 64 means successfully, then I can give the resolve, and inside this I can pass the parameter reader dot result, and this will be, I will first for this time will be the string format. Now, if while uploading the while selecting the image and convert in the base 64, that time any error was there, that time I can give the read dot on error, and inside this I can, let me just, this error I can send to the, let me just accept the error also inside the parameter, and this error I can send to the here error also. Now let's save this. After this will be done, just come back to here inside the setting, and here I can do the const image, and here I can do the weight. After that I can do the image base 64. Okay, why it's not coming? Image base 64. Let me just come here. Okay, I have not saved the file, that's why it was not coming. Let's come here, and here I can come image base 64 parts. Let me just add the asynchronous. My suggestion was not coming. Let's save this file. Which file I have not saved? Come, I have saved this. Export default function async base 64. Let me just copy the same function name, and here I paste. After that I will import this. Make sure that I import this function, and inside this I want to pass to that image. Now inside this I have also stored inside the variable, and here I will pass this. After that, when this will be converted in the form of a base 64, at that time I want to store this inside my signature image variable, this one state. Now inside this I will come, and here I will set signature, what was the name I have given, set signature data. Let me just copy this here, and here I will come, and inside this callback function, first of all I will get my previous value, because if you not directly update this, then your previous value will be gone. That's why I was doing this. This is a batching thing inside the React, and here I want to update only images. Now let's copy this here, and here I can paste it. Now let's save this here. After that, come below this inside the URL. Here inside this I can do the signature data dot image is there, then it will be displayed. Just copy this here. Inside this I can paste it. Why this error was coming, and I will give this in the form of a string. Okay, because I have given the signature, that's why. Let me just remove this, all this. Now save this successfully, and here I can see alt section. I can do the signature sign. Basically, it was the sign. That's why. If no data, it will display that okay, it will save successfully. Now let's save this, and here I will come. Let me just refresh this page, and I will come inside this and click on this. After that, I will select any images. It was selected, and here it was not displayed. Signature image data, why it was not coming? I will just come. I have saved this file. Come inside this. Okay. Okay, this function was not calling. Just copy this handle signature image, and inside the input, where is this? There is this invoice signature and handle on change signature. This is for the input, and here is the file. Let me make this proper, and inside this I can give the on change, and here I can pass it. Now save this here. Let me just come and let me just refresh this page. Click on this, and select here the images. And now here you can see that it was here uploaded. Now here you can give the your name, and this will be like that. And after that, click on the save. Then this will be uploaded successfully. We are API is pending. Don't worry. Now this front end is part is our for the signature is done. And let me just make the proper for the this also. Here I will click on this and select the image. Then it will be shown here also. For that, I will create another function handle on change logo. Then here I can do the const handle on change logo, and here I can give the async. This will be totally same as this one. Let me just copy. Only one thing is different there. This state. Let me just first of all define their types, and let me just copy from all these things. Only difference is from here. Let me just copy this, and here I can paste it, and it will be yes, it will be stored inside the that this state set logo state. Just copy this variable, and here you can come, and inside this I can do the set logo, and inside this I can pass a callback function, or instead of this passing the callback function, you can directly pass, because inside this only single value will be directly in the form of a string value. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here. Let me just refresh this page first, and click on this, and select the images. Click on this, and here also it will become. Why it was not coming? Because this function is not called handle on change. For that, inside the invoice logo, where is the invoice file? Here I have given. Inside this I will go, and here I can give the on change, and inside this I will paste this handle on change logo. Just save this file and refresh this page. After that, click on this, and click on this, and select the images and click on this line. Here you can see that it was coming, and click on the save. Then it will be uploaded. Now we have done our this front end part. Now let's create our backend to all this data I want to store inside my database. For that, we have already made our models. Where is this? Inside these models, here you can see a setting models. Now let's come inside the API section, and here I will create another folder. That folder name will be the settings, and inside the settings I will create route.ts. Here first of all, let me just import next request and next response, both the things. Just import this. After that, I can import connect db, and I can import setting model, which are required currently. I have just imported it. After that, come below, and here I can do the export async, and here I can do the function keyword, and this will be the basically I will use the post post method because here maybe this field was there or not. I will use the single method for the update and create both things. Now inside this I can, first of all, here I want to get the request. Here I can get that request, and this type will be the next request, and here I can add the try and catch block, and inside this catch block I will handle if there is any issue while uploading or any server was not connected. For that, here I want to send that error to this user Next.js, and inside this I can do the message, and here I can do the error. Directly I can set the error. If error was not there, then I can set the error dot message. If error dot message was not there, then I can directly send the something. Here I can give that something went wrong, and here this was the giving the type error. Then here I can define this. This will be the any type. Now here I can give the const, and inside this, first of all, here I want to const. Here I want to ID that document ID, basically underscore ID. You can say that, or directly you can say that ID. That will be also perfect. Before doing this, I want to check that user session is available or not. For that, here I want to check that user session is available or not. I can give the const session. Let me just give the session, and inside this I can give the wait auth. Now inside this, if I can check that session, if session is not available, here I can say that if session was not available, then inside this I can return next response dot json, and inside this I can give the directly message unauthorized access, and also I can give that their status code will be the 401. This is 401 for the unauthorized access 401, and inside this one more thing I was just forget it. 500 basically status code for the internal server error. Now this is for the we have under the if the session was available. Now after that I can just get the value. Now first of all I want to check that their ID is available or not. Basically this one logo and signature, this document is already created in database or not, or instead of this I can directly accept the user ID, which I have just forgotten. Let me just check that, because how I can know that, because this is the setting. Here I want to store the multiple users invoice settings like image and logo, both of them, but how I can identify that which user is this one. For that, one more things I want to add inside the schema. One second, here I can add the user's ID, and in this will be the mongoose dot types dot object ID. This will be the user ID, and after that this was the compulsory require, and I can add this will be optional. Both of them depend on the use cases. And inside the settings section I want to add user ID, and inside this I can give the first of all type will be the mongoose dot schema dot object ID, and this will be the ref will be the this basically it will be ref to the collection. That collection will be the user, this collection it will be refer. Then I will just copy that collection name and come inside the settings section, and here I can provide this, and if it was not there then I can by default none, but it will be basically this was the required. Then inside this I can do that this will be the required, it will show the error, null will be not there, then I can remove this one. Now just copy this here, come inside the route section, and this user ID I can instead of getting from here I can here I want to only the logo and signature. These two things I want to do this from the front end side, and here I can do the from I was getting from request.json. Inside this I will get After that, let me just first of all I want to check that for checking purpose means this document is basically this user have already setting configuration is created in our database or not. Then here first of all I will connect with our MongoDB database first. After that I will check basically setting, and here I want to check that wait setting model dot find one, and inside this I want to check by user ID, and this user ID will come from this session, from the session current session. Then here I can give the session dot user dot ID. And why this error was coming? Okay, here I have not given the objects. Let me just make this and save this file. Okay, now if it will be return me the basically if it will be return setting and inside this if data is available then it will be returned, otherwise not. Now if it will be returned, then I want to update the document. Now if not return anything, then I want to create the document. Basically these two things I want to do is. Now after that, this I want to also pass the payload. Then this payload will be same for the both the things. Then here I can give the const payload. Let me just prepare the payload. And what will we go? First of all, user ID is compulsory. User ID, because based on this user ID, no need to pass, but because you want to make the filter anything, then it will be perfect for like when you creating this, then it will be required. Then here you can give the session dot user dot ID. This is first, and second I want to do this what was their field name. Let me just check that. Invoice logo and signature. Let's copy the invoice first. Here I want to give the invoice logo, but I want to use for the both the things, like I want to use invoice logo and signature, both the things I want to use that. For that, here inside this I can add first of all condition inside from the client side. If client have provided the logo, then update the invoice logo. If client has not provided logo, don't update anything, like don't create also, don't do anything. Basically that I have given the condition here. Now signature, now this signature, if let me just check that field name was there inside the setting. Signature, just copy this here, come inside this, and here if user have provided this signature, then update it, otherwise not. These two things I have done. After that, first of all, if let's suppose user have basically this is the first time user was creating the document, then inside this I can go, and here I can do the create setting. Basically I can say that create setting. Now inside this I can give the wait and setting model dot create, and inside this I can pass the state data. Basically payload, user ID is compulsory, logo or signature, anything you can update it. Just copy this here, and inside this I can paste it. After this update will be done, then inside this I can return next response dot json, and inside this I can give the message setting updated successfully. Basically this will show the message to the front end side. Now if already created, then I can get that ID. Maybe I can find here I have already checked that if already created, then I want to update this, update setting, and inside this I can give the wait, and here I can give the setting model dot find by ID and update. Now first parameter I want to pass the setting, then setting dot underscore ID I will get this, and second parameter which field I want to update. Basically I can just copy this from here, and inside this I can paste it. Let me just make a comma, and here I can paste it. After update will be done successfully, then I can return a response. Next, basically response will be same, then I can directly copy from here, and inside this I can paste it. If you wanted to make to send the data, you can send it, but here not required because I will call another API to get the data. Now this is for the here I can add the comment create and update. Now after the create and update will be done, second I want to pass the get data. Now here I can do export async function, and here I can do the get. Inside this I can do the request next request. Now inside this again I want to first of all same things I want to do. I want to check that user session is available or not. Then inside this I can add the try and catch block to. First of all I want to check user session is available or not. Let me just format this proper. Yeah, after that user session is available, then I want to give the const basically I can do the get data, and inside this I can do the wait setting. Let me just go inside the setting model dot find one, and inside this I will find by user ID, and inside this I can do the session dot user dot ID. I can pass this. After this I will get the data. I can return this next response dot json, and inside this I can give the that message. I can give the success, and along with that success I will send the data. Let me just copy this data, and here I can send it. After that here inside this I can, if any error was there, then I can handle this next response dot json, and inside this I can give the message. Directly I can send the error. If error is not there, then I can send the error dot message. If error dot message is not there, then I can send the something went wrong. Now here error dot message, what error is the error is type unknown. Okay, then here I can, for now I can give the any type. Now this will be send the data. Now after that come inside the your page folder, and inside this first of all let me just get the data. Here I can do the const fetch data, and inside this I can give the arrow function. Here I can add the try and catch block, and here if any error was there, that error you want to show it. For now here I can give the console.log, and inside this I can give the const response, and here I can give the wait. I want to convert this function asynchronous, and wait, and here I can give the fetch slash API slash settings, and by default the method is get, no need to do this. And here I can give the response data. Here I can give the response data, and inside this I want to convert this response.json format. After that I want to check that response.status is 200, means the data was fetched successfully. Then I want to set this data from the inside this state, this logo and signature, both the things. Let me just set logo, and inside this I can do the response data dot invoice logo. What was that field name is there inside the setting? Let me just go. That field name will be invoice logo. Let me just come, and here I can do the invoice logo. Now after that set signature data, and inside this response data dot inside this I can do the signature. Just copy this here. Here I will come. Here I can paste it. Here I can add the optional side. Maybe this field was there or not. And here also I can add this. And here also I can add this. Now let's save this here. Everything is running properly. And if these things was not done, then here by default I can add the name will be empty and image will be also empty. Not an issue to handle the error. If this will be okay and not an issue for me. And here I can call this API use effect. Inside this use effect pass the callback function and give the empty dependency because I want to run only single when this component was reload means the render. And let's format this well. Let me just give this format is proper. Okay, now let's save this here. Let me just go inside this. Let me just refresh this. Okay, everything is running properly. And here I have changed this. Where is go? Here I have changed the type will be the single, because when I will click on this, because at the single time it will look better, like it will collapse the previous one, and space will be not be covered much more. That's why. Now here after this will be done. Now I want to inside this. I want to now update the date, like basically logo. Then I can do the const. Here I can do the submit, or I can say that handle submit. And here basically I want to use this handle submit for the both, for the invoice logo and signature also. For here first of all I can do the react basically form event, and inside this I can give the form element. Why this HTML form element. Yes. Now, and second parameter I want to accept the data, which data I want to basically send inside the APIs. Then after that here I can add the try and catch block, and here if any error was there, that error I want to show this. For that I will use the react auth toast, and inside this go here you can see that lots of the feature was there for the react auth toast. Where is the official website? Inside this you can go, and here you can see that where is this light success, and this cool Tailwind CSS. This was the customization. You can do it, totally depend on you. After that let me just go back to there, and inside the npm package let me just copy this package, and I will expand this, and inside the my terminal let me just go back. Why this was not going here? Let me just let me just first of all clear this first and press enter. Yeah, now this installation is done. After that I want to set up this toast. This toaster, and for that I will just copy this here and come inside the VS Code, and let me just go inside this my src folder, app folder, and inside the app folder this page layout. Here first of all I want to import this, and after that I will just copy this toaster, and here below this at the here I can just import this. After that here I can give the first of all position, and this will be displayed at the bottom right side. Now let's save this here, and after that come here, and inside this I can give the toast dot error, and make sure that import this toast from the react auth toast. After that here inside this, if there I can give there something went wrong, this types of a message. First of all I want to start loading, and here I can the loading will be the true, and when it will be completed, that time I can give the set is loading will be false. Now let's save. After that here calling the API const response, here I can give the wait and convert this function to asynchronous. After that here I can give the fetch, and inside this I can give the slash API slash setting, and after that settings, this was the setting. Let me just check that inside the API, yes, settings, and inside this I can give the method will be the method will be the post, and second I can pass the data, and here I can give the JSON. Where is this JSON dot stringify, and inside this I can pass this data which is coming inside the parameter. Here's this data. After this will be done, then here no need to because I was not using, only I want to check that this was updated successfully or not. If you wanted to convert this response in the form of a JSON, you can do it, but here no need of this. That's why I was not doing. Directly I can check the response dot status code will be the 200. Then at that time I want to basically here I want to, if 200, then again this fetch data will be call this function, and here I can do close dot success, and here I can do the setting updated successfully, like this types of a message will be shown. After that, just copy this handle submit function and come inside the where is this form, and inside this form I can do the on submit, and here I can this if, and inside this I can do the handle submit. First parameter I can pass the e, and second parameter I want to pass the data. Second parameter I was passing the logo. Now let's save this here, and here you can see that inside the API I was accepting the logo as a field, not an issue. After that, now to save this all of them and come inside this. Here I can come and let me just refresh this page first. Go inside this, click on this and select your logo, and after that click on the save. Now why this page was refreshed, let me inside this I will go inside the handle submit, and here I will just pass the e parameter. Here I want to prevent this refresh. Now e dot prevent default. Now save this page. Let me just refresh this page. Go inside this, click on this and select your logo and click on the save. Setting updated successfully. This was a message was shown. Now let's refresh, and here you can see that this basically logo was shown here. Like that I want to do the for the signature also. Now this is for the I have done for the logo. Now let me just copy this on submit and come inside the below here at the form. Here inside this invoice signature, here I can do the on submit, and inside this I want to pass the data. Basically I will go inside this, and that field will be the signature. Let's copy this, and here I can come. Here I can do the signature data. Now let's save this here and come inside this here. Here I can enter my name, and once again why it's coming. Here I will go, and for signature purpose for now I will just consider this as a signature for demo purpose, and click on the save. Then setting updated successfully, and let me just refresh this page one more time. Now here you can see that it was updated successfully. Let me just update the proper signature. Click on this and let me go inside my recent one, and or I will go inside the download one. Let me just check that where is my latest one. Yeah, this signature. Let me just click on this. After that, click on the update. Now setting was updated successfully, and let me just refresh this. Yes, now this is the invoice logo and this is a signature. Now both these two things I will use inside the invoice section. At the top logo will display, at bottom signature will display. Now our this setting part is done. Now let's go on the next section, our invoice. Go inside this. First of all, I will prepare what type of a data I want to save inside the invoice. Basically, for that, go inside the src folder inside the model, and here I will create another file that will be the invoice.model.ts. Now here, first of all, let me just import mongoose from the mongoose. After that, here below this I want to give their types. Then here export, I can give the interface, and here I will create invoice type. Basically what type of data I want to store. First of all, by default this underscore id is by default created. Let me give this mongoose dot types dot object id. This was created by default. Now second, first of all, that invoice we want to give their invoice number, like invoice number, or you can go with like that also. Here I can give the something like that. Invoice number will be in the form of a string. You want to make the like in the number also, not an issue, but here the invoice will be something you can make a like your any alphabet. After that you can give the your years like this 25, 26, and after that you can give the 001, something like that. You can also give this. Now after that, invoice date, when this invoice was created, basically when the invoice date created, not created, is something different. And we can give the invoice due date, basically when the this invoice like last date of for the receiving the payment, that after that. And this was the currency. Now currency will be the in the form of a string. We have this as the simple detail. After that we can store the like current user detail inside the invoice, and to basically both the user to and to from to means like basically the client detail, and from means mother current user, basically current user, which user have currently creating their invoice, for which users, like that. Now here I can give the from field name. You want to, if you wanted, you can give the some different, not an issue. Now inside the from, what will be the come, first of all here I will come inside this. I will let me just give the interface, and here I can give the that client, basically user details, user invoice, basically like that I can give this. And inside this, first of all I want to the name of that users. After that inside this I want to get the address. Now address 1 basically, and address 2, and address 3, and also I want to email also. Then here I can store this. Now all these 3 detail I want to, basically this name, email, and address 1 is a compulsory. Now inside this address 2 I can give the optional, and address 2 and address 3 is optional. After that just copy this this one the interface. Let me just give the I. This is a from detail, and for the 2 will be also same. Yes, now this will be same. Now let's come on the next field, will be their item detail. When we come below this, what type of a item the want to store this. For that here I can give the items. Now inside this I can give the items, and here for that let me just create the interface. Let me here interface, and inside this I can give the items, basically item. And inside this, what type, inside the item what will be the field will be there. Basically first will become item name, and this will be the type, this will be type will be the string, and second quantity, and quantity will be also in the form of a string, or you want to make the in the form of a number, basically you can give it like this number also, it will be also better. And price will be also in the form of a number, and total price, like one item has like approximately their quantity will be the 2, and their price will be the 50, then their total price will be the 100, something like that will become. Now let me below this here, and this will be the also in the form of a number. Now just copy this item, and here you can come that the items will be come inside in the form of a, basically in the form of a string. Now after this will be done, we have entered the item detail. Now later it will become the like is there any like discount is there, something like that. First of all I will make a one more field below this. For that something like a subtotal, it will be store the total number, like how many total number of their price, and discount. And discount will be also in the form of a number, like you want to make this number. And after that we can give the tax detail. Basically, let me just give the, for tax detail I will accept the percentage, how many percent you want to basically tax will be there. Then inside this I can give the, let me, percentage, and here I can give the, it will be number, or by default I can give the null also. This was the not a compulsory field. Then here I can give the, by default it will be the something like the optional one, and discount is also optional. Which field are optional, you can here give the question mark. After that below this we can come. Now after that we can want to calculate all of these fields. Then here I can give the total, like a total invoice value. And below this, if you wanted like notes, like something you wanted more extra field for the your reference purpose, you can give this. And this was the notes is not a compulsory, that's why I have given this will be the optional. And now below this, this created at, and this was the date, and updated at, this will be the also date. This field will be created. Now after this type we have defined this, then below this we can come, and inside this we can give the their schema. First of all, let me just create the schema of the one by one we can do it, not an issue. First of all, let me just create invoice and items, both these two schema. For that I can go inside this, and this one is user basically. Then I can give the user, what was that, user invoice. Let me just give the user invoice, and inside this user invoice schema, and here I can give the new mongoose dot, there will be the schema, and I can define this user invoice, and let me just copy this proper value if there is any. Yes. Now inside this I can first of all define their name. The name will be, type will be the string. If you are making the any like inside the defining the type, then their string will be small letter, and if you are making the inside the schema, then that string will be, yes, will be in the form of a capital letter. And this name will be the required, then I can give the required, and here I can make this true. After this name we wanted their basically email ID. Now here I can give the email, and this will be the type will be the also string, and it will be the also required. Then here I can give the true, and inside this I want to put the address one, and inside this I can give the type string, and required it will be the true. After that address 2, and their type I can say that string, and default value I can say that none, because this was the not a required. And address 3, inside this I can give the type, and string will be the type will be the string, and default value will be the null. Now, and inside this I don't want the their ID, for that inside this I can give the underscore ID will be false. Now let's save this here, and after that we have made this user invoice like detail, and inside this item, now let me just create the items detail. Now inside this I can give the const, and here I can give the item schema, and here I can give the new mongoose dot schema, and inside this I can give the items item basically, and there it will become, let me just copy this. Okay, it's correct. Here first of all item name, and this will be the type will be string, and this was the by default. If item name was not provided, it will be none, but it will be also required also. This will be user will be provided, because item name is required. After that we can give the quantity, type will be the string or quantity, I can say that type will be the number, and if required field will be true, and why it's giving the error number. Okay, and now again we can give the price. Now this price will be, type will be also in the form pay number, and required will be true, and after that last will be the total, and this will be the type will be the number, and required will be the, once again, comma, required will be the true, and inside this I also don't want their basically underscore id. Then here I can say that item will be underscore id will be false. Now let's save this. Yes, now we have created this user invoice schema and the items. After that I can go on the export, or inside this I can do the const invoice schema, and inside this I can give the new mongoose dot schema, and inside this I can define their types. Then I will just copy this invoice, and inside this I can give the, first of all, their invoice. By default this will be, let me just check that inside the type. First of all, this will become the user invoice, means invoice number, date, due date and currency. Then here I will just come inside this, I can give the invoice number, and this will be the number will be like in the form pay string, and this will be the required. Here I can see that it will be the true. Now second will be the their invoice date and currency. Invoice date, and their invoice will be type will be basically, this type will be date, and this will be the required, because invoice, when invoice was created, that is required, and it will be the true. And invoice date is done, due date and currency, when the last date of this invoice payment, basically that will be the then inside this due date, and here I can use the type will be also date, here I have given the type will be okay date, yes, correct, and require will be the true, and the currency, and the type will be string, and required, yes, currency is required, because based on this it is, we can take this currency by default from the current user, not in compulsory for this. After that we go on the next part. This was the currency, and after that we go on the this from and to. For that here I can go from, and inside this I can give the type, or instead of, we can define the their types. Type will be basically this one. Let me just copy this user invoice, yeah, something like this, and from type, and why this error was coming, I user only refer to type, but it being used as value here, and here I want to give the user schema here, this one. Let's copy this here, sorry for that, here, and inside this I give the required, yes, client detail will be required, it will be the true. After that we want to the do also, I will just copy the same thing, user invoice, because to and from it will be the same, basically I want to the detail of that user. Now next will be the items, like what item, item detail basically, then inside this item, and here I can give the type, and this will be the, I can just copy this item in the form of array, and why this error was coming. Inside this I have given the items, and why this error was coming, let me just check. Here it was given the implicit type. Did you mean to call the item dot get instead of this we can okay, inside this we want to wrap this. Yes, now it's correct, and required will be the true. Yes, now let's come back to next part. After this item detail we want to subtotal and discount. Then here I can see that the subtotal, and this will be the type will be the number, and required will be the true. Now again discount, this discount will be also number. Then here I can see that their type will be the number, and default value will be by default. If there is nothing, then it will be the 0. And this was the not and compulsory, there will be the any discount, that's why by default I have given the 0. And after that discount is given, then there is any tax is there, like their percentage. For that here I can say that the tax percentage, and this will be the type, and it will tax percentage will be also in the form of a number, and default percentage will be the 0. By default there is a no basically no percentage was there, any discount tax is there. And after that we can give total, and total type will be the also number, and default value by default it will be the 0, and this was the compulsory. Then here I can say that it will be the true. And after this given a total, there is a note. Now note will be in the form of a basically string. Then inside this I can give that note, and here it will be the basically type will be the string, and default value will be the maybe note has provided or not. After that we have created and updated. When this document was created and when updated, these two field, for that here I can give the time stamp will be the true. Now let's save this here. Now this is a schema for the invoice, and one more things we want to add there, invoice status. Basically one thing I have forgotten for that, like when invoice was the updated, any status, and their payment was done or not. For that here I can give the invoice, or directly I can add this status, invoice payment was done or not. This will be the, I can say that this will be the also a string, and this status I want to go inside this, and here I can say that status, and inside this I can define first of all type, and this will be the type will be the string, and this will be the enum, and enum inside this I want to define the what will be the value will become. Basically first of all I can make this enum here this enum I have not remember. Let me just check inside the documentation, inside the mongoose. Let me just go inside the mongoose enum basically. Let me just check that how we want to define this schema for the enum, and let me just check that where is this there. You want to give the schema, let me just search that enum, and here you can see that we have enum will be defined something like that. This will be the in the form of a array, and this will be the only the this num is there. For that inside this we can create one variable. I can say that status, basically status, and inside this will be the first of all pending, and second will be the invoice is pending, means payment was not done, and this was the basically done. Then I can say that paid, and only paid is there, then it will be perfect. Pending and paid, this only two things is there, or there will be the invoice will be cancel also. Then I can add the let me make this all capital, paid and cancel, something like these three things will become. Just copy this here, and after that here I can define this will be the enum, and if you wanted some validation is there, then you can add this here also, something like inside the mongoose you can do that. After that this invoice schema will be done. Then come below inside this const, let me just do the const invoice model, and here I can give the mongoose dot model, and now inside the first parameter I want to define the my collection name. Then my collection name was the invoice, and second parameter I want to pass the my schema. Just copy this here, I can paste it. Now after this will be done, and the Next.js will be run on the edges, then maybe this invoice basically this invoice collection already created. For that here go inside the mongoose dot models, and inside this we can give that invoice. If already first time it was creating, then this will be run. If invoice is already created, then this will be run. Now after this creation will be done, then I want to just export this invoice model. Why is coming? Okay, I have done the spelling mistake, that's why. Invoice model, now here I will come invoice model. Now I have exported this is the types of we have created their types, and there is schema inside this database for the invoice, which field I want to store this. Now this is for the invoice creation. After that, let me just first of all make our front end part for the invoice, then we can create our APIs. And let me just close this tab which are currently not required. Yeah, now here let me just close this. First of all, let me just save this and come inside my app folder, inside the dashboard, and inside the invoice section. Now here this section I want to create this. Now here inside this I want to first of all make a div tag, and here this div tag I can by default I can add the padding before, and inside this I can create a div tag, another div tag, and inside this I will give the heading h1, and here inside this invoice I can do this, and this will be the I can add the class name. First of all, text will be XL, and font will be semi bold, and after that here below this link I will add the link. For the link will be for create invoice, and here inside this I can give the class name. First of all, let me just give the href, and inside this href, okay, I have not imported this link from the next link. Make sure that I import this, and inside this I can give the invoice slash create invoice as create, and create invoice will be displayed. After that, let's save this here, and let me just come inside. Now here you can see that it was coming, and this create invoice will become at the left side. For that, here I can give the class name, flags, items, center, justify. Let me just give the justify between, and cap by default. is 4. Now let's save this file, and here you can see that invoice title will become left side create invoice, and this will be the form of a button. For that, here I can give the class name, and here I will first of all import CL, and inside this I can import button variant because I want to give their all these classes. Then with the button variant, all this will be by default, it will be added. And let me just save this file. Now here you can see that this create invoice will be something like this, and here I can add more things, basically cursor in the form of a pointer. Now let's save this here. Yes, now when I just click on this, then it will go the invoice slash create. Now this page I have not created this. Then inside the invoice page, here I will create folder, and inside this create folder I will create page.psx, and inside this I can do the export default function invoice create, and inside this let me do the return, and here inside this same thing I want to just follow this one, heading will be there, and this one let me just copy for now, and here I can paste it. After that, this create link will be not there, and here inside this I can do the title will be create invoice, and along with that I want to add the back button here. Then inside this I can do the button, make sure to import this button from the component folder, and inside this button I want to show that arrow left, and yes, after this I can add the size will be the icon basically. Now let's save this here, and after that come inside this and click on the create invoice. Then here you can see that it was going on this. Instead of this is justify between, I can remove this and save this file. Now here you can see that create in this will be show the back button, and create invoice is a title, and when click on this button, this back button, then it will go on the invoice page. For that, here inside this I can first of all I will convert this component in the form of a client, and here I can use the const use router, and make sure that import this use router from the next navigation. Now let's save this file. After that, come inside this button section, on click, and here I can say that router dot back. Now let's save this here. After that I will come, and when I click on this, then I will go inside the invoice page and click on the create invoice, then I will go inside the create invoice page. Now first of all I will make my create invoice page. For that, and this create invoice I want to use for the same for the edit invoice also. For that, inside this dashboard page I will create another component, create edit invoice, and inside this I want to give the one condition for the edit and create both the things. For that, now inside this let me just give the export default, and I can give the function create edit invoice, and here I can return this div tag for now, and invoice, and save this component. After that, come inside this create page, and here this is for the title, and below this I want to render basically here I can say that create edit invoice component. I want to import this from here. Now let's save this here, and let me just go inside this, click on the create invoice, and here I will come. After that, inside this create invoice, which field is there, all this field name I want to insert. For that, I will go inside this, and first of all let me just create their schema, like what type of a data will be there, and their for job validation with validation also. For that, I will go inside the lib folder, and inside the jot folder, here I will create their validation, all these fields. First of all, export const create, I can say that create invoice schema. This was the jot validation, and here I give the basically form validation. This will be in the form pay object first of all, and inside this, first of all, it will become the invoice number. Then I can do one more thing inside the schema which I have created. Let me show you. Inside the schema, this invoice schema I have created, that this one, all this. I can do one more thing. Let me copy all this field name, because I want to do the inside the front end side also validation. I will come inside this, and here I will paste it. After that, let me just modify it with my requirement. First of all, this will be the in the form of a string. Also, I have given this in the form of a string, and this will be the any number. This will be by default only a string. It is required, and here I can give the message invoice number required. Basically, this will be displayed, and invoice date. Then inside this I can give the jot, and this will be the in the form of a date. And if date was not there, then inside this I can give the message invoice date is required, and here this will be also in the form of a date. Then here I can say that message invoice due date. This is for the adding the validation. Now here currency will be by default user have already taken, but I can add this. This currency will be in the form of a string, and here I can add the message will be the currency is required. And after that, I want to give their form detail. Basically, inside this, what will become? Then this will be the also in the form pay object, and inside this, I want to give the first of all their client name. Basically, this will become in the form pay name. This will be in the form pay string, and here I can say that message will be the name is required, and here I can say that minimum will be the 3, and instead of here require, I can say that inside the here I can say it will be required, and maximum I can say that dot max will be approx 100 later, not more than. Then inside this I can give the, if more than 100, then here it will display let me just give the name is max 100 character, like that. This will be the error will be there. And let me just copy same thing for the here. I want to add the one second. Let me just add something more here. Inside this, after the name will be there will be the email ID. Let me just give the email, and it will be the in the form of a string, and this will be the email validation. Yes. Now if email is not there, then inside this I can do the message email is required. Now after this email will be done, then I want to get the address one, and j will be string in the form of a string, and here I can say that message address is required, like that it will be so that, and after that address true. This was the, I can say that this will be the string, but this will be the optional. Then I can add this and address 3 and j string, and this will be the also optional. This was the detail of the from detail, means basically current user detail inside the invoice. Let me just copy this here, and I will add inside the to also, because from and to same detail will be basically same format is there. Now inside the item, and this will be item will be the in the form of a array. Then inside this I want to make this array. Let me just check inside the jot array object. Then inside this I will go how I can make a jot as a array. Then inside this I can j dot array, and inside this array, because this will be the in the form of the array, then here inside this I can say that this will be the in the form of a object. I can directly make this, and inside this it will become the item. First of all, item underscore name, or let me just check inside the schema what field name I have given. Same field name I will consider as here also. Then inside this item name I have given, just copy this here, and inside this I can give this item dot inside this I can do the item dot string. This will be, and why this error was coming, because inside this, let me here also I want to make a j dot object, and then I can inside this object I can define this. Here first of all come item underscore name, and this will be the in the form of a string, item string, and this will be the minimum. I can say that it will be minimum will be approx 10 letter, or I can say that 3 letter, and if not there, then I can say that item name is required, and maximum letter will be, I can say that 100, and inside this I can give the message max character will be 100. Now this is for the item. Now below this I can give the quantity, and this quantity will be in the form of a number, and after that I can give the price, and j dot it will be also in the form of a number, and the total, this will be also in the form of a number. This is for the array item. Now let's come in this total subtotal. Basically this will be in the form of a here I can say that j, and this will be in the form of a number, and after that here I can say that no need to define by default their value. If you wanted you can give this, and here inside this I can go here, I can do that this will be also in the form of a number, and their default value will be 0. Basically by default value is the 0, and same thing, let me just copy this validation for the text percentage also, if there is any text, and total. Now total will be also in the form of a number, but this will be by default, if there is nothing, then it will be by default it will be 0, not an issue. But no need to define by default, because if item is there, then there will be the value will be compulsory coming. And note, let me a dot string, and this will be the by default I can say that optional. This was the not compulsory for that. Here again comma, after that is status. Inside this I can give the enum, and inside this I want to define what will be there. First of all, paid and unpaid, and I can say that pending, I can give the pending, unpaid and paid, only these two basically in this time I will consider. If you wanted, you can go on the main, and one more things I want to add, cancel. Only three things I will, for now I will go. If you wanted, you can add a more validation also. Let me just check inside my schema, and here I have defined, let me just give the same thing for here also. Paid, basically unpaid and cancel. Only these three things I will follow. After this validation I have defined done, then I will go inside this my app folder, and here where is the create invoice, I will go inside dashboard, invoice, and create invoice. Here inside this, let me just give the first of all, here I can the cost, and inside this I can give the form, or instead of this I can directly give the use form. Make sure import this. Here I will their types also. Then here I can import jot. After that I can give their type infer, and inside this I can give the type of I think invoice. What was their name? Let me just check that inside the lib jot, and this create invoice schema. Let me just come here, and here I can give the create, because this invoice I can this format I want to use inside the both edit also. Then instead of this giving the create invoice, where is this, I can give the invoice, basically invoice schema is better. Invoice schema jot, jot, that will be better. I'll just copy this variable name, come inside this, and here I can give their jot. And why will be giving this error? Let me just import this. Now this define. After that, inside this, first of all I want to extract register and handle submit. After that, the form state, and inside the form state I want to get the errors. Now this is for the form, and after that inside this there will be loading state is also there. Then is I can create is loading set is loading, and here I can see that use state, and this will be the boolean type, data type will be the boolean, and make sure that import this state. Okay, now this will be imported. After that, below this, inside this I want to make the submit button, basically on submit, and inside this let me just add the arrow function, and here also this same basically data will become inside this. Then here also I can give the fare, and inside this I can give the type of invoice schema jot. Yes, now inside this I will get the data, basically console.log data, and this will be data. Instead of defining inside this one second, here I can define this will be, let me just cut this from here, because here I will not be make the form, I will make the form inside the create edit invoice. Here I can go, and inside this here I can paste it. Now let me just import first of all form and state and schema and jot also. Let me just import this first. Yes, now this will be done. And inside the create I have given this go back. Instead of this I can also give the arrow also, because I want to use this component as a server component. Then let me just remove this router, use router from here, and instead of this button I will use the link tag. Make sure to import this link tag, and this size I can remove for now, and let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it, and let me just remove this, and here I can do the ref, and inside this I can go inside the invoice, and let me just remove this button from here, and this line, this component will be converted in the form of a, basically in the form of a asynchronous server component. And this is the arrow, and here I can give the class name, and inside this I can give the button variant. Now inside this button variant, when you go, then inside the first of all there is a size, then default size will be, there is a multiple size option is there. Then let me just go inside this size. I want to pass in the second parameter, basically size field. Then I will go inside this, and here I can give the like that, and size I can give the SN. Now let's save this here, or I can say that this will be the in the form of a icon. Now let's save this. Let me just come here, and let me just check that everything is perfect. Yes, here you can see that everything is perfect, same, nothing changes there. And inside this I can use const session, and here I can give the weight. First of all, using the weight, before using this I want to convert this component in the server component, and here I can give the weight, and here I can give the auth, because I want to from the current user detail their currency and their detail also, that's why. Now inside this I can pass this as a props user, and inside this directly I can say that the user detail, and yes, let me just copy this here, and inside this use session dot user, and here I have passed this. After that this was the done, everything running properly. Let me just say that, check that yes, everything is running properly. After that I will go inside the create invoice, and here I will create interface, and inside this I can give the create edit invoice, and inside this I was sending this user detail basically. Now inside this user detail, first of all first name I wanted first name, and this will be the in the form of a string. Last name, this will be also in the form of a string, and email, this will be also in the form of a string, and currency, this will be also in the form of a string. Now just copy this here, and inside this I can pass, and inside this you can extract this, totally depend on you how you wanted uses this. First of all, here it will come first name, last name, and email, and currency. These things are, it will become. Let me just format this proper, and let me just save this page. And why this error was coming? User, here is the user, okay, and here I have make this like this. Instead of this, let me just cut that, and here I will give the user, and inside this I can define this. Let's format this well. Let me, yes, format will be done. Now after that let me just cut this from here, and inside the user I can extract this. Now let me just save this here also come. Now again it was coming, user first name last name define, okay, let me here, then I can, for now I can make this optional. Still this error is there. First name, last name, and currency. Maybe this will be the undefined also, that's why this was coming. Then inside this I can add undefined. That's why it was coming here. Now let's save this here. And now why it was coming. Undefined is not assignable to the type string, number, and currency. Undefined. For that, instead of this, I can let me this was the first name. This error was there. I will go inside the component. Instead of this here, I can do one thing. Here I can say that let me just go inside the component, and instead of this let me remove this, and I will first later I can accept this, and here also let me go back. Yes, like that, and I can just copy the same thing. I will come back here. Instead of accepting like that, I can pass this all this field, and here first name I can give the session dot user dot first name, and here also I can do this session dot user dot last name, and session dot user dot email, and currency also I can tell that session dot user dot currency, and let me just format this proper first. After this is done, now this was given the undefined. Okay, not an issue. Then I will come inside this. Here I can say that maybe this will be the undefined, then it will be okay. Yes, this will be, and this will be. Now let's save this here, and email will be not be undefined. This will be confirm string will become okay, null is also there. Okay, not an issue. Email, this will be the undefined, and maybe null. Now let's save this here. After that we have make the type, and inside this we have accepted their details. Now inside this we their by default value is also there. Then inside this first of all let me make the object, and here I can add resolver, and inside this let me just import the dot resolver, and here inside this I can pass this their schema invoice this one. And after that why this error was coming, here let me just go inside the invoice dot, and here we have given the invoice date and items default value I have given 0. That's why this was. Let me just save this. Now here you can see that this error was gone. Now after this here inside this I can give the default value, and one second, default values, default value is not an require for now, not an issue for me. After that let's save this here, and here below this let me just come inside this invoice, and it was giving the error use state. Okay, because I have used the use state inside this component, then I want to convert this component as a client component. Now let's save this here, and here I will come. Okay, now it's the perfect and fine, it was working same thing. Now inside this first, now let's create the their form. For the form what will be the come first of all, for that here inside this first of all let me just make the I can get a bracket, and inside this I will create form, and inside this form first of all at the top level it will become their basically invoice number. Then inside this for the invoice number Here inside this I can give the maker due tag, and here I can give the first of all input. Make sure that input, make sure to import this component, and here inside this I can give the first of all their type will be the invoice number, basically in the form of a number, but I will give the in the form of a text. Why? Because you want to give the like years slash something, any random, then you can give it, totally depend on you. And I can say that value will be also is there. Then inside this, let me just give the first of all here I can give the register, and inside this register I can define first of all invoice number. This will be the invoice number, and if there is a value also, then it will be by default coming not an issue, and this will be the required. Then here I can say that required will be true. Okay, now let's save this here and let me just come. Okay, and inside this I can give the placeholder invoice, I can say that invoice number, and here I will be in the capital letter. Now let's come. Here you can see that invoice number, and this will be little bit gap from the top and bottom. Then here I can say that class name, and this will be the grid, and py by default I can say that 4. Now I think invoice, it will be, I see invoice number is perfect, and inside this I can give the grid I have already given. Then inside this I can give the grid, basically it will be the, I can say that instead of doing here grid, inside this I can cut this from here, and here I will create another div tag, and inside this let me just format this proper, and here I can give the class name grid, column will be grid call will be 2. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was divided into 2 parts, and in between the gap I can say that 4. Now 4, or I can say that 6. 4 is perfect for now. Now let me just 4 for the mobile version. For the desktop version, the gap will be the 6. Now perfect. And now this is the invoice, and before that I want to add one more thing. Here I can say that div tag, and inside this it will be display something like this, and here I can say that class name, and minimum width will be 9, and text will be center, border height will be full, and minimum height will be 9. Oh, 1 second, I can here I can give the minimum height will be 9, and let me just save that and check. Okay, it was coming here. I want to, this both the things will be in the single row. For that, here I can add the class name, flex, items, center, and let me just check that. Okay, it was coming center, not an issue. Inside this, after that, this will coming, this X will be coming at the top. For that, here I can do the first of all flex, I justify, center, items, center, bg neutral, once again bg neutral 100, and rounded from the left side will be empty. Now let's save this here. Now here you can say it was coming, it will be, and this invoice also, the left side this rounded will be not. For that, inside this then for that inside this, or I can do one more thing. Instead of doing like that, I can make a object also. Inside the invoice it will become basically, but I think this will be better, then no need of doing like that. Then inside there I can add the class name. First of all, I can add the from the border from left side will be none. Basically, you can make a like this also, like you can make a padding inside this input, and you can make a here inside this, it will be come inside the position basically of absolute. Like that you can also do this. There is a chance of doing this. Now let's say this here border left side none. Instead of this border I can say that rounded left side none. Now let's say this here. Here you can see that it was cover only this much space. This is for the invoice. And now let's come on the next part. This is for inside this it will be store the invoice. Like here you can see that I have given the this was the for the storing. I have given the name. And if there is any error, then there is any error, then inside this this was come in the single line. For that, let me just cut this from, or I can cut this from this one, from here to here, and I will make another div tag, and inside I can paste it. Here I can add the class name grid. Let me just first of all format this proper, and below this I can add if there is any error. Then inside this I can do the errors dot invoice number, because here I have given the invoice. Let me just copy this field. Here I can paste invoice number, and inside this I can give the p tag, and here I can display errors dot invoice number dot message, and here I can add the optional sign. And inside this p tag I can add the class name. First of all, this font size will be access and text will be red. I can add 500. Now let's save this here, and if there is a submit button, then it will become not an issue. Let me just format this well. Okay, after this format will be done, now this is for the invoice number. Now next row I want to make that for the invoice date. I can just copy same thing, and here I can add basically I can paste it one more time and save this. Now here you can see it was come here. Instead of this, because this will be, I can add here inside this I can add the calendar, basically calendar icon, because I want to add inside there. Instead of this I can add the size will be once again here I can do class name, size will be 4. Now let's save this here. Okay, size will be 4. Yes, now perfect. And inside this, instead of this will become in the new line. For that, here let me just collapse this, and inside this I can give the one just empty div tag. Now let's save this here. Here it will become, and instead of this here in input box I want to accept the calendar. For that I will go inside the sites here, and here I will use the calendar component, something like this. Now this calendar I want to use, just copy this here and go inside this. Basically I want to use input calendar. Where is this? Okay, something like that. For that, let me first of all install this. Just copy this here and open the terminal, and let me just here I can do, and npx @cn add the latest calendar and press enter. Now after the installation is done, let me just come back to here, and inside this I will go, basically I want to this types of it. For that I will go inside this code, and let me just refer this proper. Inside this I will go, I want to add the pop over basically. For that I want to install pop over also. Pop over, me just copy this one and here clear this first, and after that npx Shadcn latest add pop over. Now this will be done. Now this calendar I want to add. Let me go inside the calendar. Where is the calendar? And inside this this calendar will be displayed like that, but I want to make something like that, or I will go inside the code section, and here I want to make this basically pop over. From here to I can just copy from here to, let me just come from the, let me just go controller, let me go below this, here I can copy from, yeah, or it was a little difficult, then I can do here also, not an issue. Let me just remove this input one from here. Let's save this here and let me just come. Okay, it was coming, not an issue. Inside this I can do the, first of all I will import pop over from the component, and inside this, after that I can give the pop trigger pop over trigger, and it will trigger inside this. Here it was given the one input box, but basically it was the one button. For that, let me just copy this button and just copy this here, and inside this I can paste it, and let me just import this button from the component, and let me just format this proper. I can give the format. After the format will be done, then inside this pk here this calendar icon is displaying, no need of this calendar icon. Let me just remove this, and inside this I want to give that first of all here inside this I want to get the value. For that value here, where is this, here watch is there, then inside this I will extract the watch, and inside this I will go, I can give the watch, and inside this I can give the invoice date. Let me just copy this here, and here I say form field is there, I can directly paste it here, and after that let me just import this CM and this format also. Let me just import this format from the date DNS, and inside this I want to pass their value, and now let's see this here. Let me just come back. Okay, now it was coming pk date. Instead of this left button is coming, outline is there, text is muted, why it was coming here. Then inside this I want to, first of all here inside the bottom, inside this let me just make this add some classes. First of all I can do the justify will be start, and I can give the text will be left, already given text is left, and font will be normal, and rounded from left side will be none, and flex will be 1. Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Now you can see that it was coming here. Now I want to, it will be cover full width, then I can give the width will be full, and why it's not coming, width will be full, and let's come here, let's save this. It was covering only this much. Okay, here I have given the 250 pixels, that's fine. Let me just remove this and save this here, and now I can add the width will be full, And let me just refresh this page. One issue is there. Let me just check that. Bottom. Okay. Pop over outline and px. Let me, movie is also there, and after this pop trigger, where is this pop will be triggered? Let me just add this calendar first. Pop trigger will be done, then at that time here I can say that pop over content, and inside this I want to import calendar. I will save this here and I will click on this. Okay, this page was refreshed. Inside this I can give their type will be button instead of the by default submit is there. I can make this type. Now here you can see that it was opening, but why it was displaying the calendar icon? I want to display the calendar. Then let me just make this proper. Here I have imported the, okay, here I have imported the calendar. Okay, this was the calendar. Instead of this icon I can use the calendar icon. Make sure to import this. After that, below this I will come, and inside this I will change this calendar. Let me just import this calendar. Make sure to import this from the component folder. Now let's save this here and let me just come. Now in this time here you can see that it was coming. This date was coming, and you can increase and decrease this. After that, this will be, I want to make this full. For that, here inside this trigger I can add full. Now let's save this here. Okay, now let me just select the date. Okay, now I am unable to select the date. Now let me just go inside the Shadcn, and here I want to check that how it will be happening. Now first of all I want to give the mode. Then inside this I will go here, and here I can give the, first of all, mode will be single, and second parameter select. Then inside this I can give select, and inside this I can give the watch dot invoice date on select, then on select, and inside this I will pass the callback function, and here I can give the let me inside this form. Here I can extract set values, and after that I will come here, and inside this I can give the set value, and inside this first of all I want to give their invoice date, and second parameter I want to pass their value, and third parameter should validate will be true. It totally depend on you want to validate or not, and this date will become from here. And what is this? Date is not assignable to type. Date type undefined. Okay, first time it will be undefined. Then inside this, by default their means current date will be basically when that time, if no date was selected, for that it will be take by default current date. Then inside this I can say that new dot date. By default it will take the current date basically. Now let's save this here, and inside this let me just go inside this, and let me just refresh this page. Okay, this was error is there. Bottom prop trigger. Okay, now where is prop trigger? Here, and inside this I can give as children. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page. Okay, now this error is gone, and in this time nothing is coming. Yes, now let me just come here, and inside this will be as date type. I can give this. Let me just format this proper. Okay, this is for the date will be here, and invoice will be there, and in this side I want to just copy this same component, and I want to add the now due date. Let me just copy this, and here I will come, calendar will be icon will be there, and PK date will be there. Instead of the PK date, I can say that due date, basically due date, and inside this watch section I can say that due date. Let me just copy this here, here also I can paste it. After that here also, and inside this also. This is for the due date. Here it will become, select the date, and this will be this. After you, if you wanted to add any like validation also, like you do not select the past date, something like that, here you can just copy this disable, and inside this, let me, when the invoice will be created, and here at the time created, basically, now let me just refresh for now and click on this, then here you can see that, and future date in this time disable, because it will be not be able to select the future date, and future date invoice will be not be created. Past it will be created, but future not. Today date it will be able to create this. Now same thing, I want to add the due date. Due date basically greater than the current date. For that, let me just copy this here, and I will go inside the due date section, inside the calendar, and here instead of this less, basically less than, I want to make the greater than. Yes, now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page first and click on the due date. Now here you can see that past date will be the disable. I will go on the only, select the only able to select future date. Now this is for the date and invoice date and due date. Now below this I want to take the from and to, both of them. For that, let me just collapse this and this one also, and I will close this section, and I will open another div tag, and inside this I want to first of all class name grid, and grid call I want to make the 2 basically, and gap will be 4, and lg gap will be 6 inside the desktop object. After that, inside this, first of all I want to create one div tag and another div tag, one for the current user, basically here it will become the from, and this will be the current user detail, and second will become client detail, basically to, here inside the bracket I can do the client details, and here inside this I can say that in the bracket current user details. Now let's save this here. After that, below this I want to make, first of all I want to make the label, make sure to import this label from the component, and inside this I can do the label will be the from, and let's copy this from, and below this I can do the to. Now here you can see that it was coming in between the gap. For that, inside this form tag I can add gap will be 4, and in the desktop version gap will be the 6. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming properly. After that, below this, here inside this I can add the input, and inside this I can add, first of all let me just give the type will be the text, and inside this I can give basically placeholder, and inside I can give the from name, and after that I can say that let me just check that register, and inside this the field will be the from dot address, from dot name, and the second, this parameter will be the, here I want to tell that this will be basically required, be true. Now this will be for the from white was not coming. Let's save this page. Okay, now it's coming, and inside this I can add the class name grid gap will be 2. Now let's save this here. Okay, now this from name will be coming like that. Let me just copy this input, and below this will be text, and second I want to add the email. For that, here I can give the joy example.com, and inside this from dot email, and this will be also required. And instead of this I can make inside the div tag. Why? Because I want to also show that their error also. If there is an error, then it will be also show. For that, here inside this I can do the error dot from dot name, then it will become, and inside this I want to show that first of all p tag, and here it will show errors dot from dot name dot message, and inside this I can do the text, the class name, basically es, and text will be read 500. That's why I was make this like this. Let me just inside this, let me just cut this and also make an inside the view tag, and here I can paste it. After that, just copy this here. Inside this I can paste it, and here I can say that instead of name I want to make this email. Yes, now this will be done. Let me just format this proper. Now after this email will be done, let me just copy this view tag, and below this I want to check that everything is running properly. Yes. Now after this I want to give the address. Now here inside this I can first of all, this will be the building, maybe building number, flat number, and it will be maybe shop number. Let me just check that, shop number or building name, like this. And here I can say that this was the first address, and let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it, here also I can paste it. Let me just copy this div tag. After that again I will paste it here, and now second will be I can add street name, or I can say that landmark, basically this thing street name. Let me just check that it was correct or not. I will just go, yes, it is a correct name spelling. Now after that this will be done, and this was the landmark. Then here I want to give this address will be 2, and let me here also I want to give this here also. Now let's copy again this div tag, and now I will give the address 3 dot, let me just give the address 3 and just copy this here I can paste it here also, and inside this address 3 I can display this basically city, state, or let me just give the gap, or country, or I can say that pin code, something like that. It will be come at the last one, and this will be, let's save this here, and here I will come inside the from section. Here you can see that name and email ID, building, land and landmark, country. This will come, and by default I will set the by default value will be later. First of all, this is a from. Now I want to same thing I want to for the 2 also. Then I can do one more things. Let me just collapse all this section, and after that let me just copy all this div tag and come inside this here, and here I will paste it. And after that, first of all let me just make this here I can paste, and here I can get grid gap will be 2. Now let's save this here. Let me just come just will format this proper. After that, inside this here you can see that let me just change the author placeholder and their variable name. Now inside this, instead of this from, it will become to, and instead of this from dot name, I can do the to dot name, and let me just copy this here, and here I can give the to, and I want to change only single variable. Here also I can paste it. Same thing I want to here is email is proper, instead of from it will be to, here also, and here also. And for the building is address 1, this will be 2 dot address, and 2 dot address here also, here also. Like that you can do in all the sections. This one, let me just do this first, and after that just save this file. After that, here you can see that everything will be perfect, and I have changed this all of them. After this, this is for the client detail, and let me just cut this from this, make this outside this. Yes, now let's save this here. Now this is for the client detail. Now below this I want to make the for the item. Now here below this I want to create, now inside this I can give the item detail. Basically for the item input, inside this first of all let me make the div tag, and inside this I can give the label, and inside this I can give the item. Or instead of giving this label, I can give one more thing here directly. This is the label, okay, and this label I can directly give the, first of all this will be the div tag, this will become item, and second will be another div tag, this will become quantity, and third will be div tag, this will become price, and after that fourth this will become total. Now let's save this, and here it was displaying. Now after that I can make a class name, and here I can give the greet, and greet call, it will be 5. Now let's save this here, and it will be here I can see that class name, and here I can do the call span 2. Now why it's not coming, let me just save that, and let me just refresh this page. Okay, I have given the call greet call 5. What's no class was not taken, PG rate 500. Okay, maybe there is net issue there. Let me just check that my net is not working. Maybe let me just save this here, and let me just come. Now here you can see that it was working properly. Now it will be cover the full width. For that, here inside this I will give the, here inside this here I have given grid, and this is the item detail. Instead of this I have making inside the div tag. Then inside this let me go outside this here, and here I can make, and here grid gap I have given, instead of this is grid, basically client, this was the client and user, this will be okay, and item detail will become outside this. Let me just save this. Now it will cover the full width. After that I can give the call span will be 3 for the items. I think no, I think 2 will be perfect. It will be cover, let me just give the 6 this one, and here I can increase 3. I think yes, now it will be perfect, fine. And after that let me remove from here this one, and this all these tags let me make proper. For that, inside this here, once again here I can see that first of all font will be semi-bold, instead of semi-bold I can give the medium, and let's save this here, and I think medium will be okay. And BG neutral I can give the 100. Now let's save this here. Instead of this here I want to give this, instead of this let me just here also remove from here. Inside this I can go, and here I can give the neutral 550, and padding py will be 1, and px by default I can give the 1, both side 1 1. I think this will be perfect. After that below this I want to show this all this detail. For that here inside this I want to render. Before that I want to extract this from here. Inside this I will go, and here I can give the inside this here I want to extract the items. Now here I can give the const, and inside this I want to extract huge field array, and inside this I can give the controller basically. Instead of this controller, and this controller will come from inside this. Let me just check that controller is there. Yes. Now this controller I get this, and inside this controller I can give the name will be the basically item, because array item will be in the form of array. Now inside this I want to first of all field, and second I want to append like anything. I want to add this and remove this any field. After that let me just copy this here, and here inside this I will come. Here I will make a curly bracket, and inside this I can run the map, and this will be the first of all this item is not needed, but I will make this item and index. These two things is required. After that below this I want to render all of this field basically. Then inside this here I can give the return, and inside this I can give the only input is required. Then inside this because this will be the one I can just copy from here. Just copy this here, and inside this I can paste it. Let me just format this proper first of all. After the format will be done, let me just remove this background color, and yes, this background color, remove this. And inside this currently here consider it was not rendered. One more time because I want to add one item. Then inside this I can do the default, and inside this I can go inside the items, and inside this item this will be the array, and inside this by default the item name will be empty, and I can say that their quantity by default will be by default 0, and their price will be also 0, and total will be also 0 by default value. Now after that let me just refresh this page. Then here you can say it was coming. Okay, this error was coming. Here I can do the key and index. I will save this here. Let me just refresh one more time. Now in this time it will be perfect, and here it was showing the gap. Lots of gap was showing inside this. Then for that inside this I can make a div tag, and let me just cut this from here, and here I can paste it, and this field will be also, let me cut here and I can paste it. Let me just make the proper format. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page. Now in this time it was coming something like that, and here quantity and all of them. Then inside this here it will become basically in this time here it will become instead of this div tag here I want to run input and close this input tag, and after that here I can do the placeholder. Here I can do the item enter item name, something like that. It will be display. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was shown there, and below this I can add type will be text, and inside this I can do the inside this I can go inside the first of all items, and here inside this I want to, instead of this, make a till, and here I can give the curly bracket. Here I can pass the index, and inside this index I can give the, first of all, this will be the name, and this index might give the error something like this. Why this error was given? Argument of a type number is not assignable to parameter of a invoice number. Invoice number, date, index number. Okay. Then instead of this, I can say that items, index, and name. Name will be perfect. And second parameter, why it was giving the error. Let me just save this page. And here I can see that required will be the items here. Items, let me just check that first of all. Here that field name will be items. Yes, this will be correct. Item name, okay, name is not there, item name is there. Now let's save this here. Okay, now it's come here. Okay, here I will enter anything, that okay, it will be coming properly, and in between the gap is also there. Then for that, here I think the gap will be the 1. Let me just save this. Let me just give the gap will be 2. Yes, I think 2 will be perfect. Like that, gap will be here also come. For that, inside this I think the gap will be 2. Now let's save this here. Okay, now alignment will be perfect, fine. And like this is for the only for the name, item name. Now I want to make this for the quantity. For that, let me just copy this here. Here I will come, and inside this I can just come, and here instead of this item, now here I can say that quantity. Let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it, and instead of this text I can make this number, and this will be the required. Now let's save it here. This will be why it was accepting the, yes, now it will be accepting the text also. Instead of this, let me cut this from here, and here I can say that type will be the number. Now let's save this here, and in this time let me refresh this page. Okay, why it's accepting number. Then inside this I can go inside the validation, jot, and here inside the, where is this item, here item quantity, inside this I have given the dot minimum value will be by default 0, and I can just say that the message quantity, basically inside this quantity cannot be negative, like that it will be show the message. Same thing for the, here also I can add, and here also inside this, instead of this quantity I can change the price, and instead of here I can give the total. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this proper, and yes, it will be perfect. When I was click on the submit, then it will be trigger. Let me just come back here, and inside this, now this is for the enter the quantity, I can say quantity, basically enter quantity. Yes, enter quantity. Now let me just copy this input tag again, and inside this, below this I can say that this will be, here I can paste it and enter the quantity. Instead of this, enter the price, and dot price, this will be the number, and let me just copy one more time, and here I can paste here also total, and it will be number. Now let's save this here. Here let me just come. Now here you can say user will be enter the item name, quantity, price, and let me just refresh first. Quantity, price, and total value. Now this total will be by default calculated by this quantity and price. Once again, let me just check that. Okay, spelling mistake was here. Quantity. Let's save this here. Now here user will be enter this, and by default this total will be calculated. For that, for by default it will be calculated inside this. Let me just come here. Here I will enter the, let's suppose I will enter the any software services, and inside this I will enter the quantity, and here I will enter the their price. Then after that their value will be displayed here inside this. For that, and here if there is any error, that will be also displayed. For that, here I can give the errors dot items, and this will be error dot item will be same as this one. Let me just copy this, and here I can paste it. Yes. Now inside this, what the error was there, this was the index. Then here I can directly like that, and items, and this will be the index and name. Here I can give the p tag. What's coming? Index does not exist on the type. Basically here I can give the index. What's coming? Error. Let me just check that why it was coming. Error dot item, and inside this I can give the index. After that I can give their items name. Before that also I want to handle that item will be available. Then inside this I want to display that. Let me just copy from here to here, and inside this I can paste it. After that I can display the message dot message, that error message, and inside this I can give the first of all class name, text size will be XL, and the text color will be the red, and this will be the 500. Now let's save this here, and this error I can add in the quantity also. And here one thing I want to change that their name, and here also I want to change this, and let me just copy this here inside the price also. Let me just format this proper, and here I can add this. Why this was coming? Okay, here why price was inside the bracket, and let me just change this field will be the price. Here also price. Let's format this proper, and let's copy this one, and I will give the total also. If there is error inside the total, then inside this let me just copy this here, and here I will change this, and instead of price it will be total. Now let me just format this proper, and let me just come here. Here I can say that if it will be 0, okay. Now automatically it will calculate it. For that, at the top side let me just come here, and inside this I can create here I can see that calculate, basically I can say that calculate basically total, it will be calculated of items. Now inside this I can run the use effect, and inside the callback function, and this will be run when the items value will be changed. Basically this items value will be changed. For that, inside this I can give the const items, and here I can give the watch. I want to watch the items. If any value inside the item will be changed, then this if And inside this I can first of all this items dot for fetch. Inside this I can iterate one by one item and index. After that, inside this, first of all I can give the quantity. Let me just get the quantity, and here I can give the, first of all I will convert this in the form of a parse flow. I have taken, maybe quantity will be in the decimal, that's why. And here I can item dot, I can say that quantity, and if not there then it will be the 0. And here it was given the argument of a type number is not assignable to as a string. That I will, for now I will convert this in the form of a string. Why this will be as string. Parameter of a string. Okay, it will take as a string, then I can say that to string. Okay, now it will be perfect. Now below this I want to get the price. For that I can do the parse float. Price will be also in the form of a point. Then inside this also I can make this like the same in the form of a item dot price, and I will convert this also in the form of a string. And here if price was not there, then by default it will be 0. After that I want to set value, and inside this I want to set the value will be items dot basically item, where is this, inside this what's okay, items dot inside this I have used the tail symbol. Inside this I can do the index dot total and their value will be approx total. Then here I will create one variable const total, and inside this I can do the quantity into price. Now it will be give the total. Now this value will be saved, and here I can say that if any time this set value will be changed, then this will be run. Now let's go back to here. Let me just refresh this field, and here I can give the quantity will be 1, price will be 2, and the items why this was value will be not be changed. Let me just go back to here. Here I have given the, let me just save this file, and inside the which file I have not saved, let me just check that. Okay, this one, invoice model. Okay, now let me just check one more time. I will come here, I will enter the, let me refresh this page first. I will enter the quantity 1, 2, and price will be 1000. Then this total value will be changed because this will be in the form of array. Then this if loop is not running. Let me just check that this total or anything is changing or not. Here I will console. I think, let me just check that total. I'll save this here. After that let me just open the inspect, and inside this let me go inside the console, and here I can enter the quantity, price. Okay, means this UG fake is not running. Then instead of these items I can say that json dot stringify, and inside this I can pass it. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page, and here I can enter the quantity will be the 10 and price will be the 2000. Now here you can see that in this time this total value will be changed, and this will be in the form of a, basically in the form of a disable format. User will not be able to change that. For that I will go inside this, and here this total input I can say that disable. Now let's save this here, and let me just come back. Now here you can say this total will be in the form of a disable format. After that here this is for the item will be done. Now below this I want to add the one button. When I was click on this, then one new item will be added, and for that let me close this section, and here inside this I can add, let me just add the button, and inside this I can give the add item. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that this button is coming little bit. I want to add the gap. For that, inside this I can add the grid. Gap will be 2. Now let's save this here. I think 1 is perfect. Gap 1 will be proper, and inside this basically grid I have given, then it will be inside this I can add the width will be fit. Okay, now here width will be fit. Here I can add first of all grid. Gap will be 2. I think 2 will, this 2 will be also perfect. Now when I was click on this button, then one more item will be added. For that, adding the item, then inside this I can, where is the controller, here below this I can say that add new item row. Basically new item row I want to add, then inside this I can do the const handle add new item row, and inside this for adding the any item, basically then inside this I will use this append, and inside this append I want to pass their value. Item name, it will be empty, and what was that, quantity will be also 0, and price will be also 0, and total value will be also 0. Now after that, let's save this here, and let me just copy this handle add new item row. Just copy this, and inside this button, here inside this I can do the on click, and here paste this. Save this here. After that, let me just come here. I will click on this add item. Then here you can see that it was refreshing the page. For that, to stop this, I can just copy this e, and here I can e dot prevent default, and now let's save this here first of all, and this will be the any type, and after that here I can do this will be the type will be button, not a submit. Now in this time I will click on this, then here you can see that new row was added successfully. Here you can see that basically new row was adding inside this. New item row will be added successfully. Let me just refresh this. Okay, now it's gone. Now it was the perfectly means item row is added successfully, and now if new item was added, then you want to delete that, then here while hovering this any of the row here at the end of it will display one icon for the delete. For that delete, then I want to make another function. Here I can say that const, basically I want to remove item row in item row, then here can const handle remove item, then inside this I can make, and here I will just copy this remove, and inside this I want to pass basically index, then index will come from the inside this here, and it will be the number, and this index here I can give this, and let me just copy this here and come below. At the end of this here it will display that inside this can make a div tag, and here I can say that one button tag. Let me just import the button from the button, and inside this I can add delete icon, and inside this let me just add the type will be button, and variant, basically I can add the ghost variant, I can add the ghost, and size will be, I can add the icon, and on click I can pass this remove item index. Basically here I can pass this index. Now let's save this here. I will come inside this, and here you can see that when I was click on this, then it will be gone. After that Let me just search this lucid icon, and inside this I will go, and here I want to search that delete icon, and okay, delete will be this one is there. Let me just add the one icon, and this delete, instead of showing here, it will show here. Then inside this I can add the, first of all, this one. Here I can add class name relative, and inside this I can add the position, basically position absolute, top will be 0, right will be 0. Now let's save that. On here you can see that it was showing the delete button, and this color, when I was hover, then only this will be show. For that, first of all, let me just change this little bit, their color. Here I can give the class name, and I can give the bg red, and I can say that 50. Now let's save that. Here you can say that little bit reddish type it was displaying. Let me increase this, and let me just give the 50. Yes, now reddish type it was displaying, and text 500. Text red 500. Now save this. Here you can say red, and here at least if one item is there, then this will be the delete button will be not be displayed. When the more than one item is there, then only it will be displayed. By default, one item will be there. For that, inside this here, inside this I can add indexed will be equal to the 0. That time index will be equal to the 0. That time it will be not be displayed, basically. Let me just cut this here. Here I can paste it, and let's format this proper. After the format will be done, let me just come here. Let me just refresh this page, and let me save this first file. Now refresh this. Then also it was displaying. I have given when index will be 0, then it will display. Here I want to add the not. When not equal to 0, then it will be displayed. Now let me just refresh this page. Now this first row it was not displaying, and in the second row it will be displaying for the delete. At least one item will be there. Yes, now it was the perfect, and here I will enter the 30. Here I will enter the price will be 20. Then it will be by default it will be calculated 600. Now after this will be done, now below this I want to calculate, like here it will be the 30, 10, and here 30. Now by default all this value I want to calculate below this. Basically subtotal I want to grab this. For that, let me just where this field was closed, this item section, below this I can add, here inside this I can add, first let me just add the comment subtotal discount, and I want to add the tax and total amount. Now inside this, first of all, let me just give the div tag, and here inside this I want to make another div tag, and here inside this I can give the first of all label, and label first will be the sub total, and below this subtotal I want to display that their basically input. Inside this I will display input, yes, like that, and inside this I can subtotal. Here inside this I can give the first of all placeholder, and subtotal value. By default it will be calculated, not is nothing will be changed. For that, by default it will be disable format, and here value will become, and this will be in the form of it, basically type will be the number, and here this will be cover the subtotal. Let me just save that. save this field, and here it was coming. After that, let me just make the class name greet, and call will be greet, call will be 2. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming. After that, I can give the class name. Max width will be I can say that MD. Let me just check that. Width will be full. Save this file, and after that it will be I have given the disable. Let me just save this. Okay, now it will be, I can say that ML will be auto. Margin from the left side will be auto. Now let's save this. Then it will be not going on the left side. For that, going on the left side, I want to make let me just create this, and here I will create another div tag. Inside this I will paste it. After that, let me just format this proper and save this field. And why it's in this time, let me just refresh this page. Max width MD, width will be full. Okay, I have given the width will be full. Instead of this, I give the width will be full will be also okay, because I can use the SM. Now let's save this here. Okay, now here you can see that it was coming subtotal. After that, the subtotal, I want to add the discount basically. Now here I will come, and here subtotal, this will be the, after this, let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it, and inside this subtotal I can add discount. Now here this will be the placeholder. Instead of this, I can add the discount, and this will be the number for now. Let me just make the first of all front end side. After that, I can do the all the logic, and here I can add the first of all grid. Gap will be 2. Now let's save this here. Subtotal and discount, and after that discount, I want to add the, after the minus from the subtotal from the discount, their value. Let me just copy this here. Inside this I can paste it. After that, inside this subtotal, no value will be there. Basically, subtotal minus discount, then again subtotal will become. After that, if there is any tax, let me just copy this here, and here I can paste that. Inside this I can add tax, and inside this I can add let me make this like this, and here you can see that it was coming subtotal. Instead of this, here I can say that tax amount, it will be display here tax amount. Then this here user, this will be disable format. Then I can say that this will be disable. User will be input tax percentage. Then inside this I can say that let me just copy same things, and here I can paste it, and instead of the this one I can add percentage. Let's save this, and here it was coming. Instead of this, I want to make a class there, and width will be, I can say that its width will be approx, I can give 14. Let me save that. Max width will be let me just give the 50 pixel. Now let's save this. Width will be basically, width will be 50. Now let's save this, and okay, it's not working sometime. Max width will be 50 pixel. Now let's save this, and we can do one more thing. Inside the browser, and let me just open the my developer section. Inside the advanced here, and now here developer section will become. Now let's clear this. Now here you can see that it was gone, and I will type will be test. Let me just format this proper first of all, and now let me just save this. Now here you can see that it was coming properly. and this was percent will be display here now. Now with the here percentage, this percent inside this I can give the name, no need of this. By default here I can give the register, and inside this I can give the tax percentage, and second parameter I want to, by default it will be 0, no need to display this here. By default it will be the 0, not an issue for me. After that, now let's save this here. Here enter the number, like any number. Basically inside this will be the percentage. After that, after the percent will be deduct, then it will become the total value. Then I can say that, let me just copy this value, and here below this I can add inside this label, I can give the total. Now let's save this here, and let me just come. Okay, now instead of this subtotal it will become total. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just refresh this page. Now in this time here you can see that it will become total. Now this is for the UI. Now I want to update with the item or this detail. For that, first of all, this take this subtotal. For that, here inside this, let me just create another very state. Here I can do the subtotal set subtotal, and inside this I can do the use state, and this will be in the form of a number, and this will by default it will be 0. Now this subtotal will be calculated inside the effect. Where is the use effect? Inside the here, when the item field will be changed, like inside the any item detail will be changed, that time it will be calculated. Then inside this I can give the, first of all I want to calculate a sub underscore total, and inside this I can give the items dot I can give the for each, or I can say that reduce method. Inside this I will give the my previous value and current value. After that, inside this I can give the previous plus current, and dot current value I want to give the total. Now starting value it will be 0. After that it will be give me, then I will set that set subtotal. Then let me just copy this here, and inside this I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and let me just copy this subtotal value and come inside this. Where is the subtotal? Here inside this I can give the value, and here I can paste it. If it was not there, then by default value will be 0. And same thing after that discount. Let me just save that. First of all, let me just refresh this page. Why it was giving this error was there. Let me check that. On change handler, this will be random read only. Okay, here I have given the number. You provided the value prop to form without a on change handler. Then inside this on change, I will just, for now I will give the void, and this will be in the form of a disable format, because sub value will be automatically calculated this one. Now let me just save this, and here I will enter the quantity will be 10, price will be 100. Now here you can see that this was the 10,000. Let me just add the one more item 20, and here you can see that this will be subtotal will be calculated. After this, let me just inside this here I can add the value, and inside this discount will be if this value, like in this value discount amount will be entered. For that, here I can say that for discount value I can say let me just give the watch, and inside this I can give the discount, and after that here inside this on change, and inside this let me go inside the arrow function, and let me first format this will, and here inside this, here I can give the e, and inside this I can give the set value. First of all, here I can give the discount, and the value will be e dot target dot values, and this will be the as what the error was. This will be as number. If it will not, then I can give the 0. Why this error was coming? Argument type string is not assignable to parameter number. Okay, then it will become string. Then I can make this parse float. Sorry, I can say that parse basically number. I want to get this. Then I will convert this in the form of a number. Now it will be perfect. Let me just come here, and here I will enter the 10, 20, and here I will enter the, then it was showing the error component changing uncontrolled input control. Then inside this, here I can add the empty. Now let me refresh one more time. Here I can add 10 to 20, and here I can get 49. Okay, now here subtotal will be like 200 minus 49. Here it will become for that, inside this input box, subtotal, then inside this, let me just format this proper, and here inside this, let me just add the value, and this value will be basically, this will be the subtotal. Then here I can say that watch subtotal field is there, then no need to create. Why I was created this? Let me just remove from here, and inside this effect, here I have given this. Then I want to set value, and inside this I can give the subtotal, and here I want to set the value. Let me just copy this, here I can paste it. After that, here inside this I will come, and inside this I can give the let me just give the field dot, or instead of this I can give the watch subtotal. Okay, now after this will be done, now this will be here discount. Now inside this subtotal minus watch, here I can give the discount. Now let's save this here. Okay, this will be here. Then inside this, why it was given, and inside this I can make this in the form of a number. Paste it. Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Let me enter the quantity 10. Price will be 200. Discount will be 50. Now here you can see that by minusing their subtotal discount, it will be display their subtotal value, and this will be also in the form of a disable format. Then I can say that this will be disabled. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that 2050 discount, and this value. After this, here I can give the tax value. Now for the tax value, percentage, basically, if here I want to accept the percentage, here I can enter the 3, then with respect to this amount 3, it will be calculated, and here display this, and this inside this I can give the value, and here I can give the, let me just first of all inside the number, and here I can give the watch, and I can first of all I want to get the basically I want to get the tax percentage, and before that, if I want to find their amount, then inside this, let me make the create one variable here. const tax amount, and inside this I can give the watch. First of all, I want to get the tax percentage. Here I can give the const subtotal watch, and inside this I can get this subtotal, and here I can give the discount. Let me make this discount, and inside this I can give the watch subtotal discount. Let me just give the discount. After that, const subtotal remove discount. Then here I can say that subtotal minus discount. Then it will give the amount, and base same thing I want to do here also. Here I have calculated all of this. Instead of this, I can directly display. Let me just go here. Let me just copy this subtotal remove discount. Yes, now this will be perfect. Let me just save that. Why it was showing the error? Just refresh this. Where is there? Is there either? Okay, inside the tax amount is there. Okay, let me, for the calculating the tax amount, here I have a first of all total amount. Inside this multiply by, after this multiply will be done with percentage. Let me just make a bracket, and here I can divide by 100 to get the percentage value. And now let's save this here, and after that tax amount, let me just come here, and inside this I can paste it. Now let's save this here. Let me just come, let me just refresh this. Okay, now here two errors coming. Let me, where I have defined this, because of this value, here I can give the 0. If this value is not there, then this will be also 0. Now let me just refresh this. Okay, let me just check that input tax amount attribute is expecting 0. Okay, then inside this also I want to give the 0, and if subtotal remove discount, let me, this will be by default 0, not an issue. And one error is remaining, uncontrolled change inside the subtotal. Let me just go inside this, where is subtotal, here, and this is the node. I think watch is there, where is here, and inside this I can add string. Now save this here. Let me just refresh first time. Now here you can see all the error was gone. First of all, I will enter the item software develop, and basically I can give website, and their quantity will be 1, price will be approx 10 of or 10,000. After that, here you can say by default if there is a basically no, if there is a no tax, then by default all this value will become. Then inside this, why it's not coming, inside this, here, if there is a no tax, then this value I can provide it from here. I will save this here, and inside this, let me refresh one more time. Here I can give that 10, 300, and inside that it will be giving the tax value. Tax value will be not become, by default it will be 0. It is correct. Total amount I want to, here total amount will become. Now for the total amount, let me inside this, here I can give that const total amount, and inside this I can give total amount will be the subtotal, basically this one, minus tax amount. Just copy this here, here I can paste it. After that, just copy this total amount, come below. Inside this, here I can say that value, and here I can give this like that, and on change if there will be, but by default this will be display disable format. Now let's save this here page and let me refresh this page. Yes, everything is fine. Let me just give the quantity will be 10 and price will be 30, 300 and 300. Here you can see the total will be also displaying the 300. After that, if I will add the discount will be like 30, or I can say that 50, then this price will be less than 250. And after that I will add the 5% tax. Then here you can see that it was giving the tax amount will be 12.5. After the removing the tax, this amount will be come. Now it was a perfectly calculated. After this will be done, and now this will be displaying that this total will be displaying in the form of a bold. Then for the displaying in the form of a bold, like that, inside this I want to make this bold. Then here I can add the class name disable dot, I can say that font will be semi bold. Now let's save this here. Let me refresh this. Here I can enter white's color was not changing. Font font semi bold. Now here you can say little bit this will be dark and text color will be black. Now let's save this here. This color will be not be changed because this was the inside the, not an issue. Let me just only add the semi bold color because this will be also look perfect. Now this will be 10, this will be 300, and here you can see that all this value is auto calculated basically. After this will be done, now below this it will display the total amount. Now when this will be done, now below this it will be display due tag, and inside this due tag only here I can give the class name. After that here I can give the flags and items center, justify will be center, minimum height will be 14, and PG background red. For now let me just check that how much it was covering. Minimum height 14 is not displaying 16. Let me just give the 12. Okay, let me just clear this cache. Okay, now it's coming. Now inside this let me just give the 14. Let me again clear this cache. Okay, now it's perfect, and in between them it will display the total amount, and this will be in the format also, like in the rupees, currency, all these format also it will be displayed. Like if it will be in the form of a US, then it will be display the US format, or it will be in the form of a like rupees, then it will be display the rupees format. Means it will be display the price format which is there, that will be. For that here I want to display this, then I want to go inside this here, and inside this I can do the const and total amount in I can say that currency format basically. And then inside this I can give the let me just I can make instead of this I will make a one function for now. Let me just or instead of this let me directly I can say that new int dot number format, and inside this number format I want to use en dot us, and inside this I can give the style will be the currency, and currency basically the currency format, which format was the currency is there. Then this currency format I was getting this from here also, this currency also. Let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it. And after that here I can give the format, and inside this I can just pass this total amount. Just copy this here, I can paste it. Now just copy this here, and inside this I can come, and here I can make a span tag, or I can display it, not an issue. Now let's save this here. Let me just come here. Now here you can see that by default it will be 00, it was displaying this. Let me just remove this background color first, then it will look better. Now here you can see it was displaying the 00. Now inside this, let me just make the font will be bold and text will be ELG. I'll save this, and yes, it was coming. Total amount will be 0, basically in the form of a dollar. Then, or you can also use the currency format which is coming from you have stored inside your database also, like this one. But I have used this one also. Previously we have created that object inside the utils folder. Let me just show you. Inside this, let me just collapse this first. Inside the leaf folder we have created the utils, all this format. You can also take this from here, INR directly. This was the object, you can directly pass this USD, then you will be get the dollar, and you can concatenate this field. Now let me just check that everything is perfect. Item name I can give the website, and here I can give the quantity 10, price, and after that here you can see that here I have given 10,000, and here you can see that this will be also formatted proper. And this was the why it was not displaying in the bold format. Let me just clear this cache and reload this page. Okay, now I can enter this. Yes, now in this time say that this will be in the form of a bold. It was displaying that, and it will be in the form of a format proper. And all this format, if you wanted to display like this, will be all this in the format. For that, instead of this, then here instead of this INR, basically I can create one function now. Let me just copy from here to here and come inside this utils folder, and here below this I can give the const currency format, and after that I can give arrow function, and inside this currency format, if I will give, then it will be stored inside the database also. Then it will convert in the form of a string. That will be not be perfect way basically. For that I want to only I can do one things. Here starting I can add the dollar also, or it will be also okay, perfect, not an issue. And below this I will display the note. Let me just add the note which is pending section, and here this is a total. After that I can create a div tag, and inside this I can give the input, and let me make this, instead of this input tag I can use the text area. For that I will go inside the Shadcn and search for the text area, and let me just copy this command, come inside the, let me just open the terminal, and inside this I will paste npx Shadcn @latest add text area. Now after that let me just come inside this here, and here I can give that let me add the command notes. Now inside this, first of all let me add the label, and inside this I can add the notes, and below this I can add text area. Make sure to import this from the component folder. After that here I can add first of all placeholder, enter your notes, something like that, and inside this I can give the register. Inside this I can give the notes, and now let's save this here. Let me just come, and here you can see that it was covering the full width. First of all let me just give the class name grid, and gap will be 2. Let's save this. Okay, now it's perfect. And here I can say that max width will be EMD. Let me just Excel XL. Now let's save this here. I think XL is perfect. After this will be done, now below this I can create a button, and this will be the submit button. Now let's save this here, or instead of this I can say that create invoice. Now let's save this, or you can why it's not coming, let me just save that. Okay, now it's coming, and after that I can give the size. This size will be LG. Now let's save this. Yes, now it's coming perfect. And we have make the proper format. Our this invoice front end part is done. Like we have make the invoice number, pick up a date when the invoice number like 001 any you can do, and the invoice date basically you can choose. You cannot choose the future date, and you choose the invoice date. After that, due date will be in the form of a future, and their in by default their name and email ID. These two things is by default come. For that, let me just come here inside this. Let me below these items I can add from. Inside the from, let me just add the first of all name, and this name will be coming from the first name and last name. Let me just concatenate both of them. Here I can give the dollar, and this is first name and dollar last name. This will be by default coming. Now let me just refresh this page. Here you can see that by default the first name is coming. Along with that it will be email ID. Let me just add this email ID also, and here I can say that email. Now what's email? Now here why it was giving type string null undefined is not assignable to string and undefined. Then I can as a string. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page. Now here you can say by default from name is coming, like current user detail is coming, only address, street, and all of this detail is pending. And after the same thing it will become for the here for two, like Raj, or I can say that any LT enterprises, and after that you can enter their name lt@gmail.com, and this address is compulsory like any Mumbai. And after that you can add the items. Item will be like website, and quantity will be 2, and their price. After this by default it will be calculated here to $2 lakh, and here you can add please make the payment before due date, something like this it will display. After that you will click on the create invoice, something like that. And while any API was calling, then all of this will be disabled format, like loading will be there. I will do this later. First of all, let me make this handle. This on submit function I want to add inside the form data. Here I can give the on submit, and inside this I can give the handle submit, and inside this I pass the on submit. Now let's save this here. Now let me just come here. I will go inside this. Now here you can see that here this validation is not displaying in all of them, like I was click on this create, then it will be also display inside the invoice also. Let me just check that why it was not displaying. First of all I will go inside the where is this in input, and here let me just check that inside the job validation which I have given, that is correct or not. Let me just check once more time. I will go inside this, and here I have given the invoice string. Okay, instead of this it will be string. here I can say that approx minimum at least one character will be there. Then inside this I can add this validation. Now let's save this here and let me just, after that I will click on this create invoice. Now here you can see that invoice number is required, but why it was displaying either due and both of them. Let me, for that I want to go inside this, and inside this is for the invoice. Let me just and after that this is for the date. Then inside this, let me just go below this. Okay, here also I have given the for the invoice. Let me just change that invoice date, and let me just copy this here, and here I can paste. Now let's save this here, and after that I will come and click on this. Then invoice date is required. Now it's perfect, fine. Like that I want to give the for the due date also. Let me just come here, and inside this, instead of this invoice number I can give the due date. Let's save this here. After this, copy here, and here I can paste this and save this. Let me just go here and click on this. Now invoice number required, invoice date is required, invoice due date is required. Okay, and from, and why this address? Because this address I have given the compulsory address one. For that address one I want to go inside this. First of all, this from name is okay, and after that email id is okay, and after that address I have given the from address message. Then I want to go inside the schema, and inside this I have given the minimum. Okay, it will be perfect. Okay, inside this same thing here also. Let me just remove from here, and inside this I can give the minimum approx I can say that approx 10, or I can say that 5 at least. Basically I want to that the user will be input their basically address. Now let's save this here, and let me just come back to here, and I will click on this create invoice. Okay, now here you can see that address is required. Same thing for the here also, inside the to section also. For that I will go inside the my dot schema, and inside this here to section, this one, let me just cut this from here inside the string, and here I can give the minimum, and at least I can give the 5, and inside this I can give the message. Now let's save this here, and I will click on the create invoice. Okay, now here you can see the validation is also proper. After that item, and here you can see that by default if I will change this, and let me just give the this one. Okay, it was everything is changing. I will click on this, then here it was given the expected number in invoice. Expected number was receiving a string. For that let me just check one by one. First of all I will check that the quantity. For that quantity I will go inside this, and this is for the items, and the quantity section will be this one will be the enter the name will be in the form pasting, not an issue. Now here I have given the okay, this is perfect. Here make sure that add the value as a number, and after that this was the quantity will be perfect, and inside the our price section it was giving the price. Okay, then here also I can add that read value as number, and I can make this true. Now let's save this here, and after that read as number is correct. Let me just copy this one, because I want to add in every section. Total will be also in the form of a number. Here also I can paste it. After that this was the total. Okay, it's correct, and after the add item, subtotal will be also in the form of a number. Then for that here I have not added basically, let me, because this will be also not in require also, but I can add this. For that I add this here, I can add the register, and inside this I can add the subtotal, and it will be basically, let me just make a read as a number, and why it was giving, let me just remove this. Then this was the not required basically. Then this will be because this will be by default all things will handle. Now let's save this here. Subtotal will be basically in the form of a decibel format. Let me just refresh this page once more time and click on this. Okay, it will be perfect and 0 is displaying. By default subtotal in the form of a, let me just change this value and check that the value is changing or not. Here I have given the 200, let me 300. Now it's perfect, and when I click on this, okay, subtotal is perfect. Now let's go on the discount section, and here I can say that the discount and click on this. Okay, it will be read as a URL correct, like that discount also I want to give that. For the discount, let me just come here and inside this, instead of this on change, because this will be not be okay, I can also do the like this also. Let me just add the discount, read as a number, and I can remove this on change and everything now. And number by default is okay, discount will be okay. This is for I have so that you can use the like that also, but if we give the use the hook, then we can change this like that also. And after that, this is for the subtotal, not a worry about that. After that, we can go inside the tax. This tax will be also percentage in the form of a value as a number. Let me just add this too and save this. After that, this tax amount will be, we have currently this tax amount is not saved because we will calculating with the our amount, then no need of this. If you wanted to save this, you can add the field and you can save it. Now below this there is a total, and total will be it will be also displaying something like that. Instead of this, because I have added the one field inside the book, that was the total, that this was the giving the total value by calculating. Then inside this I can set that let me just give the use effect and call a function. Inside this I can give the set value. Inside this I can give the total, and after that I can give pass the value. Let me just copy this one and here I can pass. When this value will be changed, then this use effect will be run and set the value total inside this. Then after that, below this, here this input tag, where is this? Inside this, let me just format this proper first of all. And total, where is this? Here. Now instead of this like that I have given, you can also do the basically like that. I can use the hook, that React form hook, and inside this I can give the total, and inside this I can give the value, and inside this I can give the true. Now let's save this here. Then no need of a like that, you can give this by default it will be okay. Now save this here, and here let me just refresh everything and click on this. Okay, expected number receiving none. Okay, means no value was coming basically. Then by default inside this I can go, and here inside this I can add the tax percentage by default 0. Now let's save this here and let me just refresh one more time. Yes, now it will be perfect. Let me just click on this. Okay, there is no error. If I will enter the invoice number 1 and enter the select the date, here you can see the future date currently invalid. You can only select the current date, past date, today date I can select it. And why it's going full here, let me just check that. Okay, it is perfect. Let me just refresh one more time and check that why this UI was disturbing. Okay, this will be perfect, and here also I can do the one, one. Okay, now it's perfect, not an issue. After that, this name was coming, and here I can do the item. Basically, item is the website service, and inside this I can give the 10 price will be, and after that $100, and inside this total $1,000, and here discount. If you wanted to add the discount, then here you can add the $15. After that this total, and inside this you want to add the tax 5%, then it will be as you want to total. Now after that here inside this I can add the please pay the amount before due date, and after let me check that inside this I have given the console or not. Inside the handle submit, where is this console? Yes, I have given the console. Let me just open also inspect section, and inside the console when I was click on the create invoice, that time it was giving the address is required. Okay, let me just give the for now I can directly give the Mumbai, and here I can give the any enterprises. Basically I can give the Amit enterprises, and email ID amit@gmail.com. Here I can add the building, basically inside the Mumbai, and after that I will click on the create invoice. Then here you can see that nothing it was showing me if there is any error. For that, for checking purpose what error was coming, let me just come inside this, and here there is the error. This error I can just console for now. Let me here inside this give you the console, and inside this comma, and let's save this here. Let me just click on this. Then here you can see that it was given currency is required invalid type, and let me just open this one. Okay, only currency is required. It was telling that for that inside this by default this one is default value, and here below this I can pass the currency, and this currency I can take it from the prompt. Let's copy this here, and inside this I will paste it. I will save this here. After that click on the create invoice. Currency is required invalid, and status. Okay, by default status is also required. Then here I can say that status will be, but status will be by default updated from the inside the backend. That will be perfect. Then I will go inside the job, and inside the status where is this one, I for now I can just comment down this part. After that I will click on the create invoice. Currency is required. Why this currency is required? I have given the currency inside this. I have passed the currency. Let me just check that this currency is coming or not. For that inside this, let me here below this, let me go here. I can do that console.log currency. Let me just check that currency is coming or not. Let's save this here and come here. Currency USD is coming. Then why it was giving the currency is required invalid type? Let me go inside this job validation, and here inside the currency let me just check that where this field was there. Currency in the in the form of a string, and this will be I can add dot. Basically the currency will be also in the form of a enum type, but I can for now here this currency I can give the minimum one, and this will currency required. 1 second. Inside this I can give the message currency let me make the string currency is required. These types of error. Now let's save this file, come inside this, and here I will click on this. Currency is required type invalid, and this was coming USD in the form of a string. Then why it error. Inside the dot validation, I have given the currency, and currency will be the type will be the string minimum 1, and currency is required is correct. I can also give that this will be the optional for now. Now let's save this here and let me just click on the create, and the error, there is no any error now, and currency is perfect. Then inside this I was getting the all this data like the discount. Let me just come here, and inside this create invoice. Inside this I can give the on submit. Basically on submit data all it will become. Let me just copy, and here I will come, and inside this on submit, here you can see that now in this time all this data was coming. Basically discount, due date, from, invoice date, and invoice number, items. Item will be array of object, note, subtotal, and tax percentage, to, and total. All this detail was coming. Now all this detail I want to save inside the my database. For that, let me just close this one, and now let's create the API. For that, here I will go inside this my src folder. Let me just close all of this file also, and first of all go inside the app folder, inside the API folder, and inside this I will create another folder. That folder name will be the invoice, and inside this invoice folder I will create another file route.ts, and here first of all I will import next request, next response, these two things. After that I will import their model. Import in invoice model from the model file, and after that I will import database connection function connect db. Now this all these things are done. After that, let me just create const. First of all I want to make a create API. For that create API I can do the export and async, and after that I can give the function keyword, and this for the create API the function method will be the post method, and inside this I can add the try and catch block. Now inside this, while performing this operation, if there is any error, then inside this I can give the next response.json, and inside this I can pass a message, and this message will be the first of all error. If error was not there, then I can pass the error.message. If error.message was not there, then I can show that something went wrong, like that. And inside this array type error is coming, then inside this path I can make this any type. Now after that, from the this create API, all this data, basically all this field data I want to require to fill up this, and all this item detail, all of this. For that, here first of all I want to check that user session is available or not. For that, const session, and inside this I want to give the wait, and after that I can give the auth, and import this auth from the lib folder. Inside this I can give the session. If session is not available, then that time I can send the error. Return next response. Inside this I can give the JSON, and here inside this I can give the message will be the unauthorized access. Basically this, and their status code also we can send this. Their status code will be the 401 for the unauthorized access, and here I have not added. Let me just add that this status code will be the 500 basically internal server error. If you wanted the what will be the status code will become, you can go inside your browser, and inside this open the new tab, or you can give the http status code list. Basically after that you can go inside the MDN website. This is the official website. Here you can see that which status code will become where. Basically server error, then 500 to 599, in between that it will become, and client error basically 400 to 499. redirect 300 to 399, and successful response basically 200, and information 100 approx. This will be the count. You can read and you can do this. After that, if session was available, then first of all I want to get that this user ID. Then here inside this I will get the user ID. Basically, let me just from the front end side which data I wanted. First of all, from the front end side here I can give the wait request. Let me inside this I have not given, that's why request, and inside this I can give the data type next request, and inside this I can give the request.json. And after that, let me just also prepare the payload which data I want to save inside this my database. First of all, from the front end side I wanted the invoice, that all this detail. For that I can do one more thing. I can directly go inside this here, and let me just copy this, or I can do one more thing inside the my, where is this inside the my job validation, where I have given inside the front end side job validation inside the leaf folder and job. Now first of all I wanted the invoice number. Let me just copy this here, I can paste this same field. Second will be the invoice date, and I can do the comma here, I can paste it, and let me just make the proper format, and this will be the new line, that will be better. And after that due date will become, let me make here comma, and next line it will become currency by default USD. I can also pass here. Let me just check that currency will be coming or not. When I was clicking on the submit, the currency will be coming or not. Discount, invoiced items, subtotal, percentage, total, and this was the item, and the currency is not coming. Discount, due date, invoiced, and currency is not coming. Maybe currency was not saved inside the database also, but here currency was coming USD. Let me inside this, let me just check here also, not any worry about that. Let's copy this currency, and here I can give this. After that I want to this from all this detail user from, and to also, let me just give the copy this to from and to detail all the name, email ID, and all of these items. Let me just copy this here. Inside this item will become, and subtotal I can give the comma and next line. After that, if there is a discount, then it will become, and percentage, basically tax percentage, and total, and after that I have given the notes. All this detail will become from the front end side. Now let me just copy all these fields first, and inside this I can paste it, and same field, invoice date is, due date is there, currency will be there. If currency was not there, then inside this I can say that by default it will be in the form of USD. Then here I can say that let me just copy this here. Here I can paste. If currency will be not there, then it will be the USD by default. And from is there item, subtotal, discount, percentage. And you can also give that if percentage, tax percentage, like in this time it was in the form of a number or not. Yes, subtotal will be in the form of a number, total will be also number, and where is the discount? Okay, all these are coming in the number, not an issue then. And note will be also not an. We have, this is for the payload. payload, and after that we want to status, and this status by default unpaid default. And let me just check inside the my, where is the my models. Inside this models, invoice model, I have given the status will be what? Status will be in the form of a string, and this will be the enum type, and inside enum type I have given unpaid. First of all, just copy this here, and here I can do that their type will be untyped. This basically status will be unpaid, and this is for the payload. After this payload is done, now below this I can make this, I can save this all in my database, and along with that I want to also save the user name, user ID basically, because how I can know that which user have created this. Just check that inside the my invoice, invoice number 8, items total subtotal. Okay, user ID is not there. Let me just add this from inside the invoice schema. Where is this? Here, invoice schema, this one. First of all, let me just go inside the type. Here inside this, let me just add user ID, and this will be the mongoose dot types dot object ID. Now this, copy this here and come below this, and inside the invoice here below this I can add user ID, and their type will be mongoose dot schema dot object ID, and this will be ref to the user. Now let's save this here, basically save this file and come inside this, and let me just copy this field user ID, and inside this I want to add, and this will be user ID will come from the session, this one. Where is the session? Here, just copy this session, and inside this I can give the session dot user dot ID. These things are required. This is for the payload, and after this will be done, then I want to save this in my database. Then I can view the data, and here I can give the wait invoice dot create, and inside this I can pass this data. Let me just copy this here, and here I can pass. After that, below this, here I can return next response dot json, and inside this I can pass message invoice created successfully. These types of message will be so. If you wanted to pass a data basically like this, you can pass it. Let me just copy this here, and here I can give this. You can pass a data also, totally depend on you. Now after that, let me just close this one and save this file, and come inside the front end side. Where is my front end part? Inside the my dashboard, inside the my invoice, and inside the create. Now here I will go inside the create edit invoice, and inside this on submit, and this component I want to use for the both like edit and also for the create also both. Then here I can add the one type ID. Inside this I can get the invoice ID, and this will be the invoice ID, and here I can give the string, and this was the undefined by default undefined, and this will be the not in compulsory. When this invoice ID will be there, means this was the edit page basically. This is what I have added for edit section. If invoice ID is there, means this was the edit page, and let me just copy this here, and inside this I will come on submit is where is there, on submit items, on submit is here. If invoice is not ID was not there, then that time, or I can say that when ID is there, then this is for the, let me just give the first that will be better. Here I can see that for create invoice, and below, and after that for the create, then it will be return this function from here. Now here below this I can do the for edit invoice. Now let's save this here, and this console submit, let me just remove this, and inside this I can paste it for now. And after that here I can do the const, and here I can do the response, and inside this I can give the wait. First, before that I want to make this function asynchronous, and inside this I can give the fetch, and here I can give the API slash invoice, and this method will be, I can make method will be post, and I want to pass the data. Then inside this I can give the JSON dot stringify, and inside this I will pass all this data. Let me just copy this here, and here I can pass this. After this will be done, then here I can go back, and here inside this let me just do the const and response data. Here I can give the wait, and this response convert in the form of a JSON if you want it. Totally depend on you. And here I can the if response status code will be equal to the 200, that time means this invoice was created successfully. If not equal to the 200 means there is any error. For the showing this error, I will let me just import this import toast from React hot toast. After that here come inside this, and here I can give the toast dot error, and inside this I can give the something went wrong. Now if there is any error, if there is no any error, then inside this I can give the toast dot error, toast dot success, once again toast dot success, and inside this I can give the invoice, or instead of this here I can give the response dot message, because inside the from the backend also I was sending a same thing. Now let's save this file. After that, and after that this will be invoice was created successfully, then it will be like it will be redirected to the this page, invoice listing page here. For that here, and inside this I can go here, I can give the const router use router, and this will be the from the next navigation. After that just come here, when it's successfully, then here I can give the router dot push, and it will be redirect to the invoice. Now let's save this here. After that let me just cut this page and go inside the create. Here I can give the invoice number and date. After that I can add the due date, and here I can add the address Mumbai. After that here Amit Enterprises, and here I can add the email ID Amit I can say that prj2001@gmail.com, and after that inside this I can add Mumbai also at the same address, and this was the not a compulsory, this was the optional one. And inside the item section I can add website services, and inside this I can do the quantity will be 1, and price will be per services approx total $100, and inside this total if there is you want to give the discount, then there is 10% discount, and you want to add the tax 5%, then you will be get the 85.55. This will be paid. Then here I can add the note, please pay the invoice before due date. Now after this will be done, now click on the create invoice. Now nothing will be open. Let me see inspect section, go inside the console. Okay, now here something went wrong. This is error coming from the server side. For this error, let me just go inside this inside the my route section, and here it was coming. Why it was coming? Because I have used this invoice model, but maybe this was connected with the database or not. That's why here I can give the wait and connect DB. That's why it was showing there. Now let's save this here, and let me just come again and click on the create invoice. Now invoice created successfully. Here you can see it was so that let me just their site I can change it. And it will be redirected to this page. And let me just make the invoice due, and I can add the date and due date. After that I can add the some other I can add Raj Enterprises, and inside this I can add their email ID basically, and this will be the Mumbai. And here I can item section I can add the website services, and inside this quantity I can add and their price. After that you can add the discount, not a compulsory but basically depend on you. And no, here I can give the test for now and click on the create invoice. Okay, here it was giving, and when I was clicking that this pending state, it will be also show the loading and invoice created and it was redirected. Now let me just add the loading state. Now for the loading state, inside this create invoice, let me just go, and for the loading state, this one set is loading. Then inside this, let me just go before calling any API. Inside this, I can make this loading will be true, or instead of this giving here, I can make here before calling the API. After this was the successfully, basically, then it will be here. I can make loading will be the false. When it will come at the end, then loading will be false. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just come, and when I have given the loading will be false, that time is loading. Let me just copy this here, and inside this first, when invoice number, when loading will be true, that time all these field will be disabled. Like basically all these field will be disabled. For that let me just copy this and give every time. Like this button will be also in the form of a disable when loading will be true, and this button will be also in the form of a disable, and this from date also, and email also. I can give the building also, and let me just open this one, and inside this address 2 also, this will be also in the form of a disable format, and let me just come here and address 3 also in the form of a disable when loading will be true. And let's come inside the client. All this field will be in the form of a disable when loading will be true. Like that, let me just give the in all the section. Landmark is also there, state city pin code is also there, and after that I can go inside the items. Now item name will be also in the form of a disable, and item quantity and item price, and total item is by default already in the form of a disable, and this button is for the delete. Then when the delete will be also in the form of a disable, no need of this. Add item will be also in the form of a disable format when the loading will be started. Now let's come in the subtotal will be also in the loading state, and why it was showing the error. Okay, already this was in the form of a disable format. No need of give this. Discount will be also in the form of a disable when loading will be true, and this will be the percentage, tax percentage, and after that this will be done. This total amount will by default disable format, and this is for the total amount in the format of a currency, and this note. After this button create invoice, instead please wait, it will be show. And after this will be done, then inside this it will be show the create invoice. Let me just format all this proper value. After this format will be done, now let's save this file and come inside this. Now after that I can give the invoice value number will be 3. Select the date, select the due date, and here I can give the address 1 and their test enterprises. Basically I can give the test@gmail.com, and after that I can give their address, and inside this I can give the website services 1, and price will be I can give the $20, and like this you can add the test. And this also, all these are not compulsory. Click on the create. Okay, discount is a compulsory cost. Let me inside the job discount. When I click on this, then discount it was giving the compulsory. Let me just go inside this then. Total where is gone. Value as a okay discount. Then inside this discount by default, let me just check that here what was there. By default discount will be in the form page 0, and the subtotal by default also 0 total, and total will be by default also 0, and tax is by default already I have given that, and I think now it's okay. Click on the create invoice. Okay, let me just save this all of them and click on the create. Okay, now let me just check that 03 and date, invoice date, due date, basically address, test, and here I can do the test@gmail.com, address, and service 1, quantity, price, and after that I can do the test. And now I will click on the create invoice. Now invoice created successfully, and it will be redirect me this invoice page. Now here I want to display all this invoice which I have created this. For that this create will be done. Now let me just close all of this. Now I will create another API inside the invoice section. Now I want to get all this data. For that here I can give the get all invoice, and inside this I can do the export async function, and here I can make a get. Here I can do the request, and inside this I can define the next request, and inside this I can add the try and catch block. Here I can make return next response .json, and inside this I can give the message. Why this error was there? Message, and inside this I can give error. If error was not there, then I can say that error dot message. If error dot message is not there, then in that time I can say that something went wrong. And here this type I can define, this type will be the any. And now here also I want to check that their session was available or not. I can directly copy from here also directly, not an issue. I can just copy this, and inside this I can paste it. After that from the invoice, like inside my invoice collection, I want to check that with the current user detail, like current user invoice. Then inside this I can first of all I want to connect with my database. This was already connected with the database or not. After that I can do the const data. Here I can say that all invoice, and inside this I can do the get invoice model dot find, and here I want to find by the user, basically all the user, the current user ID. Then at the time of a create, I have just passed this user ID. Now just copy this here, and inside this I go at the time of a get, I will pass user ID, and inside this I will pass the user ID. Now session dot user dot ID. Now with the help of this I will get all this detail. Then here I can say that return next response dot json, and inside this I can give the message. Basically I can say that success, and second parameter I can pass all this data. Now let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it. Now let's save this API. After that, let me just come inside my front end part, dashboard, invoice. Don't go inside the create section, outside this page, and here below this, here I want to display this. For that, this invoice page, let me first of all I want to convert in, or later I can convert, not an issue, but I want to use the use effect also. That's why I will convert this in the form of a client. And now let's save this page. After that, come inside this here. Here I will create one state to store all this data. Inside this I can use the data, set data, and here I can use the use state, and make sure to import this use state from the React. And inside this you can also define their what type of a data will become. You can directly use that model section, like basically inside the invoice model you have already defined this like invoice number. All this detail will become basically this one in I invoice. Let me just copy this here, and inside this I can import this, and this will be in the form of a array basically. Then I can make this like that. Let me just close this here, and this will be in the form of a array. I have defined this type also. Now this is type I have defined this. After this will be done, then let's save this file, and let me just check that everything is working fine or not. Yes, everything is working fine, but here I got the one. Okay, everything working fine. Now after that I will also add the loading state. Here each loading set, each loading, and inside this I can do the use state, and this will be the boolean type. By default this will be the false. And now after this will be done, then I want to make one function, fetch data, and this function I will call when this component will be rendered. Now make a use effect and make the empty dependency, because this use effect this function will call only single time. Just copy this here, and inside this I can paste it, and now let's save this here. After that, inside this let me add the try and catch block, and here I can give the console.log error. If there is any error, then it will be console. Now inside this, first of all I can convert this function as a asynchronous, and here first of all I want to make this in the form of a loading. Loading will be the true before calling the API. After that, here I can give the response, and inside this I can give the wait, and here I can use the fetch, and inside this I can give the slash API slash invoice. Make sure that let me just check that it is perfect. Yes, invoice is there, and this is by default get method, no need to pass this. And here I can give the const response data. Now here I can give the wait and fetch, and inside this I can give the response dot json. Now this response come in the form of a row. I want to convert this in the form of a json. After that, convert this. Now here I want to check that first of all response dot status will be equal to the 200, means data was coming properly, and if there is any error, then inside this I can do there basically let me just import that react hot toast, and inside this I can do the error, and here it will show something went wrong, like that it will show the error also. And now inside this, what the response, what data will become, let me just check that first. Console.log, and inside this I will paste it, and now let's save it. Let me just check that data was coming or not. Let me just refresh this page, and here you can see the data is coming. Let me just, here after that I can do the data, and let me just check that. Okay, now here you can see currently 3 data was available. Now this data I will state inside the this basically in this state I want to store this. Now inside this I can just set data, and here inside this let me just copy this one, and here I can paste it. After that, if there is any error, then I can, by default I can send that empty array. And after this, let me just remove this console for now, and now let's save this. And this is for the error, if there is any error. And now let me just save this, and after that this data, let me just copy this here, and here I will come inside this. First of all, I want to check that here inside this I can directly, I can first of all, here I can give the condition. Here I can give the let me just remove this div tag for now, and here I can make first of all data, and data I can say that first of all data is available. After that, data dot length is greater than basically less than equal to 0. If there is a basically no data was there, then inside this I can directly give equal to the 0, and this loading will be false. Basically loading will be not be there, then by default it will be the false. Then inside this I can give the true. Then after that, here inside this I can create a div tag, and let me just make a div tag, and here I can make a p tag, and inside this I can give no data. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here. Let me just refresh this page. Why it was not coming? Because some data was available. For now let me just comment this. Don't call the API. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page. Now no data is coming. Let me just format this file. First of all, I can give the class name. Minimum height will be approximately 24, and width will be full. And after that, I can say that DG neutral 50. Now let's save this here. Here it was coming. Now I want to make this in the center. For that, I can give the flags. Justify content center. Alignment item. Okay, once again, items center. Now let's save this. Okay, now it's coming. After that, why minimum height was not taking 24. Instead of 24, let me make this screen. I can give that. Instead of this, I can give the 100 device width minus, I can give the 200 pixel. Now let's save this here, and after that it was not covering. Let me just give the, this will be the 100. Now let's save this. Let me just refresh this. It will be not be covering the its height basically. Let me just also add the full. Let me just clear this cache first. Now I will refresh this. Okay, let me just give the one more time the screen height. After that, let me save this. Now here you can see it was covered full width, and inside this I can give that. Instead of this, I can make this. Let me go inside this. I can give the approx. I think 50 to 60 will be perfect. Minimum height 60, and no data is there. Then inside this I can give the class name. Font will be the semicolon, and now save this here. No data. Instead of no data, no invoice found. Now this will be so, no invoice found, and here you can say little bit gap will be so, and here this will be font will be bold. No invoice found. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that little bit space will be come in between them. Let me just give the 4. Yes, now it will be perfect fine. And after that, let me make the little bit rounded, this one also rounded, and now save this. Yes, no invoice will be found now. If this will be the 0, and if this will be the in the loading state, that time I want to display this. For that, for the loading state, let me just create the for the loading. Here inside this I will go inside the my component. Let me just go inside the my, where is the component folder. Inside this I will create another component. That component name was the loading.tsx, and let me here, and inside this I can export default function loading, and inside this I can make a div tag, and after that here inside this I can give the class name. First of all I can give the there let me just make a instead of this full screen I can directly here, let me just first of all make an image tag and make sure that import this image tag, and after that inside this I can do the src, and here I will add that loading inside the public folder. Here you can see that I am adding this loading.png, this image, and this image I want to loading, let me just give the loading.png, and after that I can do the alt, and this will be show the loading, and this width will be I can give the 50, let me just give the 80, and height will be also 80 and 80. Now let's save this here. After that I will come inside this page.tsx, and here first of all is loading will be true, that time it will be display only loading, this loading component. Now let's save this here, and here I will come. Let me for now I was not calling, let me by default make this loading will be true. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that this was displaying this. I think this icon size will be more. Let me just go inside the loading component, and instead of the 80 I can make the 50. Let me just check that and save this page. I think this will be 40. I think 40 will be perfect. Yeah, now 40 will be perfect. After that here I can add the flags, justify content center, items center. Now let's save this. Now this item will come inside the center, and here I can give minimum height will be approx 24, and now save this here. It will come little bit below, and after that this will be show the loading state basically, and here inside this image I can add class name select none, and after that I can make a, this will be rotate, basically rotate I want to do the transition in the form of a transformation. Now transformation, and I can give the transformation instead of this transition all, and I can give this animate. Once again animate will be the speed. Now let's save this here. After that let me just come. Now here you can see that it will be so the this will be in the form of a loading state, like data will be in the form of a loading state. This loading component will be so, and below this I will add the p tag, and this will be show the loading. Now let's save this here, and this will be like that. Instead of this I can make this flex, and flex already there, then flex call. Now let's save this. Here it will be displaying, and gap I can give the 4. Now let's save this here. Little bit this will be displaying, and after that this text color, let me inside this I can give the class name text muted and foreground. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was showing that basically in the form of loading state. This will be show the loading basically component. After this will be done, and let me just come here, and here I can give that loading will be by default true, not an issue, and here I can uncomment this one. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page. Why it was not gone. true, and after that okay. When loading will be true, when the data fetch was successfully, that time the loading will be instead of here I can add here also. Finally, when the loading data was fetched successfully, then that time loading will be the false. Now let's save this here. Let me just come here and let me just refresh this page. In this time, no data was basically displaying. Basically, nothing displaying. It was because data was there. This option is valid and loading is also false. After that, here data was available. To display this data, I will use the table format. Then I will go inside the Shadcn and I will use their table. Like there is a this types of a table format is there. Once again, I can use the data table. Then data table will be something like that. Let me just I can first of all let me just copy this command. After that, I will go inside this my terminal and here I can npx shadcn at the latest add table. Press enter after the installation is done. Now let's go on the next part. Just copy this and here I will paste it. Okay, this was not pasting. After that, here I can add dash force. Now let's press enter. Now installation is done. After that, let's go on the next part. This was the repository like payment column, not an issue for me. Basically, this will be the access key. Okay, and this will be the table format. This will be the table component, basically data table component. And I want to use this only I want to pass the column and the data. Automatically it will be format the data and it will show. Then inside this, let me just first of all let me just copy this data table. Just copy this component and come inside. Let me just collapse this first and go inside the component folder. Inside the UI, let me just check that data table is there. Okay, data table is not there. Then inside this, let me just create one file that will be the data table.tsx, and inside this I can directly paste this or this code. This one I have copied that. After that, just save this file, and for you use this file I will go inside this, and here inside this I will import data table, and inside this first parameter I want to pass the basically column and that column configuration, and second parameter I want to pass the data. These two things I want to pass. Now data I have already stored inside the data component. This one data is state. Just copy this. Let me just copy this from here, and inside this I will paste it. After that, column configuration. For the column configuration, for the column configuration here I want to make something like that. Now let me just copy this here, and for the column configuration I can do inside this also, inside this page also, like here below this. I can just paste it. First of all, let me just format this proper, and here I will instead of the export directly I can use the column, and here payment, instead of this payment I can just give this invoice. Yes, now this column depth I want to import this from the React table. Let me just copy this here, and at the top side I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and where is there any error? Let me just copy this column, and inside this I will go and here I will paste this. Now let's save this here, and let me just check that it was running properly or not. I will go inside this. Now let me just refresh this. Now here you can see that it was properly, it was displaying this here. Now after that, by here first of all, instead of this status I want to give that, let me just invoice number. This was the access key, and this header means this title, what title you want to display that. Then here directly I can say that invoice number. Then let me just save this page, and here you can see that it was a invoice number. This column will be displayed. After that, second parameter I want to display that client name. Then inside this I can go to, let me just and inside this I want to display that client basically name. Then name, and here at the header I can give the client name. Now after that, just save this page. Let me just go and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see the client name was the title, and here it will display their client name. After that, let me just inside this. After this client name, let me just check inside this. One second. I will first of all display the invoice date also, which I have forgotten. Let me just make a here and here. Inside this, let me just give the invoice date, and here I can say that date, and let me just format this. For the format, I will use the cell because date will be displayed something like that. Let me just show you. I will go back, and here you can say date will be like that. I want to make this proper format. For that, here I can use the cell, and inside this I can pass the props, and here I want to extract the row, and inside this I can pass the arrow function, and here I can return format. Make sure to import this format from the DNS FNS, and inside this first parameter I want to pass the date. I can directly pass row dot origin dot invoice date, and second parameter which format it will be displayed. Let me just give the PPP, and here you can see that it was giving let me just give this format. Let me just refresh this page. June 1st and 25. I think this will be this format is okay. After this invoice date, I want to display that invoice due date. Then inside this I can see that invoice um, invoice due date, and here I can say that due date. Now let's save this here, and here also I can change this field will be due date. Let me just copy this, and here I can do the due date. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that invoice number, invoice due date, client name, and after the client name I want to display that their basically their amount. Then here instead of this amount I want to display that total, and inside this I can display the amount will be also perfect title. Now let's save this here. Here it will display. Now I want to make this in the format, like it will display the which currency this format is there. For that, for format purpose, I want to basically here I can say that inside this, let me inside this I can do the cell, and here I can extract the row, and I will pass a arrow function. Inside this I can do the return, and here inside for the currency format, this Auth.js that which I have used previously, this will be working in the one second. Let me just see you. This one auth, this will be work only inside the server component. For that, inside the server component, then I will go inside this, and here all this invoice page. For that, let me create one component. Inside this component I will make another section, invoice basically I can say that invoice client page .tsx, and inside this let me just cut all of this from here, and inside the invoice client page I can paste it, and let me just save this here. And why this error was coming, don't worry, this error for now. Let me just comment this for now. Let me just comment down this now, and after that this name I can change that invoice client page, and after that inside this just copy this here, come inside the your invoice page, right inside the route section page.tsx, and here inside this I can do the export default function in invoice page, and in this time I can make, let me first of all let me just import that component client page, and I will make this component as a By default, this will be the server component, and this will be, I can use the async, and here I can use the const session, and inside this I can use the auth, wait auth, and make sure that import this auth from the lib folder. After this session is there, then this session I can pass this. Inside this I can use the currency, or I can also pass basically inside this directly I can only currency is required currently, then I can directly pass only currency for now, and inside this I can use the session dot user dot currency is there. Now let's copy this here. I will just come now. After that, let me just cut this from here, and inside this I can use the suspended, and after that I can use, if there is a fallback, then inside this I can show that the loading component. Let me just give this loading component. Now let's save this here. After get this props, I will go inside this invoice client page, and inside this currency I can extract this. Then inside this I can give their type will be currency, and here I can give that this will be the string type basically. Now after that, just copy this here currency, and why it is showing the error currency, let me just save this here, and I will come inside this page, and currency I have defined this. Then why this error was coming? Undefined, okay, undefined, okay. Then instead of this here I can define interface I invoice page currency, and inside this I can give the, let me just copy this currency, and here I can paste this. Inside this I can give the string or undefined. After that, let me just copy this here, and instead of this here I can paste it. Now let's save this here. Now in this time, see, this array is gone. Now here I was getting this currency. Now after that, here I was doing this format. Now inside this, let me just go back to that page create invoice, and where I have just formatted that currency. I have done this one. Where is this one? Now let me just copy this from here and come inside that page, and here I can paste it. Let me just format this well. And second, first of all, here this currency is already by default coming from the props, not an issue, and currency style and their amount. Now inside this amount, I want to give that their amount will be row dot origin dot total. Now here this amount will become. After that, here I want to return this. Then let me just copy this format, and here I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and let me, for now I will remove this one. And now let's save this here. Let me just come here. Now here you can see the format was the currency format. Now in this format it will display, and this will be the 2-digit basically. Like here you can see a dollar format, it was displaying this. After this will be done, now at the end I will display the action section. For that action section, I will go inside this. Let me just check that action section was there inside the table. This was the open menu. Okay, here you can see this was the action. Then inside this, let me, here inside this I will create another, and here I can give the access key, and inside this I can give the, basically by default this will be the ID. No need, I will not be display, because this will be the, this is by default I have given. This is for the only for the demo, I can say that access, this ID is not in use. This is by default only for the to provide any key. That's why I have given. After that, I can give the header will be the action. And now let me just save that, and here you can come that. In this time, here you can say it was displaying ID, but I don't want to display this ID. Here I want to display that their menu button. Then inside this I will go, and here I can use cell. Inside this I can use the row, and I can get the data from here. Now inside this, for now I can return empty. Now in the here you can see nothing displaying. Let me just come here, and inside this drop down menu, down menu is there. Inside this, let me just format, and here I can import drop down. What was that drop down menu? Make sure to import this, and after that, here inside the drop down menu, I can display drop down trigger menu trigger, and inside this I can display the icon triple dot icon. Inside this is there. Let me just copy this one, and here I can paste up. After that, this more horizon, let me just import this icon, save this one, and come inside this here. Now here you can see that this was the horizon report displaying. Let me make this vertical. For that I can give the more vertical icon. Make sure to import this icon. After that, let's save this one. Now here you can see that it was displaying this. Now after this, clicking on this, then one menu will be open. For that, here below this I can say that drop down menu content basically, and make sure to import this content, and here I want to display this. Basically here you can see that one link is there. Basically it will be display the linking type. Then first of all, here I want to display the label. Let me just copy this one, and here I can paste it. After that, let me just import this component, and alignment in it was given. Let me just give the alignment end. Now let's save this here, and let me just check that how it was displaying. When I was click on this, here you can see that it was display the action, and this was the label. And below this, after this, I want to display that separator. Make sure to import the separator from the component folder, and let me just click this. Now the separator was displaying, and below after this, let me just check that. Now here a drop down menu, basically it will display the button icon what was there. You want to display it, you can do it basically. Now inside this, first of all I want to make a display the one view button. Basically if user wanted to see their invoice, then inside this, let me here, and where is the drop down menu item is there here. Let me make this drop down. What was the component name? Let me just check that. Drop down menu item. Drop down menu item, and make sure that import this icon. And here inside this, first of all I can give the view, and basically user wanted to see their invoice, and second I can give the edit invoice, and let me just come here I can just come, I will click on this, then action, view, edit. Action I think not required. Let me just remove this one, and this one. Now let's save this. Let me just click on this. Now view, edit, this two option is there, and another option I can add, and this will be the paid. Basically invoice will be paid, and after that this was the invoice will be view, edit, paid. And one more things I want to add, send the email. Like if you wanted to send one more reminder, then here I can add send email. You can send one more time email. Now here view, edit, invoice was the paid, send email, all four option was there. Now this is for the table, and here if more item was there, then this page will be full. We want to add this inside the pagination also. Like if the data was more, then there display the pagination. Like basically we will go inside this, and here search the component pagination. Now it will be display something like that. For that, add this. Let me just copy this component and go inside the terminal, and let me just clear this first, and inside this I can paste it and press enter and use the force. After this installation is there, for the using this pagination component, I want to basically, it was the something like that, but I want to here pagination will be displayed. Where is the table? Here, and inside this pagination, let me for now I want to check that if first of all if item will be 0, then this table will be display or not. That time I want to first of all let me don't call this API. That time let me just refresh this function. This was the loading and it will display no result found. Okay, no result. This was it will display basically. Then no need of this one. When item will be 0. Let me just give the false. I think instead of displaying this one, let me just comment down this one. Where is this? This one. This is not there because by default in the table this one is there, no result. Then it will be perfect because it will be looking like also professional. And then let me just save this page. And here I will just come inside this. Let me now I will make a loading will be true. After that, when the loading will be true, then this table will be not be displayed. For that, I want to here add the condition. Inside this, let me add the ternary operator basically, and inside this, let me just cut this from here, and here I will add the fragment tag, and inside this fragment tag, I can just paste it. Now let's save this here. After that, we just come and let me just refresh this page. Now here we will say loading in this time true. That's why this table was not displaying. And let me just uncomment this page data and save this. Let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that it was displaying this. And below this I want to display the pagination. For that here pagination will be basically displayed at below. Then inside this I can add the pagination component. Let me just here I will just copy from here and I will paste inside this, and let me just format this proper. And after that, this is the previous one, this is item, it will be basically, and this was the next one, this is Eclipse, not an issue. And first of all let me just import the pagination component, and after that I will import the pagination content, and inside this I will import the pagination items. After that I will import previous and link and Eclipse. After that I will import next button. Now let's save this here. Let me just come inside this. Let me just check. Okay, here you can see that this pagination will be shown here, and let me just make the proper format. For that let me just cut this here and cut this in, make this inside the div tag. And now let me just make the format proper. Eclipse is not required for now. Let me remove this one, and this is for the next and this is for the first one. Then inside this let me here I can render first of all inside this number of the pages. For the number of pages, then inside this let me just first of all collapse this one, and here let me just collapse this one, and here I will add the two steps. First of all page set page, and inside this I can use a use state, and their type will be the number. By default this will be the one. Basically by default the page number will be 1. After that I can, if you wanted to add the limit, basically how many number of limit, basically limit means at the time how many data will be called. I will only use the page number, then it will be okay. And after that I can also use const total page number, basically total page, and here I can do the set total page, and inside this I can do the use state, and inside this I can use the, this will be also type, let me make this type will be number, and by default it will be also 1. After this will be done, just copy this total page and come below, and inside this I can come and here I will make a curly bracket, and inside this I can do the first of all new array, and inside this basically I want to, here inside this parameter I want to pass the how many array of length. Then inside this I can directly pass the total page, basically 1 2 3 4 how many there, that will be displayed. And after that I can fill this by default null, and here I can use the map, and inside this I can use the item, and second parameter I can pass the index, and inside this I can return this, and here I can just cut this from here, and inside this I can paste it. After that this index will be type will be number. Now let's save this here, and let me just format this proper, format this, and now after that let me just check that here you can see that in this time one display. For now let me just increase this page number will be 10. Now let's save this here. Now it will be display like that. Now here inside this here I can give the index plus 1. Then at that time, now here you can say here it was displaying the page number 1 2 3 4 5 6, total 10 it was displaying this. And inside this let me add the view tag. Margin from the top side it will be the 4 and bottom side 4. Now I think this will be perfect. I think this will be, oh, yes, this will be perfect. And after that inside this let me just go below, and here I can see that the set page. Here I can do the on click, and here by default arrow function I can do the set page. If click on the previous, then by default the page number will be 1, and if click on the, just copy this here, if click on the next page, then the page number will be totally, basically it will be the total last page, basically total number of page that will be the last, that will be displayed here, last page total last. And after that this will be the last page number total, and it will be displaying. Now let's save this here. Okay, and after that this here, and inside this also I can pass on click, and inside this callback function set page, and inside this I can do the next index plus 1, basically index plus 1 because index will be start from the 0 and I want the page number will be start from the 1, that's why. Now after this will be done, now let's save this here, and inside this here by default I can give the 1, and now let's save this here, and inside this I will come. After that inside this let me here first of all I can do this set. Let me from the backend side, let me just do this first. I will go inside the API folder, inside the invoice route section, and here inside the get. Now here first of all inside this I want to accept const, and inside this search params, and this will come from the new URL, and inside this I can do the request.url. This request will come from this function, and search params. Let me just check that spelling, search params. Yes. Now inside this I want to first of all extract the page number, and inside this I can do the page. Here I can give the parse. Basically I want to in the form page number, then I will convert this in the number. On instead of the parse I can give the number, because I want to this in the form of a integer, not in the like point format. Then I can use the parse int, and inside this I can do the search params dot get, and inside this I want to get this page. If this was not there, then I can by default I can give the 1, like that, and after this will become basically in the form of a string. Now with the parse int it will convert in the form of a number. Now I want to use this one. Now after that here inside this by default I can define the limit will be for now I will give the 2, because in this time currently I have a 3 data. I will make the 2 page number, and here this will be the limit, basically count, and second will be the skip, like this will be the logic for the page number. I can give the page minus 1, and after that I can give the multiply by the limit. Now let's save this here. After that here come inside the logic inside this, and here inside this I want to give the skip, and inside this I will pass this data. Let's copy this here. Here I can paste it. After that I can say dot limit, and inside this limit I can pass this one. Just copy this here. Here limit means how many data it will be retrieve, and this is for the retrieving the invoice data. And inside this also I want to get the count also. For that, instead of using this one, I can make another. Here I can do const array, and inside this I can do the promise wait promise dot all, and this will be in the form of an array. First of all, I will use this one. Let me just copy this one from here to here. Let me just copy this to optimize this code. Here I can paste this, and second parameter I want to basically count. Then inside this I can use the, let me just use the invoice dot find, or instead of this find I can directly use the count document. Then inside this I can just pass this condition basically. Now inside this, first of all it will be the invoice, all the invoice, and second parameter total count basically. And let me just remove, for now I will just comment for you, for in future you want to reference purpose. And this total count I want to also send this one. Let me just here come, and inside this I can do the total count. Now you want to total page number also, like how many total page number. Then inside this let me just calculate this. Here I can do the const, and total page number basically it will be the total page number. Let me just give total pages approx, or what was inside the front end side I have given. Let me just check that total page. Okay, total page I have given. Then inside this I will just come, where is the API? Here I can give the total page, and inside this I can give the math dot seal, and here I can give the total, basically total number of page. Where is this total data divided by per page how many data will be displayed, basically limit. Now just copy this here, and inside this I will pass the total page number also, and second total document also I will pass. Then the total count I have already given, not an issue, and also I will pass the page number. If variable and this field will be same, then no need to pass like that. I can directly give the comma also, then it will be okay. Total count will be also okay. Now after that, let's save this, and let me just remove this one. Come inside the front end to integrate this. Inside this, here I have inside this I want to pass the page. Then here I can do the convert this in the form of a till, and inside this I can add the question mark. After that I can do the page, and here I can do the dollar. Now here I want to also pass the page number. Just copy this here. Here I can pass this page number. After that, here below this is state. I can also do the set the total page. Let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it, and inside this I can do the response dot, what will be the from the, let me just come inside this API invoice and total page. Let me just copy this field name, and here I can paste it, and total page it will be coming response data. Let me just copy this here. Here I can paste this. If it will be not be coming, then by default it will be 1. Now let's save this here, and after that let's come here, and this fetch data, when this page number will be changed, that time this will be again this will be run. After that let's this will be done. Now let's save this here. Let me just come, and after that let me just refresh this page, and it was giving the error. Okay, it was giving the unique key props. Let me just come inside this, and here I have run the map. Inside this I can pass key, and here I can do the index. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page. After that, here you can see that currently this 2 page number was there. One I will click, this will by default, and second click that only single data was there. Here you can see that this page number will be done when the total amount, like this page number is pagination is proper working. Now later you can change inside your backend side. Here you can increase this limit. Basically after that you can increase that, at the time it will be displayed the 10. Then let me just save this and refresh this page. That if total page will be equal to the page, basically total page, I can say that total page will be equal to the one. Basically only single data was there. That time this pagination will be not be displayed. If single pagination is there, then no need to display this pagination. If more than data was there, then it will be displayed. Now let's refresh, and why it's not done, let me just check that. Okay, here I want to add the not. Now let me save this and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that it was perfect. For checking purpose, I will go inside this my backend invoice, and here now limit I will change for now to at single time it will be 2 data count it will be displayed. For that, now let me just refresh this page. At that, here you can see that the page number will be 1 and 2. These 2 page names will be come now, and it will be working file. Now here this pagination part is done. Now let's go on the next part, our view invoice. When I was click on this view section, then I can view my invoice. For that, let me just close all of this file first, and close all of this, and let me just come inside the first of all app dashboard, and inside the invoice section. Where is this? Inside the page client side invoice, and where I have created inside the configuration, basically inside the column configuration, and inside the view. When I was click on the view, then I will go inside the new URL. That URL will be basically first of all here I can const router use router. Make sure to import this use router from the next navigation. After that, let's save this here and copy this router and come inside this here. Where is the inside this, where is this column configuration, inside this here, and open menu, this is called file. Here I can use the on click, and inside this I can use the call by function. Inside this I can use the router.push, and here router.push. Inside this I can use the invoice. First of all I can use the slash API slash invoice slash, and inside this I want to pass their dynamic ID. Basically, let me just give the invoice, and inside this I can give the slash, and here I can give the dollar. Let me just convert this in the form of a till, and inside this I can pass the invoice ID, and this invoice ID will become from this row. Here I can give the row dot. Basically these things I want to use here also, and paid invoice also, send email also, but every places. Instead of this I can use const invoice ID, and inside this I can use the row dot origin dot underscore ID. Now this invoice ID, let me just copy this here, I can paste it. After that, let's save this here. Let me just come here, and I will click on this, click on the view, then it will be redirected to this URL. Here you can see that API invoice, and this will be the dynamic basically this will be the invoice ID, this will be dynamic generated. Let me just cut this, and after that this URL will basically API invoice, and for that I will go inside the API invoice, and inside this I want to create one folder which will be cache all the invoice. Inside this all the invoice will become, all the invoice ID will be, this route will be cached, and inside this I will create route.ts, and after inside this I will first of all import next request and next response. These two things are required. After that I will import connect db and db. Make sure to import this. After that, below this I can do the export export async and function, and after that this will be the get method, and here I can say that a request, and this will be one second, let me just give that request, and inside this I can give this will be the next request. Inside this I can add the try and catch block, and here if there is any error, then inside this I can give the return next response.json. Inside this I can give message. If error is there, directly I can send the error. If error is not there, then I can say that error.message. Error.message is not there, then I can say that something went wrong. And here I can give the type will be any. And this invoice, this one, is accessible publicly. Basically, it was available publicly. For that, I want to here not. I will not be change the there. Basically, I will not change the check the session, user session was available or not. Here I can say that user session, user session. I will not be checked. I will directly first of all from the params. I want to first of all I want to get this invoice ID. For that, inside this second param, I can do the params, and inside this I can define their types params, and this will be the type will be the promise, and promise, and inside this I can give this from params will be inside this promise. I can do the invoice ID. This will be a type string. Now let me just here I can do the const, and I want to get these params, and this will be coming from the get, and I can do the params. Why this coming? Okay. Now here I can do the invoice ID. Now let me just inside this I can do the console.log, and let me just check that I was getting the invoice ID or not. Now let's save this here, and after that I will come and let me just hit this API. After that, here let me just open this terminal, and where is coming? Let me just check. Inside this, it was giving the error. Where is called that API is there? Yes, invoice is there, and it was giving the 500 error. Basically, then for that 500 error is why. Just here I can do the console.log and error. Now let's save this here. Let me just come back. Let me just hit one more time API, and let me just check that why this error was coming. It was giving the no response return from the handler. Here you can see that it was giving the ID is coming. This was the giving no response is coming, because here I have not sent any response. That's why it was showing this. First of all, I want to generate the PDF. For that, the PDF, and I want to also the user ID, because based on the user ID, let me just go back. Based on the user ID, I want to get this invoice logo and invoice signature. Basically, these two things I want to get. For that user ID also, then inside the URL, first of all I was get the invoice ID, and second parameter I can also add, or inside this, let me first of all first parameter I want to get the, let me make the curly bracket. Inside this I will first of all I will get the user ID. After that I will get the invoice ID. Now let me just drag and drop inside this folder. Let me just move this. Now first of all I want to get the user ID. After that I will get the invoice ID. Now after that let me just come here, and inside this I will define user ID. Let me just give this, and this will be type into the string, and let me just this will be correct spelling. User I will be capital D. Yes, correct. Now let's copy this one, and after that here I will come inside this. Let me just extract the user ID also. Let me just copy this, and here I can paste it. Let me just come inside this, and here inside the invoice section, inside the view section, when I was sending this link, first of all after that first of all I want to send the invoice user ID. After that invoice ID, then I will go inside the dashboard, and inside the my invoice section, pages, and here also I want to send user ID. Then inside this I can do the session dot user dot ID, and this user ID, let me just copy this. I will come inside the here. Let me just define this for will be the in the form of string and undefined. After that let me just copy this here. Here I can take this from the props. After that, this user ID, I will come inside this URL format, and here I can give the first for dollar curly bracket, and inside this I can paste it. Now let's save this here. Let me just come back and let me just refresh this page and click on this view section. At that time, here you can see that it was giving currently undefined. Why this it was giving undefined? Let me just save this page. Okay, file have not have saved. Let me just save this one. Here also I want to save this. Now let me just go back and refresh this page. Click on this button and click on the view. Now here you can see that first of all it will be the invoice. Second parameter it will be the user ID, and third it will be the invoice ID. Now with the help of this, let me just check inside the terminal also it was coming or not. Inside the terminal, okay, because of the I have not sent any response, that's why this error was coming. For that, here I want to send the response inside this. For now I can send here I can create a one PDF, basically invoice, or I will return the next response.json. For now, here I can do the invoice. Now let's save this here. I will come. Let me just refresh this page, and this was giving the API invoice user ID, and this will be the invoice ID. It was giving the user ID invoice and route.ts. This will become inside the here. Why it was giving undefined? Means giving the code not found, means page not found. Now let me save this file. I think because of the cache, let me just clear this cache first. Okay, again it was giving API invoice ICP, and this is the user ID. This will be the user ID. After that, this will be the invoice ID. It's correct, and here this will be cached inside the route. Let me just stop this app first. Press the Ctrl Z, and after that, let me just delete this next folder. And now I will first of all my port number I want to remove this. I can do the yes. We have -t-i 300. After that, I can let me just clear all of this npm run dev and press enter. Now the server is running. After that, let me just come here. Let me just refresh this page. Okay. Let me just go back to here. Now let me just refresh in this side. Okay, this was coming properly. After that, I will click on the view. Then here you can see the message it was coming properly. Okay. Now this was working properly. Now to generate a PDF, for that to generate a PDF, I will use the package that name was the JS PDF npm, and I will go inside this URL, and here you can see I will copy this command npm JS PDF. Let me just go inside the terminal, and here let me just clear all of these first, and inside this I will paste this and press enter to install this JS PDF. It was giving error. Let me just first clear this JS PDF -- force and press enter. Now this installation is done. Let me just close this terminal, and after that, here first of all I want to here import JS PDF from, I can do the JS PDF. You can go inside the here documentation also. Here you can see that how you want to install this. First of all, you want to copy this command, and after that you can install this. Let me just copy this one, and I can directly paste this one. It will be same. After that, basically this will be the all the configuration for the landscape. But here I want to portrait. Let me just copy for now, and inside this I will paste. Let me just format this proper. After that, here instead of landscape I want to, let me just portrait, and this will be instead of inch I will make this mm, and this is I can give the size will be A4 size, Okay, this is for the configuration of the our pages, and after that below this, let me here I can convert this in the form of a page. Then I can give the const PDF buffer, and inside this I can give the buffer dot from, and inside this I can give the doc dot output basically, and inside this I can give the array buffer. Now just copy this one, and this response I will change to the, let me just change this new, because it will not be in the form of like a array of, basically in the form of object, it will be in the form of a HTML. Then here I can give the new next response, and inside this I can pass this PDF buffer. Just copy this here, I can paste it, and second parameter I want to pass the first of all headers, and inside this header I want to pass the content type, and this content type will be the application slash PDF, and second I want to add content this position, this will be the inline. Now let's save this here, let me just come here. Now I will refresh this page, then here you can see that it will be displayed in the form of a PDF, and it will display here one pages. Now after that, first of all I want to display at the here top side, at the top side here one border. For that I will come inside this here, and here below this I can make a top border. For your purpose, for your reference purpose, I will also add the comment you can refer is doc dot react, and inside this, one second, I can add the rect, and inside this I can add the first of all x-axis, y-axis, and after that I can give the width will be 211, and here I can give the height will be basically 2, and this will be cover styling full. Now let's save this here. After that, let me just refresh this page. Then here you can see that it was displaying the black color. Basically I want to change this color. For that, here I can just set what was that, let me just give the doc set fill color. Now inside this I want to pass the that color code. Here I have already color code. Let me just give this 8C00FF. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see this border color is set. After this, below this, here I want to display the my logo. For that, here I can give the before that I want to get this logo like inside the invoice. Let me just close all of this first and open the one more tab. Here inside this I will go localhost slash dashboard, and inside my settings section, basically this logo I want to get this I have stored inside the settings section with user ID. I can find it. Then inside this I can give the const. Here I can give the setting, and inside this I can give the get. Before that I want to connect this with our MongoDB database. Then inside this I can give the connect DB, and let me just cut this from here. I can here also I can from the starting I can give the connect DB. After this was connected with the MongoDB database. Then inside this I can give settings model dot find one, and inside this I can give the, let me just go inside the model setting. I want to find by the user ID. Just copy this here, and I will go inside this my here user ID I want to pass. Then this user ID I will get this from here. Just copy this, and inside this I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and inside this setting, let me just close all these files which are not required for now, and I will open only those files which are required currently, and this setting model. Now inside the setting here you can see that invoice logo is there. Let me just copy this here. I will come, and this invoice logo let me, instead of this here, I can here also not an issue. Inside this I can do the invoice logo. Inside this I can do the for the invoice logo doc dot image. Basically add image. Now first parameter I want to pass the setting dot invoice. What was there? Let me just copy that field name. Will be the invoice logo. Just copy this, and here I will come. Let me drop, and inside this I will paste this. And after that I want to pass the basically where it will be their x-axis, y-axis, and their weight, height, and like that. For that I can pass the first of all their x-axis will be 15, and 13 for their y-axis, and 60 their width. 60, and 12 will be their height. Now let's save this here. After that, let me just come here and I will refresh this page. Then here you can see this invoice logo will become here. After that, below this, at the right side, I want to display the invoice text. For that, here I can say that inside these invoice text, I can also adding the comment for your reference purpose. In future, if you want to refer how this PDF was generated, then you can refer it. Then inside this, I can use the set font size, because I want to make that this invoice inside this their font size will be the approximately bit more bigger. And inside this, I can use the doc.text, and here this text will be the basically invoice invoice, and this will be displayed at basically the full width of this page will be the 211. Then I can inside this is the 211. Instead of this, here I can do the const. Let me make a const, and here I can create full width. This full width will be 211. Just copy this, and here I can paste it. And this full width I can use here where I was needed. Let me just copy this, and here also I can inside the full width. After that, I can use the 22, and inside the full width I can use a little bit margin from the right side -15. And now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page. Okay, here you can see that it was displaying. Instead of this, here I can say that the alignment will be the, here I can pass the styling, and alignment will be the right. Now let's save this here, and let me in this time I will refresh this. Then here you can see that invoice, here it will be display this. After this, below here I want to display that company detail basically. Then inside this I will go, and here I can give the set company. Let me just give the set company details. Now inside this I can give the basically current user detail also. We can say that invoice, who is the invoice generator, user invoice generator, basically that detail. And inside this, first of all, here you can see that I have set the font size a little bit more. Now again I want to decrease this font size, then here I can set font size. In this time I can give the font size will be 9, and after that I can do the doc.set font, and I can set their font will be something different time. You can set totally depend on you, normal. And after that I can set their where is me? Let me just save this, and let me just refresh this page. Okay, it was not coming. Let me just increase this font size, and here I insert time, and I can give that this will be the bold, because this will be the title. Here it will display. For that, here I can say that doc.text, and inside this I can give that company name. That company name I can take this from the that invoice detail. For that, instead of this, let me just cut this from the setting, this one from here, and make this at the top. After that, this is connected to the database. After that, inside this I can give the invoice, and this will be the, I can give the page, and here I will call the invoice model, and inside this I can give the find by ID, and after that here I can pass this ID. Just copy this ID, and here I can paste it. Now inside this I will get the all this ID, and inside this all this invoice detail. Now here let me just come here. First of all, here I want to give the company detail. Basically company detail means inside this dashboard, invoice, at the time of a from, this company detail means name of that company. Then in ID, inside this I can give the from. Okay, for the suggestion purpose, inside this I can use the TypeScript. Inside this I can give the type will be the invoice, and here this will be also null, it will be returned. Then here I can give the null. Now let's copy this while this error was showing. Okay, dot from, why from is not coming. Then inside this I can give the, first of all, if invoice will be null, basically no invoice will be found, then inside this it will be send the error. Inside this it will send let me just give the return next response.json, and inside the message I can give that no invoice found. Now let's save this. After that, if invoice is there, then it will be go on the again, and here invoice dot from dot what's coming from dot name, and here what's coming from it does not exist. By this type I have defined this from here. Let me go inside this, and invoice is there, from is there, then why it's not giving me suggestion. Invoice dot from dot okay name. Now its suggestion was coming. After that, here I want to define the their axis, which axis it will display. Now from the axis, x-axis I will be the 15, from the y-axis it will be the 35. After that, let's save this, and I will come inside my PDF, and let me just refresh this page, and here you can see that it was displaying the my name. And here I can give this, here you can see this font size is very less. Then after that I can increase this font size will be the approx 12, and let me just save this, and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that it worked perfectly. After this will be the display the company name. Now below this I want to display the address, like this email, basically this all this address, and email ID if you wanted to display you can display, but here I will not be displaying email ID. Now below this I can display the display address company basically. Now inside this I can first of all, this font size is little bit big. Now I want to make a small. For that, doc dot set font size, and inside this I can give the font size will be 9, and in here I can give the doc dot set font, and inside this I can give the time, basically font family also I want to change that normal instead of bold, and here I can say that doc dot paste, and inside this, now here I want to say show the address. Then for the address, invoice dot from dot address 1, and this will be displayed at 15. Let me just 15 40. I was just increasing the little bit line y-axis. Here I have given the 35, and now here I will give the 45. Let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it here also. Now instead of this one I can give the 2, and here also I can give the 2. Now inside this I can give the 45. After that here I can give the 50. And why this error was coming? Because undefined is not assignable. Then here inside this I can give the as string. If it will be there, then it will become, otherwise not. It will be string. Now let's save this here. Let me just come here, and I will refresh this page. That time only Mumbai is there. Let me just create a one invoice which I will fill up all these details. Then it will be perfect. Now here I can give the invoice number 4, and date will be the today date, and due date will be 28, and here by default name is there. Now after that here I can give the building name, basically shop name I can give this G46. This is the dummy value, I was just adding this. Then Santi life, and what was the any name, space, basically any you can give this. After that here I can give the basically any landmark I want to give the S1 Viva town. Save. Here after that I can give the near. DMart is most famous, I can add the DMart. Yes. Now after that last option is the where it will be there, and inside this I can give the Mumbai, Maharashtra, and I can give the India basically, and here I can add their pin code number 400003. This is the address. Now same address, let me for dummy purpose this was there. Then inside this I can give the I can give what the name, I can give that here I can give the Raj Enterprises, and inside this I can give the email ID will be the raj@gmail.com, and for the address let me just copy this same thing, because this was the dummy one. Let me just copy this same thing, and here also I can paste this here, and here I can give the website services, and total quantity will be 1. Price will be, I can give the $100 per per website, and here I can do the discount will be the $5, and total price was the 95. Now here inside the notes I can add, please pay the invoice amount before due date. Like that, after this will be done, now click on the create invoice. Invoice was created successfully, and I want to go inside the second page to view the latest one. Instead of this, let me just change one more thing inside this. I will go here, get section, and here I can add the sorting. Here I can do the sort dot sort, and inside this I can do sort by the created add, and this will become at the decreasing order. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page. Now latest will become at the top and old will come later. Here you can see that. Okay. Now here it was there which invoice I have created. After that, let me just click on the view. Now here you can see that it was giving the proper address. Okay, S1 pivot down. Address number 2. I have given the address 1, 2. Okay, here I want to give the 3. Let's save this here and let me just refresh this page. Now here it was coming properly. Address is proper. Now after this address will be done. Now below this I want to display the there basically at the left side, and below this it will display the two basically client detail, and here I want to display the invoice detail, basically invoice number and invoice due date, all of them. And here I can, let me just add this invoice number and invoice let me just give this invoice date and invoice due date. For that, here I can give the dot paste, and inside this I can give their title will be the invoice. Instead of this, let me make the till, and here I can give the invoice number, and here I can go, and inside this I can make a basically curly bracket, and inside this dollar here I want to display the invoice number. It will display here invoice, and after that here I want to define the x-axis, y-axis, where it will display. Then now inside this I can give the first of all full width. That is the full width minus. Here I want to give again 15. Basically same thing for the invoice I have given. And after the y-axis I can give the before it was 35, but I want to give here, then I can give 35 because I want to this, it will be similar to this one. Let me just save this first and let me just remove this. Click on this. Now it will be displayed here. After that, here I can add alignment will be the right. Now let's save this and let me just refresh it. Now here you can see that invoice will be displaying 4. Now let me just copy this one more time, and I want to display the invoice date, invoice due date. Now for the invoice, here I can display the invoice date. Now I want to make this format. For that, here this will not be simple. Then inside this I can give, let me just cut this from here. For the format, let me just use the format. Make sure to import this format from the date fns from here, date fns, and after that inside this I can paste this. And second parameter, I want to pass this format I wanted. First of all, let me just give the p, and let me just check that how it was displaying. Okay, it will come above. For that, here I can give the y-axis I want to change. Here I can give the 40, and here I can give the, this will be the 45. Now let's save this here, and let me just come, and now I will refresh this. Now here you can see this was displaying the date, invoice number, and last one will be the this will be the invoice date, and this will be the due date. Let me just give this due date, and here I can say that let me just same thing I want to copy from here, and inside this I can paste it, and instead of the here I can give the invoice date, here invoice due date, and let me, now I will save this, and here I will come. Now I will refresh this. Now here you can see 6/1/25, and this was the instead of this. Let me add the P here also. I will give the triple P here and here also. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this. Now it will display June. Let me just save this. Let me just take that another format. June 1st, 2025, June 28th, it will be perfect for now. After this invoice, basically name will display. Now below this, I want to display their client detail, basically client address. Before that, here I want to add the one tags. Inside this, here I can give the doc.text, and inside this I can give the bill to, and inside this I can give the, this will be the from the x-axis 15 and from the y-axis it will be 16. Now let's save this here, and here I will refresh this. Now here it will display the bill to, and after that here I will display client details. Client detail basically seller, basically purchase detail, who is purchasing these things. Okay, now here same thing I want to display, like where is I have here their name. First of all, let me just copy this thing from here, and here I can paste it, and instead of the from I can do the to, and this font size is okay, and after that I want to display the address. Then here I can do the company. Instead of this will be the client, and instead of the from I can make this to. Here also I can make this to. After this will be done, and I want to change that first of all axis. Now here this will be the 15 from the x-axis. Inside this I can do the 70 from the y-axis. This font size will be 9, it will be okay, and 15 from the x-axis, and here I can give that this will be the approx 75 from the y-axis, and this will be the 80, and this will be the 85. Now let's save this here, and I will come here. Let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that it was displaying. This is the font size will be proper, 12 here and 9 here. Oh, okay, 12 here. Both the font size is same. And let me just refresh this page. Okay. Now it will be displaying the all this invoice detail, and below this I want to display the basically item, all this item detail. For that, here I can go. Here I can give the items. Now inside this, for the items, I can give the first of all doc. First of all, I will display their heading. Like here, display the item, quantity, price, and total. All of these. For that, here inside the doc.text, and inside this I can give the. Let me first of all change this a little bit. Let me add first of all items, and their. Let me just give this item, and second will be the quantity, and third will be the, let me just give this price, and after that I want to display this last will be the total. Please copy this here, I can paste this, and inside this I can give the total. Now after that I will define their axis. Their first one will be the 18, and their y-axis 99, and this will be the 110, 99, and x-axis 140, y-axis 99, and x-axis 165, and y-axis 99, because I have given the same y-axis because I want to in the single row. Now let's save this file, and let me just come, and here I will refresh this page. Now here you can see the item, quantity, price, and total. Now let me just decorate these. For the decoration purpose, here I will come, and inside this I can give the doc. First of all, let me increase the font size, and now here I can get 10.5 this font size. Let me refresh this. Now this font will be increased the size. After that I will change basically I will make this background color a little bit. For that, here I can give the dot set fill color, and inside this I will give the color will be the same color I will use which I have used for the top side, this one. For that, let me just copy this color code, or instead of this I will make a variable here, const color color code, and and inside this let me just cut this from here, and inside this I can paste it. Let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it. Now let me just come below, and I want to use this color code basically here. Inside this I can paste it. And now let's save this here, and I will come. Let me just refresh this page. Why it's not coming? Let me make this. Where is on? Let me just save this first. Let me just refresh this. Why this not coming? Let me again. Let me just clear this cache. Okay, again it was not coming. Let me just make the proper first and save this. Anything from the top side, color code is coming. Okay, now here I have a font set fill color. Instead of this, I can do the set fill color is okay, and where this color will be display also. Okay, that's why I was completed React, and inside this I can do the 15 from the x-axis, from the y-axis it will be the 95, from its width will be 181, and here I can do the 6, and it will be cover the full width basically, full basically that's one. And here you can say it will be look like something this, and here 181 instead of this, here I can just say that full width minus I can give the 30. Now let's save this here, and after that I will come. Now here you can say it's perfect, nothing changed, and here I will change this color, and inside this I can give the top set text color, and inside this I will give the text color will be the white. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here. Here you can see that it was perfectly and fine in this time. After this will be done. Now here every time this, here you can see this x-axis will basically where is this? This y-axis will be basically this common for if I want to make the row single row, but if I want to make the like one item will be displayed, all the item will be here, quantity will be here, price will be here, and their axis will be common. Like I can say that from the here from the x-axis it will be common. For that here I can let me just make the first of all here I can give the const, and inside this I can give the item. Let me make a constant item underscore x axis, and it will be the by default item will be 18, then it will be 18 const. Let me just give the const quantity and their x axis will be their quantity will be 110 axis, and let me make the after that price, and after that total. Now let me just make this one by one. This will be the price x axis, and price will be axis will be the price will be 140, and total x axis will be the 165. Now this will be why I will, because all these items will be one row like in the table format. It will be displayed. Just copy this, and here I will paste this quantity. I will copy this. Here I can paste this. Just copy this, and here I can paste this. After that, this one I will copy this total, and I can paste this. Now let's save this here. Just refresh it. Now here you can see nothing changed. After this, below this, I want to display the items details. All these items will be detailed. Now all these item detail I will get this from the invoice, and inside this I can do the invoice dot item, and here I can do the map, and inside this I can do the item and index. Both two things I can get this. Now inside this I can here instead of this map I can use the for. Here I can do the for each, and inside this I can do the item, and second parameter I can get the invoice. Now inside this first of all let me just copy from here item to here, and inside this I can paste it. Let me just proper format this, and here I can create const y axis. will be there. Then for the starting purpose, I will increase this by 7. 99 plus 7. Now let me just copy this y-axis, and here I can paste, here also I can paste, here I can also paste, and inside it also paste. Let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page, and why invoice is not coming, and invoice is not coming. Then instead of this, I can use this also not working. Text is same here. I can give that 10. I will save this here. Okay, maybe the font color was same. Let me just change again. Let me just copy this first, and here I can change that. First of all, their black color. Now here I can change 0. Let's save this here. Let me refresh this. Now here you can see that its item was displaying this. Now here I can, instead of this 10, let me make 7, and let me just refresh this. Now here you can see that only single item is there. Basically 2 item is there, but only single item is displaying currently. Let me just go inside this here. Inside the RAS section, I have entered the only okay, edit section is not done. Only single item is there, I think. Let me just refresh this. Okay, let me just close this one, and I will open this one. And yes, only single, and their item name will become quantity, price, and total. All this detail will be also come, and it will be also every time this item will be increased. Let me just create one more product. Where is it? More item is there, and inside this I can give this invoice number will be, what was there? Invoice number will be 5, and date will be the first date, and their due date will be 28. Name by default it will display, and here due date I can see that I can give the any enterprise. Let me just give the LT company, and inside this I can give their email ID lt@gmail.com, and inside this let me just add both the addresses. First of all, I can give let me just give their address G46, and their I can give the Santi life space, and after that landmark I can give the near D-Mart, and near D-Mart, but you can see that Mumbai, Maharashtra, and after that I can add the India, and their pin code if you wanted you can add it. Totally depend on you. Let me just give the same address for now, and here also I can paste it. Let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it. After that here I can add the items. I can give the website services, and the quantity 5, item will be 40, and they are 2000, and their value will be, and here I can see that here I can also add the discount also 50, and their tax will be 5. After that here I can enter please pay invoice bill before due date. After that click on the create invoice. Now after this invoice was created, click on this view, and here I will just come. Now in this time why this only single invoice is basically it will be displaying only in this time I have added the 2 items, but it will be displaying only one, because here I was increasing. Instead of this increasing here, I can increase this y-axis from here. Let me just copy this here, and here I can increase this. When this for loop will be run for each loop, that time it will be increase this y-axis. Now let me just refresh this. Let me just first of all check inside the database also how many item was there. I will go inside this and go inside my account. Inside the cluster, inside the browse collection. After that, this is a invoice, and this is invoice number 1. I want to go on the invoice number 5, and here inside the item I have only single item. Okay, I have added only single item. Let me just create one more invoice. 006 date, due date, and here I can say that TCS, and I can do the TCS at the rate. I can do the support at the rate TCS.com, and after that here I can add the Mumbai, and here also I can do the Mumbai, and here I can go website services 5, and they are $40, and second I can add the CRM services, and inside this I can do the 10, and their service will be the 5. After that this will be, and discount I can give the $50, and their tax will be the $18, and after that here I can add the note, please pay the invoice bill before due date, and after that let me just add the one more, and inside this I can give the support and maintenance, and here I can give the total support. Total will be the 40, and their charges per will be the $500, and after that click on the create invoice. Invoice was created successfully. Now let me just open this, click on the view. Now inside this, let me just go inside, let me just refresh and check that how many items was there inside this, and inside this let me just go invoice number 6, and inside the item total 3 items is there. Now but here you can see that only single item is displaying. Why single item is displaying? Y-axis I have given the 7 plus every time. Why it's coming invoice item for each, and y-axis is improper, not an issue. There y-axis. Let me just check that why issue is there. Okay, here I have done the mistake. First of all, let me just convert this variable to the let. After that, while increasing like x-axis, it will be increases more. Instead of this, here I can give the y-axis equal to the y-axis plus 7, because only single time I want to increase when this for loop will be run. That's why now here I can remove this, and here also, and here also. Now after that let's save this here, and let me just refresh this. Now in this time, see here it was coming. Now in this time I want to show that their item name also. Now let me just remove this from here and make a till, and inside this I can give the item dot. Let me first of all let me make the dot this item dot item name. Now let's save this, and let me just take that. First of all, here you can see that item name is coming, and first of all their font size is very much big. Let me reduce this font size. I can view this font size will be the 10. Now let's save that. Let me just check that. Okay, this will be the, then it will be the 5. No, it will be 6. Yeah, 6 will be perfect for now, I think. And font size will be, font size will be almost okay. If you wanted to reduce this 9, then it will be, let me just check that. Yeah, 9 will be much more smaller. Instead of this I can make it 10. Now let's save this, and here I can come there. Now here you can see the website service, CRM service, and support and maintenance. After that their quantity also I want to display that. Then inside this I will come here, and inside this I can do the dollar, and here I can do the item dot quantity, and inside this I can show the price there, and this price will be shown in the form of a, basically in the form of a, we can say that the format, for the format purpose, currency format. Inside this let me just go inside the, where I have this inside my dashboard, inside the dashboard and invoice, inside the pages, inside this I will go, and where I have done the formatter. and this code. I will just copy this one first from here, and after that I will go inside this, and here for the formatter purpose inside this I can paste it. And here currency, this currency I can get this invoice dot currency, and this the data I can get this from the item dot price, and after that this will be the price currency format. Like that I can make because I want to make display this here also here multiple places. So instead of this I can create inside this here inside the lib folder I can create another file that will be the currency format .ts, and let me just copy this from cut this from here, and I will come inside this my lib folder. There is currency format inside this. Here I can let me just create the first call function export default and function. Inside this I can do the currency format, and here I can do the first parameter is the amount and second parameter is the currency. Now after that here inside this I can return. Let me just paste this, and here directly I can return this, not an issue for me. I can directly return, and here I can remove this one. After that this amount, let me just copy this. Here I can pass this, and this currency, let me just copy this currency, and here I can pass this. After that this currency will be their type also I want to define this. For that this currency in the form of a string, and this amount will be in the form of a number. After this will be done, just copy this currency format and come inside this, and here I will import this currency format, and inside this I can do the item. First of all I want to do the price, and second I want to do the currency. Then currency I will get this item dot invoice dot currency. Yes, and this same thing let me just copy for the copy this, and inside the total section let me just paste this, and inside this I can either instead of the price I want to give this total. Now let's save this here, and let me just format this proper. Let's save this and come here. Let me just refresh this page. Then it was giving the error. Let me just check that one why error was coming, and inside this format item dot price is not there. Okay, I think let me refresh this format init for this function will be not be work inside the this init will be not be work inside the maybe Node.js. Then instead of this I have already make the one more things inside the lib folder. Let me just go inside my lib folder. I have also created inside the utils my currency option. Just copy this currency option and come inside this. Where is this? Inside this. Instead of this, I can concatenate this here. Here I can make a dollar, and inside this I can do the currency option. Let me just import this, and inside this I can pass the currency invoice dot currency as string, and what is giving there element implicit as any type. String cannot be used to the index type. Okay, instead of this here I can say that const currency. Instead of this here, because every place I want to use this, here I can directly use this at the top level basically. Here I have given where is this color code. Inside this I can give the const currency option currency basically. Inside this I can give the currency option, and here I can give the invoice dot currency, and it was giving the error because I cannot use this like that. Instead of this, I can do the currency str, and inside it I can paste it. After this, copy this here. Inside I can paste this. First of all, here I can directly I can let me this currency type, currency key type. Let me just cut this from here, or inside the utils. Here I can say that currency key, and I can give that this will be the key. Just copy. Let me just also export this also, and after this copy this, come inside this here, and here I can say that as currency key. Let me just import this also. Yes, now it will be proper, and here I will get the currency, and inside this below where I was displaying this currency, let me just cut this from here. Inside this was the display the currency, and after that here inside this I can display that price. Here I can make a dollar, and inside this item dot price, let me just copy this one more time, and inside this I can paste the total. Here I can do the dollar, and inside this I can do the dot total. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here. Let me just refresh this time. Now here you can see that it was giving the price. I think this will be not be look good. Let me just refresh this. I think this will be not be look good. Then I will remove this from here. Only I will display for now price and total. At the end of them I will display the currency format. Yeah, now here you can see that this was the total, and after that this will be done. Then below this, here at the here subtotal I want to display basically same thing for the at the time of I have given. Let me just show you first. Generate invoice. I will go inside this my dashboard, and here create invoice. Here you can see that after this I want to display the subtotal discount. For that here I will come, and inside this I want to display the title also and their value also. For that inside this let me just I will come inside this here, and here I can use the dot text, and inside this I will fix the first of all. Here I can give the subtotal. Let me just display subtotal, and this will be display as x-axis. Their x-axis will be basically all this price axis will be 99 basically will go on the this 99 y-axis, x-axis basically from here 165 basically we start from here. Then I want to start from here means price I want to take 140. Then inside this I will go and I will take the 140 from the x-axis, and from the y-axis I will take this one. I will from here, and I will plus this by 10, and why it's showing error. Let me just save this, and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that subtotal was displaying this properly below this. Why here I have made this in the form of variable? If the item will be 1, then it will display at the top level. Now let me just make it 15, then it will be also perfect. Yes, 15 will be also perfect. Now after that, after this will be total will be displayed. Now below this let me just copy this here, and below this I want to display their value. Then inside this I will convert this in the tail, and here I want to display that item dot. Let me first of all let me just make the here I can give that invoice dot subtotal. Now let's save this here, and let me just come here, and here I will replace this. Then it will will come here. Now inside this I can give the alignment will be right. Now let's save this here, and after that I will come and where is gone. Here I can give that this will be full width minus 15. Now let's save this here, and here I will come. Let me just refresh this. Now here you can see that it was displaying the 70, and it will be in the form currency format you wanted, so it will be also displaying this. But now here I can make this 150. Let me just save this. I think let me just give the 160. I think 160 will be also perfect. And below this, after this will be done, now let's copy this here, and here I will display the discount. Now let me just here I can do the discount, and inside this discount I want to increase this their y-axis. Then inside this I can do the 20. Now let's save this here, and here I can refresh this. Then discount will be displayed. Now discount their value I want to display. Let me just copy this same thing, and here I can paste it, and instead of this here I can give the discount, and here their width will be same perfect, but their y-axis I can give the 20, and there it will be the right side. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this. Now discount will be 50. By default the discount, if you wanted to show, it will be in the form of minus, then it will be perfect like this one. And after this discount I want to show that, let me just check inside the invoice. I want to show the total, what was there. After that I want to show the subtotal minus discount. Then inside this I will go, let me just go below this, and inside this I can, for now this one will be not be needed, only I want to display this one. For that here I can just go, and instead of the here I can say that, let me inside this I can do the const subtotal remove discount. Now here I can say that, first of all I will convert this in the form of a number, then invoice dot subtotal minus number. Here I can say that invoice dot discount. Now after this will be done, then I will get the subtotal remaining after minus the discount, and here I can save this, and this x-axis I will increase by 25. Now I'll save this here, and after that I will come, where is this invoice, let me just refresh this. Now here you can see that this value will become, and here I will remove this. Now this value I will get this after the subtracting the discount. Now after this will be done, then here I want to add the tax. If there is any tax, for that let me just copy this one, and here I can remove. Here I can give the comment. First of all let me just add the comment tax percentage, and inside this I can give the, first of all let me just give, here I will convert this in the form of a till, and here I can give the, first of all tax, and here I want to give the percentage. Basically inside this I want to give the percentage, then inside this I can give the dollar, and here it will percent will become then for that inside this I can give the invoice dot tax percentage, and inside this will be the, basically let me 160, it will be perfect, and only I will increase this by 30. Basically 25 is there y-axis. Now I will increase this by 5. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just refresh this. Sorry, inside this I will go, here I will refresh this, then tax percent was the 18, and inside this let me just give the let me just copy the same thing, and here I will paste this. Now here I want to show the tax amount. Here I can do const tax amount, and this tax amount will become by finding this total value where I have given this remove the discount, and inside this I will multiply by this by percentage. Now let me just copy this one, and I will give this in the form pay number, and this will be like that in the bracket. After this will be done, I will divide by this by 100. Now this will be the tax amount, and just copy this one, and here I can show that tax amount full, and this will be the 30. Now let's save this here. After that I will come, okay, 230 not only 30. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this, and here tax amount it will be the 12628. After this will be done, I want to show the total amount. Now for the total, the total will be here. I can get the total amount. Now here I want to show the total. For that, let me just copy. First of all, I want to show the text. Then I will copy this one, and here I can do the total, and this 160 will be perfect. Instead of this, I can do the 35. And now let's save this, and let me just refresh the here. Yes, total is coming. Now here I want to show the exact value. Now for the value, let me just copy this block, and here I can do the 35, and inside this I want to show that for the amount, then inside this let me just give the const total amount will be let me just give the invoice. First of all, let me just convert this in the formula number. Invoice dot total minus number, I can say that tax amount. Basically this tax amount it will become. After this come, just copy this here, I can paste this. Now let's save this here, and I will refresh this page. Now here I will get the total amount. Now this amount I want to here, I want to below this, I want to make this little bit bold, and this tax amount I want to make this bold. For that, here I can give the dot set font, and here I can give the font name will be the times, and this will be bold. Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Now here you can see that total amount will be this one. This is for the our invoice, and after that below here I want to display that there basically note, and this will be the total amount, and here I will display the note. For that displaying the note, let me just come here, and inside this I can say that note will be displayed below this. I think first of all let me just display the our here signature. For that here I can give the signature, and inside this I can give the top. Let me just give the top, and after that here I can give the top, and inside this basically I want to display their images, signature image at the time. Here I add the config. Let me just go inside this setting. Here inside this signature I want to display that. For that inside this I can give the top dot add image, and this will be here I can add the image. For that image will come from the setting dot, and why this was not coming suggestion. Let me, I have not added the TypeScript. Where is the setting? Here. Okay, here I can add the I setting wise. Let me just go inside their model setting, and inside this where is setting model, just copy this one and come inside this where is this here. Inside this I can first of all let me import this. Okay, exported is not done, that's why it was happening. Now inside this setting, let me just first of all let me just import this their types. Here I can the export, After that I will come and inside this, let me just import this first, and here I can do the none. Maybe this will be none. Then here, if this will be none, maybe setting will be not be done, then not an issue. But let's copy this one, and here I want to display. Here I want to also add the invoice. Then it will show the error if setting is not there. Basically, setting is not there, then it will show the error. And here status code will be the, I can say that it will be the 500. Let me just copy this. If setting is not there, that time it will show the please add logo and signature in setting section. This will be show the there inside this, and after that let me just save this here everything. And I have not saved. Let me just go inside which file I have not saved. Let me just open this. I will go inside this, save this file, this one and this one. And why this error was come, let me just check that. Invoice logo is undefined. This will be not be there as string. It will come. And below this, where is phone, I want to add dot signature dot image. And this will be the from format. Basically now first parameter I have given the image, second parameter I want to give that their axis. Now inside this I want to give this this right one. Let me just use the full width, and from the y axis I can use this one, and from again y this one the full width I will constant this one. Basically this will be the constant because, and after that I will increase this by 35. Here I have given inside this I will give this by basically 35 not. Here I can give the 450, and here I can give the 70. Now let's save this here, and why this error was coming, this will be as a string. Now let's save this here. Let me just go inside the invoice section and I will refresh this, then where it will be gone. Full width, and here also I was one thing forgotten, alignment will be right. Now let's save this and refresh this. Okay, alignment is not there, then no need to, alignment is not there, then inside the first one I can give the 40 and 15 approx 200, basically 40, and from the y axis let me just copy this from the y axis, and here I can give the plus. Here 35 is there, and inside this I can add 50, and let's save this, and let me just check that it was displaying somewhere. Here you can see that our signature will come. After that I will add, here I have given the 40, I have given the minus 14. Now in this time I can minus 15, and from the x axis, and from the y axis I can this will be the, I can give this 70. Now let's save this here, and let me just check that where it was going. 70, I think. Let me just minus this y axis, then let me just check that. Okay, let me just fix this one. Now here I have just changed the, here I have given first of all their x axis and their y axis. After that I have given their width and height. This width and height I have here. Below this I have given their name, basically what the signature at the time it will display something look like this. And after that below this I have given the note. First of all, this title I have made this bold, this notes, and after that I have just given this font normal again, and again I have given this axis will be increased. Here I have created the very one because there will be the multiple item. According to that, this will be automatically adjust and go on the below this. Now we have done this invoice section. Our invoice part is done. Now let me just go back to here, and here I will open another invoice. Click on this view invoice. Then here you can see that there my first of all signature will become, and here you can see that it will be automatically adjust their y-axis. Basically a little bit gap from here and automatically adjust their y-axis, and here our notes will become. Now we have done our this invoice. Now let's go on the next part to edit this invoice. For the edit this invoice, I will let me just first of all close all of this tab, and I will just this one, and let me just close all of these. For the edit section, I want to go inside the dashboard, inside the invoice, and here I have created this created ad. Inside this I will create another basically edit, and inside this edit I will create one square bracket. Here I can use the invoice ID, and inside this invoice ID I can give the page.tsx, and here I can give the export default and function. And inside this first of all here, because inside this I want to their ID also, and I think only ID will be required because all this detail, other detail basically, let me just check inside this. Basically auth detail will be required. Here I have just passed the first name, last name, email ID, and currency. First name, last name, email ID, and currency. These are the by default. Basically by default all this detail is available inside the edit invoice. No need to pass. For that here inside this I have made the all this mandatory. Instead of this mandatory I can make this optional also. Let me just add the optional also for the edit section, and now let's save this here. And when I was making this optional, I want to change here also everything. I want to change this, lots of things is there. I want to change. Instead of this I can let me just do the changes from inside this invoice. Let me just come here, and inside this I can give the export function, and here I can give the edit invoice page, and here I can give the return. And inside this let me just first of all let me just this title, let me just copy this from here. From all of this I will copy this, and I will just come inside this. And first of all this section I don't want to send this. Let me first of all import this create invoice. After that I want to import this link from the next navigation and this arrow. Let me just import this and button variants. Yes, now after that it will go on the left, and here I can change this. Instead of the create I can make edit, and this component I can change. Let's save this here, and after that I want to go, when I will click on the edit, then I want to go inside that. For that I will go inside this client page, and here inside this let me just copy this from here to here on click, and inside this I will paste it. After that inside this I no need of this user ID, only I want to use the invoice ID. And after this here I can do the edit, and now let's save this here. After that let me just come click on this, click on the edit. Okay, let me just refresh this, click on this, click on the edit. Then I was going on the okay, URL will be API. Okay, instead of this API directly I want to go inside the invoice. Now let's save this here. Let me just go back, and I will click on the edit. Okay, again it was going. I have not refreshed this. Let me just save this file first. After this save will be done, let me just refresh. and click on this any of them, click on the edit. Okay, now it will be going on the 300 invoice edit, and it will be going on the this is the invoice ID. And why this error was coming? Currency must be string. Okay, currency must be string. Then inside this, let me just go inside the first of all. Let me just collapse this on this file, and I will go inside the app dashboard, and dashboard. There is this invoice edit invoice. Basically, I want to go there inside this, and here it will be edit inside this. I want to go, and here before going on the next section, first of all, here I can see that if here I want to make this if edit component, and inside this I can first of all if here I can use effect, then inside this I want to, when this component was re-rendered, when this ID will be changed, basically this ID invoice ID will be coming that time. Now this ID I want to pass this from the edit component, then I want to go inside this, and here I can pass this invoice. Basically this invoice ID will become, or instead of this passing I can also get this, not an issue, but here I will pass this, and inside this I can give this invoice ID. Then here I can inside this I can give the first of all const, and here I can give the invoice ID. Here I can give the use params. Make sure that import this use param from the next navigation, and let me just convert this component as a client component. Now let's save this here, client component. After that, here below this invoice ID, let me make the bracket, and here I just copy this, and invoice ID, just this ID I can send it from here. Why this error was coming? It is a not assignment to string and undefined. Why this was coming? Let me just check that. I will go inside this invoice ID. Why it was not coming? Inside this invoice ID, I have given that this will be the as a string basically. Yes, now let's save this here, and here I will come. It was giving the error. Let me just go inside this, and here inside this, first of all, here I can give the const fetch, and I want to first of all this data, like I want to fetch the particular invoice detail with the help of this ID. For that I want to inside this API I want to go inside the invoice section, and inside the route section I have created this get one with the session I was getting this invoice. Now inside this I want to, basically if I want to with specific user specific ID, then that time I want to, inside this I want to give the const, and here I want to give the invoice ID. Then here inside this I can give the search parent dot get invoice ID. Basically this will be the in the form page string, and here I can give the invoice ID. Now with the, if this ID was available, then inside this I want to filter first of all. Invoice ID will be available, then inside this let me here I can add one condition. Let me just give the const query, basically query, and inside this I can give the if invoice ID will be available. Let me make this spread this here, and inside this I can give the invoice ID will be available. That time underscore ID will be, this invoice ID will be go inside the query, and let me just cut this from here. after that this query, just copy this here, and here I can paste it. Along with that, here also I can paste it. Now let's save this here and let me just check that everything is working properly or not. Let me just go back first. Now here you can see everything working. Page number is also perfect. And instead of this 2 item, I can make this 5 item. Here I can increase this limit 5. Now let's save this here and refresh this. Now in this time here you can see that it was displaying previous page, next page. Okay, now after that I will click on this edit. I was going inside this because here what was there here? Currency must be in the home page string. Okay, not an issue. I will go inside the my edit page, inside the dashboard, invoice, edit, and here. After that I will go inside the here. First of all I want to check that invoice ID is coming or not. Then inside this I can check inside the here also, not an issue. Here I want to check that. Let me just give the console.log, and here I can the invoice ID. Let me just save it. After that I will go inside it. Let me just open the inspect. Inside the console, invoice ID is basically coming. Now inside this, after that I will go inside this here, inside the component. Now here, if invoice ID is there, then that time I want to call the API response. Inside this I can give the first of all, instead of this here I can create the one function const fetch data. Basically I want to fetch the data that invoice. Let me just copy this here. If invoice is available, then that time invoice ID is basically available that time. Then inside this I can give the AC, and here I can give the const and const response, and here I can give the wait fetch. Inside this I can give the APIs as invoice, and here I can give the invoice ID, and this will be ID. Let me just also pass the ID. Here I can give the invoice ID, and here I can give the dollar. Here I can give that their ID will be, ID will be coming from here prompts. Just copy this here, and inside this I can paste it. After this ID will become, and I will convert this in the form page JSON. Here I can give the response data, and here I can give the wait response.json, and here I can give the, first of all let me just check that data is coming or not. I will just copy this here, and inside this I will paste this. Let me just save this here, and inside this let me just refresh this screen, and inside the network section let me just check that first of all invoice. Okay, this API is not calling currently. For that let me just resolve the first of all this currency error where is coming. Currency must be in the form pasting. Then here I can say that if currency was not there, that time it will be by default USD. Now let's save this here, and let me just come. Yes, now it will be running properly. And inside this here you can see that this invoice is coming successfully. Single invoice is coming. Yes, single data is coming. And inside this this data, where is gone? This data I want to, first of all here I can give, here I can give the, first of all I want to make the loading state. Instead of this let me add the try and catch block. Inside this I can add, and here I can give the set is loading will be true, and here I can give the final, and inside this set is loading will be false, and after that here I can give the if response status code will be that 200, response data and I want to first data. After this data, I want to set this data inside my this state. For that, here I can do the reset. Let me inside this. Where is this? Here I want to extract reset, and after that, here inside this I will come and here I give the reset, and inside this I will just pass this already this data. Just copy this here inside this, paste this, and after that resave this, and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that, let me just see, invoice number is coming, invoice date is also coming, and their client detail is also coming, and invoice basically their website item detail will be coming, and everything is coming properly now in this time. Let me just go back to again, and I will click on the edit. Now every detail will be coming properly, and I can edit also. Yes, everything is fine, and but only currency was not there inside this. For that, currency was not there. Then inside this, currency was not there. Then I can give here. Where is this? Once again, watch. Where is the currency I have given? Inside this, first of all, I can add or symbol, and here I can give the watch dot currency, and it will give you the by default currency which save inside your database. That currency will come here. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just refresh this page. If I will give the by default here INR, and now let me just save this, and let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that it will be changed in the form of a dollar. Let me remove this one, cut this from here and save this, and let me just display this. Now here you can see the INR is coming, but I can take this currency from the database, then that time it will be in the form of a dollar, means it will be working properly. Our edit section is done, invoice edit section is done. Now let's go on the next part, our update the invoice status. Basically this payment is done or not. For that I will, let me just remove this console first of all, and here I will go inside this first of all let me save this page and close all these tabs and collapse this file. For the invoice, this invoice status, basically invoice paid is done or not. To update this, inside this I will go for the invoice paid, then inside this I will go inside the app, and inside these what can we can do that basically inside this we can go inside the invoice. Inside this invoice section I will create another file that will be the paid, and inside this paid, because I want to accept the invoice ID, then I will make the invoice ID, and inside this invoice ID, to catch all the route, here I will create route basically page.tsx, and inside this basically export default function, and inside this I can give the paid invoice page, and here I can do the return. Inside this, for now I can do the invoice paid, something like that it will display. Now let's save this page. After that, here inside this let me just go inside this, and here I can change this URL. Let me just copy this first from here to here, and inside this I will go inside this, and here first of all inside this, here instead of edit I can make this paid, and here I can pass this invoice ID. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just refresh this page. Let me just save this and refresh this page while nothing is coming. Let me just open this one, and let me, I think that is not working correctly. Okay, now working. After that, I will go inside the paid section, click on this, then it will be redirected to invoice paid page, and here you can see that inside the URL will be paid, and after that it will be show their invoice ID. Now with this invoice ID I can update here. First of all, inside the center, let me just make the proper card. First of all, inside this I will go here. Inside this, let me just first of all let me just give the class name, and here I can give their minimum height. Basically height will be inside this, I can give the cal, and here I can give the 100 device height minus, I can give the 200 pixel. Now let me just save this and let me just check that how much it was covered. For the checking purpose I can change the background color. Now after that, let me just save that it was not coming. Here I can add some text. Let me just refresh this page. Why it's not coming? Minimum height, and inside this I can height, I can give the full. And now let's save this here. Let me just go inside this and clear the cache and click on this. Now here you can see that it was coming now, and let me just little bit more, I can say that 400. Now let's save this. Okay, let me just give the 500. Now let's save this. It was not let me just remove this height, and okay, it was not taken from here. I will give the 300. Let me just refresh this. Let me just clear this first cache. I will refresh this page. Okay, it was taking like this. I will give the 200. Then it will become from here. Let me just refresh this page. Again, let me just clear this cache. Let me just give the 100. Now let's save this and clear the cache. Refresh this page. 100. Let me just give the 70. Now let me just clear the cache first. Refresh this page. 70, little bit more. Then I can give this. This will be the 60. Now let's save this here and refresh this. Now in this time it will be covered the full width. Let me just clear this, and here little bit more, I can give 50. Now let's save this. Here let me just clear the cache. Let me, instead of this, let me just check that height 14 will be about 56. Then inside this I can minus 56, and inside this let me just save this. Let me just save this because height, this will be the 56 height, and here clear the cache, refresh this. Okay, now it will become device width. After that, here inside this, here again the max height, basically max height not required. Now inside this, let me remove this now, and let me just save this first. After that, here inside this I can do the card. Next I import this card, and inside this, first of all I can do the card header. Inside this I can do the card title. Inside this I can do the change invoice status. Basically this will be there. Now let's save this here and let me just refresh this page. Here you can see that it was coming. Let me just inside this, here I give the flags, justify content center and flags call first of all, and items will be center. Now let's save this here, and here I will come. Now here you can see this item, this content will come inside the center, and here I can give the class name, minimum height, width will be SM. And now let's save this. Here you can see that it was coming. After this, now here below this I can display that card description. Inside this, make invoice status. Basically inside this I can do this. Here I can do the change your. Here I can say that make your invoice payment full. Make invoice paid. Now inside this will be display. Now let me just refresh. Here you can see that make invoice payment, and after that here inside this I can do the card content, and inside this I can do the button, and make sure to import this button, and here I can do the make invoice paid. Now let's save this, and here you can see it was displaying. I want to make this inside the center. For that I can use the class name, and instead of this here I think I want to make this. Let me just take that when I want to make the full. Yes, that I think this will be perfect, and here I can do the Inside this content, I can give the py will be the 4. I will save this. Make invoice paid. Okay, now it's perfect. After that, this will be perfect, fine. And inside this will be, I think, perfect, not an issue. After that, I will click on this button. Then this invoice status will be changed. Also, let me just change this background color a little bit. For that, I will use. Let me just go inside this. I blink, basically BG blink this background. Now inside this, I will give the background color will be little bit something different. For now, I will use the. Let me just go inside this. Copy this here, and inside this, here I can paste it. I will save this here, and before that, I want to change this class name. I will save this, and let me just come back to here. Inside the generate invoice, now it will be look like something here. I think this will not be look great. Then I can remove this one first. I can choose another one background, and I think this will be perfect. Let's copy this here, and here I paste it. Let me just give the class name, and here also I can give the class name. I will save this and let format this proper. Now after the save will be done. Now let me save this, refresh this screen. Okay, it was not reflecting. Clear this cache, refresh this, it was not showing white. Let me remove this background color white, and let's format this well. Save this. After that, it was coming here, you can see that. And this one I can make a, first of all, relative j index will be 10. I will save this, and it will become outside this now. After that, I will click on this make invoice paid. Then it will be so one here it will be status will be changed. For that, here inside this there, first of all, let me just give the const, and here I can say that first of all I can give the data set data, and here I can give this use state. And inside this I have given inside this I can give the invoice why it's not coming. Let me just come inside the model section, and here I will just copy this interface. I will here come, and inside this why this import was not working here. Let me first of all use client. Now this will be done, and first of all let me just import the use state, and I will make this proper, and after that I will import this types, and this will be in the form of not an compulsory. Now let me just refresh this page. Okay, now it's perfect, fine. And before that, I want to fetch this ID. This ID is coming here from inside this. This ID, I want to get this data. For that, here inside this, I can do the const fetch data, and inside this, I can give this. Let me make a curly bracket. And here inside basically inside this my edit section, I have done that. Here I will go. Currently edit something is pending. I will do this later. Don't worry. Now I want to call this function. Basically this is from here. Let me just copy this first and come inside the very speed one here. And inside this I can paste it. And inside this I can do the const. And here I can do the each loading set is loading, and here I can say that use state, and inside this boolean data type will be the boolean. By default it will be the true. By default, yes, because it will be fetch the data, that's why I was given. And inside this function will be asynchronous first of all, and here I want to pass the invoice ID. For that, first of all inside this I can do the const, and here I can use the use params. Make sure the import is from the next navigation, and inside this I can do the invoice ID, and just copy this invoice ID. I will send it here, and here inside this I want to send only. Let me just copy this data, and inside this I will give invoice data Basically inside this I want to store this. Now let's save this here. Here I will just come use effect, and inside this let me just come, and here I can add the empty dependency. After that let me just call this API from here, and here I can save this. Now here first of all I want to inside this data, let me just copy this, and first of all here inside this make payment. Here if the first of all inside this let me just make a curly bracket, and here I can use the data dot pay status basically equal to the inside this it will be equal to the, let me just go inside this and model section, and here I have given the invoice enum will be basically equal to the unpaid. Then that time I want to here the status was the equal to the unpaid. That time I want to display that this button to make a invoice payment. Otherwise if payment is already done, then inside this I want to create another view tag, and here I want to show the first of all icon success. Let me just go inside this and here I will search lucid and here I can go inside this I can search success, or I can say that okay anything is there, or I can say that right. Let me just search where is the icon is there. It was not there inside this. I think the tick, yeah, this one I think basically check. Now inside this I can do the check icon. Make sure to import this from the lucid icon, and inside this I can say that here I can do the p tag, and inside this your invoice payment done. Like this types of it will be update this detail. Now inside this let me just do the, and here I can do the instead of this let me import the cn, and inside this I can do the first of all bg green, and it will be the 50, and after that I can do the text will be the 500, text green 600. Let me just give that font now, and font will be the semi bold. And now let's save this here, and let me just come back to here, and inside this let me just refresh this page. Okay, it was not displayed for now. Let me just for styling purpose now I will change this condition, and inside this it was not coming CSS part. Let me just clear this cache, and let me just design this properly. After that inside this I can do the padding from the white all the direction first of all to. Now let's save this here, and here I will just come, let me just give the 4, and let me just clear this. Yes, now coming after this I will give the flags items center, and I will save this. Let me just refresh this page. Okay, it's coming, and here I can gap will be the 3. Now let's save this. Here I will come, here you can say here your invoice payment is done. This will be done, display that, and here also I want to display the their heading also. For that display this heading, let me just copy the same heading which I have used in all of the pages. Basically let me just copy this one, and inside this paid invoice I will go, and here I can just paste it. Let me import the link tag, and I will import the this one, and let's format this proper way. Now and import this button. Now let's save this, and let me just refresh this page first. Now where is gone? Inside this I can add first of all relative, and JText will be 10. Now let's save this here. Here it was displaying because I don't want to make this in center. Instead of this let me just cut this here, and here I will create another view tag, and inside this I can paste it, and here I can do the padding will be 4. Now after that let me just cut this from here, and inside this I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and let me just come, and let me just refresh. Now it will be displaying here. After that inside this I have given this one, I can give this will be 100. Now let's save this here, refresh this page. In this time, okay, let me just clear this cache first. Okay, still it's coming. Then inside this I can give 200. Now let's save this, and position I can give that relative. Now let's save this here, refresh this page. Okay, now in this time scrolling is not coming, and here I can change the title will be the also I can give the invoice status. I will save this. Here I will come refresh this page. Here you can say invoice status. Let me just go back, and inside this I will go paid. Then let me just remove the condition which I have given for the styling purpose, not, and save this. When the invoice status will be equal to the unpaid, then it will display make invoice payment. Now it was displaying this. Now after that, um, and it will be like it was also displaying like that. Instead of this, here also I give um, if it will be in the loading state, basically that time it will be, instead of displaying like this, I want to make one more condition. Here I can give that is loading. That time I want to display the loading component, and let me just inside this I can add is loading. I can say that first of all, instead of this I can use curly bracket, and here now wrap this, and inside this let me just remove this curly bracket here from, and just cut this from here, and I can paste this inside the here, and let me just format this way. Okay, after the format is done, now let me just come here. Now here you can see that okay, now by default the status I can inside this where is the status is coming, I can say that unpaid, but I think I am not important for now. Let's save this here, and here till the loading is done it will be not going on this page. Now loading I can by default I have made the true. Okay, now it's coming properly. It was loading this state, and after that it will be coming. Now I want to make this invoice update like inside the edit section also only I have for now. Let me just go back again. Inside the edit section I have made the only show the data. I have not changed the there, like when I just click on this, then this invoice will be updated. For that now I want to create another API for the update purpose. For that I want to go inside this, and here inside the invoice, basically inside the my invoice section route section, here one I have created for the create, another I have created for the get all invoice, and here I want to create update invoice. Now here I want to update this invoice. For that here I can do the export asynchronous and function. Here I will use the post method for the update invoice. Here I can do the request, and inside this I can do the next request. Basically put method for the update. Sorry for that. Put method for the update. Now here I can add the try and catch block, and inside this I can give the return next response.json, and inside this I can give the message. Basically if error is there directly I can send this error. If error is not there, then error dot message I can send. If error dot message is not there, then I can send that something went wrong, and this is error is type error. Then inside this I can give the any. Now let's save this here. Here it's working properly. Now for the before updating anything I want to check that current user session is available or not. Then inside this I can give the basically session, and inside this I can give the wait, and auth make sure they import this, and inside this I can give the session. If session is not available, that time I can send the response next response dot json, and inside this I can give the message unauthorized access. Basically this will be the error, and their status code I can also set that status code will be the 401 for the unauthorized access, and here I have not given the status code. Let me just give the 500 status code for the internal server error. Now if the session was available, then first of all I want to get this data from the basically from the client side for the update. Let me go inside this edit section, and here I want, if I want to update anything, I will click on this, then this function will be not be called. But here invoice date is required. Why this invoice date is not coming here? Invoice due date. Okay, invoice due date is not coming here. Okay, not an issue. I will make this proper first of all. Let me just create the API first, not an issue. I will do this later. First of all, let me just make the API. Now inside this, I will get the data from the client side, and here I can do the get from the request.json. All this data will become, and same thing like inside the create, I have done all this data. I have get this. Let me just copy this here from, and I will go inside the update section also, and all this data will be saved. Only two things will be by default increase currency, because in this time currency is already I have given this, and in this time status will be also come invoice status, and by default I want to their ID also, basically invoice ID. I wanted this invoice ID, and any more detail is there? Nothing, only this detail is there. After that, let me just format this proper const payload. Basically I want to give this payload, and here I can say that in this time I can give const, and here like any data user wanted to update, basically invoice ID will be not be there, like invoice number, date, due date, currency, from, to, items, subtotal, discount, tax, anything user will be update this status also user can be update this. Now after this will become, now here I can say that first of all I want to connect with my MongoDB database connectivity. After that I can do the const update invoice, and inside this I can give the wait, and here I can give the invoice model dot find by ID and update. Then here inside this I can give the ID will be invoice ID. Let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it, and after that I can give the which data I want to update. Let me just copy this payload, and here I can pass this. After this will be update part is done. Now below this I want to after this will be done, now below this I can send the response when the update will be done. Then here I can set next return next response dot json, and inside this I can give the message invoice updated successfully. This was the there. This will be send the message. Now let's save this here, and if you wanted to send the data totally depend on you, you can send it. This is for the edit API. Now this will be done. Now after that this API will be called and update inside this. Now this invoice ID I want to pass this. If there is anything error, let me just check that invoice update, and here invoice updated successfully, and anything more, nothing. Now let's save this, and I will come inside the now front end side. Inside this invoice section, let me first of all let me finish the paid one, because paid is very only single thing is there inside. Let me just finish the first of all paid. After that we go on the inside the that I will go inside this, and here first of all I want to, for the update I want to make const handle and update, and inside this if I want to update anything, for that inside this I can do the here inside the invoice update also, like let me just go inside the API. Where is the API? Inside this invoice, here this invoice ID I need to pass this. Let me which that field name, let me just copy this here, and inside this I will go, and inside the create section, and here I have this invoice ID. This field name will be same. Yeah, this field name will be same. Not an issue for me now. I can add the try and catch block inside this, and here I can do the console.log if there is any error. For now I can just directly console this, and first of all let me just convert this, and here I can do the set each loading will be true, and while updating just, and when the final update will be done, that time loading will be the false. Now let's save this here. After that here I will come, and inside this response, inside this I can do the wait, and here I can do the fetch API invoice, and here I want to give that method will be the put method, because I want to update this, and after that I want to give the body, and inside this I can do the JSON dot stringify, and inside this I can do the basically first of all I want to pass the invoice ID. Let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it. After that I want to pass the data. Let me just copy this data, and here I can just spread this. First of all let me just spread the here I have given the invoice ID. After that I can update it, and here I can give the invoice status. Inside this I can give the invoice status will be the paid. Now inside this I can give the paid. After this will be done, now inside this I can give the const response data, and inside this I can give the get. This is not really required, but I can give this response.json, and inside this if I can check the response status code will be equal to the 200, that time I can say that basically post message I want to show that here I can give the success, and here I can give the invoice status updated. Basically this will show if there will be error, then inside this let me just copy this here, and inside this I can give the error. Here I can show that error, and inside this I can say that something went wrong, and this was the error, and here I have given this perfectly. After this will be invoice updated will be done, then again this call this page data, then inside this let me just save this here, and this handle update, this function will be called here at the bottom. Where is this make invoice update, then on click I can say that, and inside this I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and let me refresh this page. Okay, it was perfect, and I will click on the here this click on this, then your invoice payment is done successfully. This was updated successfully. After that I will make this like this, our invoice paid will be done. Now let's done make the our edit section. Now for the edit I will going on the clicking on this, then why invoice edit date is required and invoice due date is required, why this was saying that. Let me just go inside this invoice edit, and inside this create invoice let me just check that why this was coming. Inside this for checking purpose what data was coming, because watch will be there, then instead of this let me here I have given, instead of set data I have given the watch. Once again I have given the set data, there will be the get value is also there. Now let's copy this get value, and instead of the watch let me just go first of all invoice date, then this is the invoice number is coming, invoice date is here, and here I have given the watch. Instead of the watch I can do the get invoice. Let me just check that it was working properly or not. Now let's save this here, let me just refresh this first page. Okay, invoice was coming properly, and after that here set this perfectly, here I can do the get values. Okay, now it's perfectly fine. Now let's save this, and let me just refresh this page. After that I will click on the invoice date is required. Invoice date is required. Basically it was telling that the invoice date is required. Let me just check that what will be the error was coming. Now console.log error, and inside this I can do the errors. Now let's save this here, and inside this I will come inside the inspect section. I will go and let me just go inside the console, and I will click basically inside the error. First of all, one error is the due date, and second error is the invoice date. Basically these two things was not taking the date. For that this was not coming, this was not taking, then inside this this was not coming, then let me just check that this value is stored inside this or not. Here again console dot basically console dot log, and here I can get the watch. Inside this I can get the invoice date. Just refresh this both of all of this, and the invoice date is coming only when I was click on this that time it was, maybe there is a format issue is there. For that let me just go inside this where I have set all this detail here. Instead of this let me make this here I can spread the my of this value. Let me just copy this here, I can paste it. After that here I can do the invoice date and invoice invoice. Let me here I can do the new, and here I can do date, and inside this I can pass the invoice. Let me just copy the invoice data this one, and I can give the dot, and here I can paste this. After that I can give the invoice due date basically, and inside this I can give the new date, and here I can give the invoice data. Let me just copy this here, I can paste this here, I can just give the dot, and inside this let's now it's perfect. Now let's save this here, and after that let me just refresh this page. here it was coming. Now when I will click on this, now here you can see a error, no error is there. Now let me just remove this. Where is gone this console? Let me just remove this, save this page, and let me close this. Now after this will be all this detailing will be there. Now I want to update this invoice. Basically for that I want to call this API, which here inside this I have given the main ID was not there then, and here I want to for the update. Let me just copy same thing, and here I can basically inside this from here to here. Let me just copy from here to here. Let me just copy this from, or inside the page section I have done that. Let me, I have created this update, this one from here to here. For now I can just copy this same thing and I will just come inside this, and here inside the I will go inside the edit invoice, and this is for the fetch on submit is there here. Now here I can add this function, and after that here inside this I think this will be not be required. Then I want to, let me just control Z. I can only copy the function why this error was coming. Data. Okay, let me just give the control Z first, and I can copy only inside the function from here to here. Let me just copy this. After that come inside this, and here inside the edit on submit, where is this? Here this is for the create, and inside below this I can paste it. Now let me just format this proper. After that here I have given this data. This data will come from the inside the this data will come from the here, and this I have spread this, and after that here I have given the invoice ID, and first of all this is the spread data, and here I no need to update the invoice status here because I was updating only the invoice detail. And after this will be done, like put method and the response, then no need to call the API, and here it will say the invoice updated successfully, basically successfully. And after this will be done, then it will be redirect to the, here I can say that push, and inside this it will be invoice page. Now let's save this here, and let me just come back to here. Let me just refresh this page properly, and let me inside this I can here I can give the 500, and here also I can give the 400. Now I want increasing the quantity, and after that here you can see that 2 lakhs approximately it will be gone, and this button also I want to update. Let me just go inside this below, and here I have given the loading. Okay, it will be perfect, but when invoice ID will be there, that time it will be display the update invoice. If invoice ID was not there, that time it will display create invoice. Now let's save this here, and it was displaying update invoice. Now click on this, invoice updated successfully. Let me just check that. I will go inside this and edit, click on the edit. Now here you can see that this invoice update will be successfully. After that I will go back and let me just check inside the view section. Here you can see that okay, this was the which will be the 500, and total invoice value will be 1727. Let me just go back. This was the this one. Let me just refresh this page once again and click on the view, and here it was not updated. Let me just clear this cache. Okay, here it was giving the 4876. Subtotal will be this one. Okay, tax is also there. Let me just check that. Edit, and it will be perfect 50. Here I have given the 50, then it will be perfect. Let me just check this invoice value. Total, it will be displaying the total value or what? 1755 basically it was displaying that, but here it will display 1852. Let me go inside the edit section. 1852 means 1852 means this one. it is a correct value 1852. But why then inside the view invoice it was showing something different 1755. For that, let me go inside the view invoice. Where is this? Inside the API section, routes, inside the user invoice routes, and instead of here calculating, here I have done the basically calculation. Then instead of doing the calculation, let me just remove all this calculation first, and let me from the starting. Let me just check that everything is there. X is proper. Total invoice I have taken invoice from this will be perfect. Just only I want to give the subtotal remove discount. Okay, from the subtotal minus invoice discount. It is a correct. And it will be correct. I think here is a 97. Then I can minus this 50. Then it will be the approx 100. Then 1850. Then here is the difference. Okay, somewhere I think problem is there. Point error is there. Because here I have given the number. That's why it was giving somewhere I have given the parsing. Let me just check that parsing is there. Anything? No. Buffer I have given the total time. It is perfect. Signature is also perfect. Total amount. Instead of this total amount, I can give this total amount from the invoice dot total. I'll save this here and let me just refresh this. Okay, this was coming properly. And if there is any text, then this will be not be required for now here. And let me after that, if there is any text, then if there is any text, then with the percentage inside this, let me just give this here subtotal. Let me just remove this number. Maybe because of this, it was giving the error. And the invoice discount. If invoice discount is not there, that time it will become 0. I will save this and let me just again for checking purpose for now I will just keep this and here I can remove this one first. If it was not there, then it will convert this in the form page 0. I will save this here and let me just refresh this page. 1755 is still coming. Then inside this I can first of all sub total amount minus discount, then it was giving the value. Let me just check that where is the difference. First of all, let me just open this in the new tab. For that, let me just open the new tab, localhost 3000, and inside this I will go inside the my invoice, and here let me just open the edit, and I will go inside this my and here basically in invoice I will open this invoice, and inside this let me just check that where is the difference is here. Subtotal 2700 is perfect, and after that I have given the 50 discount, it's correct, and after that 269950, here it's coming 269950, it's correct, and here 48591, here also coming 48591, it's correct, only total value is different. Here total value is 221359, and let me inside the inspect section, let me just check that inside the console. Here if I have a basically 269950 minus 48591. Then its value is 221359 is correct. This value is correct. Then here where is the mistake? Inside this here is the mistake is coming. 172768. This is the error. Then let me just here also I can remove this one first of all in the foundry number, and if it was not there, and then by default I can do the one. No discount is not there, then no need of this. Let me just add one more. Now let's save this here, refresh this, clear the cache. It's still giving the error. Let me just check that where is the error. Invoice, okay, invoice total I have given that. Instead of this invoice total I want to minus this from the here. That's why this error was coming. Now let's save this here. Let me just refresh this page, and it was giving the 0 because percentage will be sometime it will be 0, tax will be 0. That time it will be given the error. And for handle this error, inside this I can do the if this percentage, let me just come here, and inside this I can do the number. It will be basically not be it will be some value is there inside this. Then let me just copy this and inside this I can do the amount will be by default 0, and I will convert this in the form let. First of all, and I can make this up, and here I can remove this. If any value is there, then it will become, otherwise not. Then inside this, let me, this 0 will be not be there. Then I can remove this one from here. Here also. Text invoice percentage by coming null. Then I can just cut this from here, and I can make this number. Number is perfect previously. Let's save this here, refresh this page, and because it will be given the 0, then it will be, let me inside this and save this page. I will refresh this page. I think because of the test issue, total invoice is coming 0. Tax amount will be the 48591. It's correct. And here I have minus this the tax amount. That's why here I want to minus this subtotal remove discount. Now let's save this here, and here I will come. Now 221359. Now this invoice value will become 221359. Now this value is perfect. Because of this logic will be, now here inside this I can give the this line will be changed. Now let's save this and let me just refresh this page. Yes, it will be perfect fine. Now amount will be also proper, and update will be also going properly. We have done our view, edit, and we have made the our invoice payment, your invoice payment done. And after that, this status here also I want to show the status, which invoice payment was done or not. That things I was just forgetted. Let me just add this also. I will go inside the my front end side, basically inside the my invoice page, and inside the client here where is the column configuration. Before the, this is for the action, and here this is the total, and below this I can view that first of all on object, and inside this I can do the access key, and here I can do the status, and inside this below I can do the header, and this header I can do the status. Let me just make this, and let's save this page. After that, let me just refresh this page. Now here you can see that paid, unpaid, and this will text will become inside the center. Instead of this I can do the cell, and here inside this I can do the row, and here I can pass the callback function inside this, and here inside this I will make the spend tag. Basically spend tag will be also perfect, not an issue. Inside this I can give the row dot origin dot status, and inside this I can do the text will be center. Now let's save this here. Here I will come. Now here you can see that all this will come in. Now inside this I will basically change their color. For that the invoice I will use, let me just go inside my Shadcn, and inside this Shadcn I will go, and here I will search for the component badge, and like something badge will be there. Now let me just copy this here and open my terminal, and and inside this let me just clear this, and I will install these packages. After the installation is done, now inside this, first of all I want to use this badge, then I will just copy this badge instead of this here. Let me just remove this one. Directly I can use the badge. Make sure to import this from the component folder, and inside this I can use the row dot origin dot status. Now let's save this here. Let me just come inside the. Now this status will be display and it will be perfect. Now we have done the view, edit and paid. All three things are done. Now let's go on the next part. We will be send the email. For that send the email, let me just close all of this tab, and inside this I will go inside the my API. First of all I want to prepare the template for the sending the invoice email. For that I want to go inside this lib folder, or inside the component. Here I will create another for the template folder, and inside this I will give create another component, send invoice email dot tsx, and after that I will go inside the Shadcn UI. Inside the resend there is one template for that. Let me just show you. I will go inside the documentation. Inside the Next.js, make sure to select this, and here you can see that React as a template is used. React template basically this one. Then inside this, how this template was created. This one, let me just import. By default, this React will be imported from here. After that, I want to give the. Let me just copy the same thing from here to here, and it drops. It will be coming from here. Let me just define this types. Now welcome, and below this I can give the first of all their invoice number. Then inside this I can create a new tag, and here I can give the their first of all inside this I can give the p tag, and here I can give the invoice number, and I will take this invoice number from the props. Here I can give the invoice number, and this will be in the form of pasting. Let me just copy this here, and I will take this from the props, and here I can display this. Here I can say that directly in the form of a curly bracket. Let me make a curly bracket, and here I can display inside this dollar. This will be the invoice value basically. Okay, curly bracket is not required. Let me. Okay. Now here display the invoice number, and below this I can display that due date, invoice payment date basically. Then this will be also come from the props. Then inside this invoice basically inside this I can do the due date directly, and this will be in the form of a date, or I can see that in the form of a string, because I will make this in the format, and after that I can pass it. And now here let me just copy this due date, and inside this I can do the comma, and here I can paste it here. After that below this I can give the p tag, and here I can display that total, and inside this I can do the only total, and this total will come from the props. Then here I can do the total, and inside this from here I can take this total from the as props inside this. Now this is for the invoice, like basically number. Now below this I can display the bottom, and inside this bottom I be able to download this. Then instead of this, let me just make the link tag, and inside this link tag I can do the instead of this I can use anchor tag, because this will be not be work inside the email section, that's why. And inside this I can do the download invoice, and after that here I can do the their URL, and URL will be come inside this. I can do the curly bracket, and here I can do the invoice URL, and let me just copy this, and this will be also come in the form of props. Here I can say that this will be in the form of a string. Now this is for the downloading the invoice, and let me just proper make this. First of all, here I can do the for the styling purpose, because Tailwind CSS will be not be work. For that I want to use the style, and inside this let me, for the styling purpose I will create here inside this I can do the style, and here I can create object, and let me just copy this here, and inside this first of all I can do the style, and here I can do the style dot container. First of all, container. Yes, now I think let me just first of all check that how this will display. After that, if it will be okay, then we will go. Only I want to add, I think everything fine for now. And here I want to only one things I want to add as here I can add the class name, and inside this I can add CN, and inside this button variant. Now let's save this only. For now, let me just check that it was working properly or not. And after that, this email template is ready. After that I will go inside the API section, and inside this I will create another basically API email, and inside this I want to catch all these routes. Basically inside this I want to get the email invoice ID, and inside this invoice ID I want to create another file route.ts, and inside this first of all I want to import next response and next request. These two things I want to import that. After that, below this I can give get export async function, and this will be, you can make it the get also, because only I want to hit this API, then it will send the email, only that much. Then inside this I can add the first of all try and catch block. If there was any error, the next response or here I can first of all I can return this next response, and inside this I can do the JSON, and here I can do the message will be the first of all let me just send the error directly, and if error was not there, error dot message I can send it. If error dot message was not there, then inside this I can do something went wrong, and here I can define that the type will be any. After that, here inside this I want to first of all I want to get this invoice ID, like inside the I have get the inside the route section here at the top side. Let me just go here. You can see from the parents I have extracted their invoice ID, something like that. Let me just copy the same thing from here, and I can paste inside the first parameter is the request. This will be the next request, and second parameter I want to extract this invoice. Now here let me just copy the same line of the code. Here I can just copy this, here I can paste it. Only I want to the basically invoice ID, because only I want to get the user detail, only that much. And user ID also, here also user session I want to check that, not an issue, only invoice ID will be okay. And after that, first of all let me just check the user session was available or not. Then inside this first of all I can do the const and session, one second, session, and inside this I can do the wait or make sure to import this from the wait. Then here I can check that session, if session was not available, then I can return the response, next response, .json, and inside this I can give my say unauthorized access. Now if session was there, then I can first of all this I can get the invoice ID. After that from the database, because inside the session user basically first name last name is already there, I can use that name. Now after that here inside this, let me just call that function. Here I can give the where is the send invoice. I will go inside the, let me just inside this I will go, and where is the I have make the for the configuration purpose. Inside this I have the inside the auth. Okay, by default here I have only done this basically recent configuration. I want to for the email configuration also I want to run. For that inside this I can give the email.config.ts. Inside this I want to go. Let me just go inside the recent this website, and here let me just go inside the documentation. After that I want to use inside the Next.js. Let me just go inside this. I have first of all this is for the template. Okay, now this configuration I want to do that. Now let me first of all let me just copy this one, and inside this I can paste it. And why recent was not there, let me just install this. Maybe I have not installed. Let me just open the terminal, and here I can do the npm. Let me just copy the command from here. Inside this I can just copy this command, and here I can paste in and press enter. Okay, now it's giving error. Then for that here I can do, let me just first clear this, and here I can do the npm install recent, and here I can do dash force. Now press enter. Now installation is after done. Let me just come here, and why it's now it's coming properly. After that below this, let me just this is for the configuration for sending the email. Now let me just copy the first of all this one. Let's copy this one, and here I can paste it. And inside the reset API key I have already added inside my env file. This is for the auth recent key. Let me just copy this, come inside this, and here I can paste it. After that, this is for the recent configuration, and below this will be for the sending the email. Now let's copy this sending the email. I think this one from here to here. Just copy this, and here I can make the here I can paste it directly, not an issue for me. And instead of the here I can create one function. Let me just create this export send export testing function send email, and basically inside this. Okay, now let me just cut this from here, and inside this I can paste it. This is for the template, not an issue. This template here I can take this from the props. Then first of all I can get the from, and this from will be the string format, and from by default already there. Here I will add the here I will change the domain, because this will be provided by the recent, and recent will be like you have created your account by email, only this email. Basically let's take example of a I have created my recent account with this email. Then I can set this my email with the only this email. When I was sent, if I will use some other email, then it will be not be work. For that I need to add my domain also. Let me just first of all make this here to, and this will be the form pasting, and subject, and this subject will be the also in the form pasting. After that I can check that React template, and let me just make this comma React template, and this will be in the form of a basically any type. I can say that. And now let me just this will be let me just copy this one, and here I can say that inside this I can paste it, and subject, let me just copy this here I can paste it, and React HTML. Now here I can paste it. After this will be done, now below this let me just format this one proper. After that here I can return data. This data, if there is any error, let me If there is any error, then it will be return that error directly. It will return the error. Now after that, let me just copy this here and come inside my route section, and here inside this I will import send email from the config section. Here you can see that, and inside this I can add const response. Basically it will be the email response, and inside this I can add the get and inside this first parameter I want to pass which user I want to send that. For that I want to give that user email ID. Then inside this basically session dot user dot I want to send the another user basically for the client section. For the sending the client, I want to extract this email ID from the invoice. Then inside this, first of all I want to get the first of all I want to connect this with my Mongo database. After that I can do the const invoice data, and this will be this type. I can do the invoice, and this will be null also, and here I can do the wait invoice model dot find by ID, and inside this I will get this ID invoice ID, and here I can pass this. After that, if there will be the no invoice, let me just first of all handle the error. Inside this, if there will be the no invoice, then inside this I can do the next response, and inside this I can do the JSON, and here I can do the message no invoice found. Basically this will be this types of error. Now if there is an invoice, let me just copy this here. Then inside this I can go inside the to section, and I will get this email ID, client email ID. And second parameter I want to pass the subject. Basically this will be the for the update or what will be there. Basically we can say that if subject I can take this from the, because when the invoice will be updated, that's why I can change this. Instead of the get method I can change it to the post method, and from here inside this I can accept the subject, and here I can see that from the subject will come from the front end side. And now save this here because I want to update also like that. That's why inside this I want to pass the my React template down. Now inside this, let me just go inside my template. Here I have given the email template. Instead of this email template, I can do the invoice template. Now just copy this here component, and after that I will come inside this, and here I can import this template. And inside this first parameter I want to pass. Let me just check that. First parameter, all this field I want to pass, and this will be in the form of a object. Then I will go inside this and make object, and inside this let me just copy all this field from here. Directly I can copy from here, and inside this I can paste it. Let me just format this field, and first name I want to provide. Then this first name I can take this from the session dot user dot first name, and invoice number I can get this from the invoice data. Then inside this I can do the invoice dot invoice number, and due date. For the due date I can do the format from the here, and inside this I can give the invoice data dot due date, and this will be the format. I can say that PPP. Now below this I can give their total amount. Then inside this for the total amount I can first of all, let me just make this curly bracket, and here first of all I want to give the currency option, and inside this I want to give this. Let me just this is a currency will be this in the form of a object, like lots of currency was there which I have already made this option. And after that here I want to provide the key. Basically I will go inside this key I want to use this. Then here I will come and inside this I can do the invoice data dot currency, and this will be as I can say that this will be invoice key. Let me go inside this. Where is this? Let me just copy this here, and here I want to import this. Now this will be done. After that, below this, this is for the currency will become. After that, I can do the plus, and here I want to add their invoice value, total invoice value. Then inside the invoice dot total, and instead of this, I can make this till here, from here to here, and inside this I can give the dollar. Yeah, और यहाँ तक यहाँ तक. After that, here inside this I can give the this dollar. Now inside this little bit that will be no need to add the plus. Now by default only space will be there, then it will be also perfect. Now invoice URL. Invoice URL, then this URL I want to prepare this. For that, just inside this I can give the const and invoice URL, and this invoice URL will be something I will go inside this. I will let me just open the view section, and why it's not working? Okay, because of the here error was there. That's why. Let me just save this here. Comment down this code, and let me just refresh this page once more time. Server was the server is taking too much time to load. Let me just restart my server. Now here let me just clear all of these first, and here I can do the first of all let me just kill the my previous port number. Here I can give areas and inside these okay, I have given the here, and inside this I can give the 9 and dollar areas OF hyphen T hyphen I 3000. Now press OK. Now it's done. Let me just clear npm run dev and press enter. Now server is running at the end. Let me just refresh this page once more time. Yes, now it's coming. Let me just go inside, click on the view invoice. Now here inside the view invoice, I wanted basically URL. Let me just copy this URL, and inside this I can, for now I can paste it, and inside this I have paste. After that, let me just remove, uncomment this part, and I will make this full in the form of a till. And this is the invoice ID. Here I want to pass the invoice ID. Then I can get this from invoice ID. I can directly pass invoice ID, and this is for the user ID. Then here inside this I can do the session dot user dot, I can say that ID. This is the URL of the basically our invoice. Now this is the domain name. Then for the domain name, when I got deploy, let me just go inside there. Let me just collapse this. Go inside the here. Inside this, I can give the domain, or I can say that I can say domain, and here I can give the. Let me just copy this from here. Copy this for now, and here I can. Let me just paste this. After that, this domain I want to actually just copy this here, come inside this, and here I can add the basically dollar, and here I can give the process.env.domain. Directly I can access this from here. After that, just copy this invoice URL, and here I can pass this. Now let's save this one. After this will be save will be done, and below this I can give the return next response, and inside this I can give the JSON, and here I can give the message basically email send successfully, like these types of it. And here second parameter data, and inside the data I can give the email response. If you wanted, you can send it totally depend on you. After this will be done, then I want to just come inside the your dashboard, and inside the invoice section, inside the page.tsx file, invoice client, and where I have given the drop down. Basically here inside this I want to call this function. For that, first of all, here I will create, inside this I can give the const send email, and here I can give the handle send email, and inside this I can give the, this will be like a here asynchronous function, and here I can add the try and catch block basically, and inside this I can give this here const and response, and inside this I can manage also state also for sending the invoice also, but not a require. Instead of this I can give the toast dot loading. Basically this will be loading toast dot next. Let me just, I have not imported, let me just check that. Toast dot loading. Okay, message is required, please wait, please wait. Like that it will be so, and after that final, when the email was sent successfully, then toast dot loading end is there, something like loading end. Let me just check that something is other there, like success loading error dismiss is there, like this. I can after this will be loading will be done, then when this will be when response will become, let me, here I can do the dismiss first of all. After that here inside this, here I can do the wait fetch, and inside the slash API slash email slash, inside this I want to send the invoice, basically invoice ID. Then I will accept this invoice ID in the form of a string, and just copy this here, and inside this I can pass it. Let me make this in the form of a till, and here make dynamic, and here I can pass this invoice ID. After that, yes, I can change this method will be the post, and I can do the body, and inside this I can give the JSON dot stringify, and inside this I can give the subject, and here I can give the subject. Here I want to pass the subject, and for that inside this let me just take this also in the form of a subject in the parameter. Now let's copy this here, and here I can pass this. These things are done. After that, if there is any error, console.log error, I can directly console. After this will be done, then I can do the let me just response data, and here I can do the wait, and I want to convert this in the form of a JSON. After that, here I want to check the response dot status code will be the if 200. That time I can give that toast dot email toast dot success. Here I want to show that basically the response is coming from the backend side directly. I can say that message. Now let's save this here. Now let's save this. After this will be done, now let's save this here, and let's copy this handle send email and come inside this. Where is this? This is page initial, inside the column section, and where is this? Here inside this I can do the on click, and here I can do the call by function, and here first parameter I want to pass the invoice ID. Then for the invoice ID I can take this from here, and second parameter I want to pass the subject. What will be the subject? Then here the subject will be the basically inside the invoice invoice from I can say that basically I can say the company name, or you can also say that from the current user detail. Then for that, inside this I can show, let me just make the little bit dynamic. Here I can do the invoice from, and inside this I can do the current user detail, basically who is sent that invoice. And inside this I can do the row dot origin dot from dot name, that person name it will be displayed as. And here why it was giving error, this will be the object ID is not assignable to string. Okay, then I can make this in the form to string, because string mistake, because either it will be overlap or okay, it will be first of all here I can do the to string. I will convert this in the form to string. After that it will be okay. Now let's as string. Now let's save this here. Now it's perfect fine. And I will come inside this my here. Let me just refresh this page. It's perfect fine. And I will go inside this and click on send. Then here you can see that it was giving the error. Invoice template. Export invoice template does not exist in the target module. For that, let me just go here. I have invoice template. I have exported this inside this route section. Invoice template is available. Component template invoice send. Does not exist target module. Okay, I have not saved the file. That's why. Let me just check the which file I have not saved. One by one. Let me just save this one, and this one, and this one. After the file was saved successfully, let me just refresh one more time. Let me just delete this. First of all, let me just stop this my and clear this my. Let me just open this, clear this my first, and let me just clear my previous port number and clear everything. After that, let me delete this next folder .nest and again run this npm run dev and press enter. Now, yes, now it will be basically server is running now properly. Now let me just go back to here and okay, now here you can see in this time it was running properly because of the cache issue was there, that's why it was not coming. Now after this I will click on this send email, please wait, and again it was dismissed. Let me just go inside the my, where is this, inside the log section, and here I have sent this email, and inside this here you can see that it was giving you can only send a testing email to your own. For that and here after that it was telling that please verify your domain. Okay, I need to add the domain for that, for to sending the other email. For that I will click on the go inside the your domain section here, click on this, and let me just open the my code id my account, and inside this I will go inside this my product, and inside this my domain. Let me just go inside this manage domain, and after that inside my domain section, and here I have added, let me just check that inside the DNA section, and I have, let me just search that one domain I have added or not recent. Now one domain I have created that recent, and this domain I want to add this inside this. Here I can do the recent dot, and I can add this domain inside this. After that you can select your area where you wanted anything, so you can select this, and after that click on the add domain, and after that all this detail need to add this. Now for that this, let me just copy this one and come inside my domain, and here inside this let me click on the add record, and here let me just remove this one first, and inside this I want to first of all max record. Let me just click this max, and here I can paste it. After that this priority will be 10, and I will copy this one, and here I can do the 10, and here I can paste this. After that this will be the custom, I can do the by default and click on the save. Now first record I have added. Like that I want to add the other record, and this second one will be the txt file. Click on the add record, and here I can use the txt file, enter the name, and after that their value. Let's copy this. Here I can paste this. Here I can select the custom time. Okay, let me also save this here. After this will be done, just copy this one and come inside this, click on this, select the txt and enter that details. After that just click on this, copy this, and here enter this and select the custom and click on the save. After that these things are done. After that this was the recommended one, not a compulsory, but let me just also add this also. Let me just go inside this, click on this, and here I can select the what was that. Let me just check that first of all. txt file. Let me just select the txt file, and inside this I can add. After that I will just copy this one, and here I will come and inside this I will add. After that come inside this and click on the save. Okay, already I have added this by default, and after this will be done, then here click on the add. I will add it recorded. Now click on the, after that it will be the verify that. Just wait in some time because currently it was in the pending state. When this will be the verify will be done, then we can use this. Just wait few seconds. Now verify successfully. After that I can use this domain. Now let's copy this domain, and after that I will go inside this my, and here I can directly go inside the where I have used that this domain in email configuration. Let me just go inside this src lib, and where is the email configuration? Inside the email configuration here, instead of this onboarding I can change this. Here inside this I can change this URL, and here I can say that I can change invoice. Basically I can give the invoice, and that if you wanted to give their name, instead of this email ID will be informed, and here I can give the name will be the basically I can say that name will be that Amit invoice. That will be perfect. And this same this one same I want to use inside the Auth.js also. Here inside this let me just copy the same thing from here. Copy the same email domain name, email ID, and inside this I can for now I can just comment this for in future if you wanted to refer this. Now inside this I can do the paste this here, and here I can do this generate invoice, like that. Now let's save this here. After that I will come inside this and click on this, and here I will click on this and click on the send. Now please wait, and it was dismissed. Now let me just check that inside the log section, and here you can see that invoice email was sent successfully, and it will be sent at here you can see as support TCS. Okay, this was the by default. Let me just go inside this. Let me I will let me inside this. Let me just check that which Gmail is open currently. That email ID will be the, okay, this one is on one email ID and this one is another email ID. Now let me just come here and I will create the current user email ID will be the 737. Let me just open the another create another invoice, and inside this I can do the first of all invoice number will be 007, and after that here inside this I can give the date, and here I will select the due date. After that here this will be the name, and this is I can give the test basically test client, I can say that, and inside this I can enter the my another email ID, and after that here I can add the address. Basically for now I can add the, let me just add the little bit dummy and the proper address. I can do the shop. and like that. Let me just copy the same thing, and here also I can add, after the street I can add the Mumbai and the state Maharashtra, and after that I can add India and their pin code. I can add this 4003, like that same thing. Let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it. After that I can copy this here and here paste it, and uh, inside this I can add the services, and inside this I can add the quantity 3, and here I can add the price. After that this will be this, and here I can do the please make payment before due date, something like that. After that click on the create invoice. Now invoice was created successfully. Let me click on the send email. Now please wait, and it will be gone. Why this will be gone? Successfully it was not displaying. For that I want to go inside this and go inside the API email section, and inside the my frontend side, where is this, inside the page.tsx, inside the client section, and where I have given the handle send invoice, and inside this I have given the dismiss. Okay, instead of the dismiss, let me, for now let me just remove this, and after that I will click on the send. Please wait, email sent successfully. Then after that here I can just set time out. Here I can add set time out, and inside this I can give the callback function, and this will be time out will be approximately, I can give the 2 second, and here I can give the toast dot dismiss. Now let's save this here. After that let me just come here, and now again I will click on this and click on, let me first refresh this page, it will be working properly. After that inside this I will click on send. Now here you can see that email sent successfully. Now after that I will go inside this and open my another email ID, and inside this here you can see that Amit invoice, and inside this here you can see that the invoice, welcome Amit, and this is the invoice and due date, and basically their total invoice, and click on the download invoice, then it will be redirecting me to this page. Okay, now here it was working properly, and due date is okay, and you can also add your basically invoice date also, totally depend on you. Now this is for the sending email. Here I can send it at the time of the create also. You can make this, like you can create and you can send it also. It totally depend on you. Now we have done this our email section. Now let's go on the our this dashboard. Now inside the dashboard here at the top, let me just design this one. Before that I want to close all of these tab inside the VS Code and collapse this, and after that I will close this tab also, which are currently not required. Let me just close this one and resend also. Now inside this I want to design this. For that I will go inside the my app folder dashboard, and inside the component folder, inside the page.tsx file, here I have given this one. Let me just remove this. After that here I can add the, first of all by default padding will be the 4. Here inside this I want to display the total 4 card, which will be the total revenue and total invoice and total paid invoice will be paid, and which are the currently pending. All this I want to display, and below this here I want to display the chart, and inside the recent invoice last 30 days. For that let me inside this, let me just, first of all I will create here I can give this will be the grid, and by default cap will be the 4. Now after that inside this let me just give the first of all grid, and grid call to grid call I can give the 4, that will be okay, and this is for the, I think 6 will be perfect. After that let me just use the card component directly. I can first of all let me just import the card, and inside this let me just give the, and this, and here I can give the card header, and inside this card header I can give the card title, and first of all I can give the total revenue. I can say that how much currently you have on that total revenue, and after that below this I want to display that total. I can give the card once again let me just import this first cart content, something like this. And inside this here I want to display the total approximately. Let me just show that it will display the total revenue will be something like this. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming, and inside this in between the gap was there. Here I can let me inside this let me make the first of all div tag, and here I can make one p tag, and inside this I can paste it first, and after that let me just make the class, and I can give the text will be lg, and I'll save this here. Okay, now and after that I can give the font size will be semi bold not, let me just do the medium. Yeah, medium, I think it will be okay. Yes, total revenue will be I think perfect, and in between the gap was showing that gap, and here below this I can show the span tag, and inside this I can show the data last 30 days. It will be basically last 30 days. So now let's save this page. Here it was coming, and inside this I can do the first of all class name, text muted foreground, and text size will be I can see that text access. Now let's save this here. Here you can see the last 30 days. After that in between the gap is coming lots of things. Here I can get the padding will be by default 0. Now let's save this here. It was coming only from the y-axis. Is there any padding? Let's save this. Okay, not. Then inside this card header let me just give, and here I can get the padding will be 0. That time no, not there. Then inside this let me just first of all let me just check that where is the problem. I can give the background color. It was covering only this much. After that here also I can give the class name pg red. Once again I can why it's coming. Okay, sorry, here I want to give that pg green, and it will be the 500. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that this was gap in between them. For that here I can just come, and inside this I can give the grid, and by default padding will be 0. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that all this padding will be gone, but in between the gap was there. Then inside this I can give the gap will be 2 3 I think 3 will be perfect. Now I can remove this padding. Now let's save this here, and inside this I can reduce the padding will be 2. Now let's save this, and after that let me just remove this background color first, and this one, and after that let's save this here. I think this will be perfect. From the y-axis let me make this y-axis a little bit more padding. I need this. For that let me just remove this padding and refresh this. Okay, this was perfect gap, and from the gap I can give that. From the here I can give the py will be 4. Now let's save this. Inside let me just refresh. It was not coming. Let me just clear this cache. Okay, then inside this what's not coming. Clear this cache. Okay, I have not saved this page. Okay, it was not coming. Then I can do the page 0. Because of this it was not coming. Let me just save this here and clear the cache. Okay, let me just close this tab one more time and open this one. Okay, now it's from the y-axis here I can view. Now let's save this here. Okay, because of this header was there, that's why. Now this will be I think perfect. Only this width, this font, if you wanted to increase this, then inside this I can go, and here I can the text will be Excel, and let's save this here. Now you can see that this was given the total revenue. After that let me just create another card. Let me just copy same thing, and below this I can show that instead of total revenue, here I can see that total invoice basically I can see that invoice, and here display the total invoice. like I can here it will display the 40 something like that, like this, and in between the gap was not coming, then here I can give the gap will be 6. Now let's save this here. Here you can see the gap is not coming, now coming, and after the total invoice will be done. Now let's copy this again, and below this, and after this total invoice I can give the paid invoice, paid, like how many invoice was paid. Now let's save this here. Here you can say paid invoice. After that I can show this. Below this I will come, and unpaid invoice I can see that unpaid invoice. Yeah, now here to display the chart, basically here inside this, from inside this and here, let me just go inside the mobile version. How this will be mobile version will be disturbed, then this will become inside the, like that. Now it will be perfect for the mobile version. And LG, let me just save this, and here I will just go and just clear this cache, refresh this. Okay, now perfect, and when I was go mobile version it will look like this. Okay, now inside this I want to display the chart. For that I will use the, let me just go inside the Shadcn, and inside this I will go inside the chart section, and here I can use the this one chart also, any kind chart you can use. Basically I will use this one, and I will click on the close, basically open the chart, and inside this here you can see that the code was displaying. For that and this card will be basically between the last 30-day revenue and their total invoice paid. Basically how many invoice was the total revenue, and total amount will be received. Basically difference between both of them. Total revenue, basically paid invoice and unpaid invoice, that revenue will be displayed here inside this. For that inside this I will go, and here I can give the card. Let me just add the first of all comment for reference purpose. Here I can give the chart, and inside this I can give the card, and here let me save this here, and inside this it will display. First of all here I can give the class name, and span, let me just give the span, call span 2. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming, and inside the inspect section it will be perfect, not an issue for here also. And this will be only in the desktop version. Now let's save this here. Let me just clear this first hatch and refresh this, then go inside this. Okay, now it's perfect, fine here also. And inside this let me create another. Here I can add, let me just copy same thing from here, and inside this I can paste it, and here I can say that latest 10 invoice. Basically here it will display the invoice latest 10 in the last 30 days. Basically last 30 days it will display here all the invoice, and it will be something like this. I will go inside this. Okay, it will be perfect. Now after inside this I want to display this chart. For that I want to go inside the here component, and here I will create chart. I can say that total revenue, total basically I can say that chart invoice, that will be perfect. And inside this I can give the export default function, and inside this I can give the chart invoice, yes, and inside this I can make this. After that let me just come here. First of all I want to just copy here. I can just copy from all of them here, and inside this at the top level I can import this first. Let me just make this proper, and first of all I want to convert this component as a client component. Let me just use this client component, and rechart is not there. I want to install this. Let me just, here I can go and clear this, and here I can do the, here I can do the npm I rechart, and make sure that install this. Okay, it was not coming. Then let me just go inside the, and here I After that, go inside this and let me just copy this command, and here I can just clear this proper, and inside this paste this. Then it was again giving the error. I can use the npm I rechart dash force. Now press enter. Now installation is started and installation is done. After that, I will just come, and here now this error is gone. Let me just go inside the here chart section, and first of all I want to import from all this section. Let me just do this from here to here. I want to import this from here to here, then inside this I can paste it basically. Sorry, here I can import this all this component. First of all I want to import the card. Second, I want to also import the chart, which chart is from the chart config, chart container, chart legend. And for that, where is the command for the to install this? I will go inside this, and here I can search chart, and where is the command to install all these packages. Let me just copy this here and open this, and inside this I can paste it. After that, press enter, give the force. Now installation is done. After that, yes, now all this error was gone. After that, inside the global.css file, you want to add their chart color. For that, I will go inside the global.css file, and inside the where is here, inside this I will add this color code. Now let's save this here, and anything see more. Basically I want to use some other line chart, area chart. Basically there is an example. Then I want to go back, and this one I want to use that. Let me just open the code, and first of all open. I have imported this. After that, this is the data. Let me just copy for now, and basically first of all I want to check that it was working or not. Just copy all of them, and here I can paste it directly, and then that time it was giving the error. Okay, I will go inside this, and here I can directly paste this. All the component I have just copied from here, and inside this I have pasted this. After that, now I can change this. Title will be the chart invoice. After this, copy this one, this component, and come inside the basically dashboard page, and here I can import this. Here inside this, I think this will be not be required, but let me just check that proper. Inside this I can import chart invoice. Now let's save this here, and let me just go inside the front end side, and let me just refresh this page. That time it was giving error. Okay, I have not saved that component. Let me just save this. Now here you can see that this was the showing that this color code. I will change the later, don't worry, this color code. Now this chart was showing. I think this will be perfect. Only one thing I can change inside this. Let me remove this one for now. Here and here, let me just format this proper first, and let's save this, and here I can refresh this page. Okay, now it will be coming, and inside this I can add. I will go inside this, and here where is the class? Here I can add call span 2. Now let's save this here. Now it will be covering the 2, and this title, top title is basically in this time this was the not required. Then I can remove this from here. Where is this? Basically this is the first for this header, and this is for the filter section. I want to basically remove it. Then I can just cut this from here, and now let's save this here. Okay, now we will covering the chart, but why it was only this much height? Let me just remove this height and save this. Okay, here I can get height will be full. Now let's save this here. Again it was not taking. Then inside this I can do the height will be approx. Let me just give approx 56 60. Let me just save that. and after that it was giving, let me just increase this by 72, let me just give the 96. Yeah, now I think this will be perfect. Let me just say before the 96 something is there. 80 is there, let me just give the 80. Yes, now I think this will be also perfect for now. In this time, if you wanted to make the big, then also it will be perfect, not an issue. Now this is for the here. I want to also change this will be so the graph and at top side let me just add I think top will be perfect, card header, and let me just check that how much it will be covered, and let me just refresh this, and that time let me just clear first of all cache and refresh this page. Okay, now it will be covering this much. Any effect? Nothing. And inside this if I can give the 80 will be perfect. Let me just give the increase this height. I can give the height will be for the desktop version 96. Now let's save this here and refresh this page. Then it will be covering the full width. This will be the look better. I will change the later this color. Don't worry. Now after this here this data I want to here this mobile and desktop. Instead of this mobile and desktop, this data is coming. Let me just check that where this data we have defined that label, basically this one. Then inside this is a label visitor and desktop, and basically this was the mobile. And for this configuration, this data and configuration I want to pass this in the form of a props. Then here I can, let me just copy this here, and here I can define this interface, and inside this I can give the data will be the any type, and I can pass the chart configuration. Let's copy this here, and inside this I can give the this type will be the like this. After this, just copy this here, and inside this I will go, and inside this I can give the first of all here I can extract the basically what was the there data chart data name. Then inside this I can, instead of data I can give the chart data, and here I can just extract this and chart configuration also, both the things. And now let's save this here, and these both are currently in the not being used, and here I can give the exclamation mark, and it was given the any type. Then here inside this also I can define their type will be the any, and where is the error, let me just check that. Okay, now here no error is there. Now inside this I want to pass the data. First data I want to pass chart configuration. Second data I want to pass that data, basically chart data. For that and for now let me just come here, and inside this let me just cut both of them from here to here. Let me just come here, cut this from here, and I will come here, and inside this for now inside the I will import this first configuration from the chart, and here I can uncomment this part. Let me just copy this here, here I can paste here also. Now let's save this here, and here you can see currently working. Now in this time, first of all let me just change this title. Here I want to display that paid invoice and unpaid invoice totally. First of all I want to display the last 30 days their total basically total revenue will be total revenue. For that that title I want to say that here I can give the total revenue, and second parameter basically paid revenue, basically how many revenue will become. Paid invoice total, basically it will display the here it will display the total number of a, and here display the total number of a paid amount. Now let's save this here and let me just come here. Let me just refresh this. Now inside this here, the green will be displayed for the paid, and total revenue will be received. Basically total revenue last 30 days. After that, change this color, this chart color. For that, I will go inside. Let me just first of all here I will go inside the CSS, and this here inside this, here you can see that this was the first of all, this is a chart color for the total revenue will be the chart 1 and chart 2 for the paid revenue. For that, inside this I will go, and here this is green, chart 2 means paid will be perfect, and only this total revenue I want to change this color. For that, let me just copy this one. First of all here, let me just copy this color code first, and here I can go, and inside this I can go inside that website, and I will use this color code which by default I use it in the my invoice section. Now this color code. Now after that I will go inside this, and let me just copy this one, and here I come, and inside the chart one, let me just change that this color code from here to here, and let me just paste this. Now let's save this here, and let me just go inside the website, and I will refresh this page. Okay, still it was not reflecting. Let me just clear the cache and reflex this. Okay, I have not saved this, that's why. Let me just save this, and again it was not coming. I have changed inside the root. I think let me just comment this dark one, only single I will use. Now let's save this and refresh this page. Okay, again it was not coming. I will go inside this, and this is for the chart 1 and chart 2. Let me just check that any other variable is also there inside the global things or not. Now inside this only this one, and this one already I have commented. Okay, already this chart 1 is variable is there. Then let me just check that anymore. Okay, here also this color, let me just check that first. I will go inside this mine, and here I can paste it. Okay, this is this color, that's why it was coming. Now first of all, let me just comment down this chart 1, and after that I will come, and let me just refresh this, clear the cache. Okay, now here you can see that this color was little bit changed, and below this, instead of this green color, so that how many revenue you have received that, and this purple color so that total revenue. And here I want to display that inside this recent, basically recent invoice. Then inside this I will go inside the dashboard, and here inside this I want to display the first of all card header, and inside this I can give the card title, and inside this recent invoice, and here I can give the card description. Basically inside this I want to get last 30 days. Now below this I want to display, this is the for the title, and this will be, I think this color will be not will look little bit light color. I wanted this. For that, let me just check anything is there inside the chart. This is for the linear area chart, and this will be, I can give the, instead of 8.0.8 I can give the 5. Now let's save this here and refresh this page, clear the cache. Yes, now I think that will be perfect, proper matching. It will match when the, because in this time lots of data was there, that's why it was not good. When it will be less data, then it will be perfect. Now let's save this, all of this file, and come here. Now here, inside this I want to display the recent invoice. Basically inside the recent invoice I want to, let me go inside the chart card content, and here I can give the, I will display this. First of all, let me just create the API. Now I will create this API. For that, let me just collapse all of them and save this file, come inside the src folder, inside the my app folder, inside the my API folder. After that I will come inside the my, basically this was the for the dashboard. For that, inside this I can create another folder, dashboard, and inside this I can give the route.ts file. Inside this, first let me just remove this one first, and here I can give the export default function, and inside this I can give the dash inside this, first of all I want to import next response, next request and next response, both the things. After that, import connect db. Now these two things are done. Now below this, basically I want to make the get method, because here from the front end side I don't want to do anything. For that, inside this I can do the export asynchronous and function. Here I can do the get, and inside this I can add the try and catch block. Now inside this, if any error was there, then I can send this next response. Inside this I can do the JSON. Here I can directly send the error. If error was not there, error dot message. If error dot message was not there, then that time I can say that something went wrong. Now here it was giving the error. Why this error? Type is with error. Then inside this I can define this type any. Now after that, here inside this, first of all I want to check that user session was available or not. Then inside this I can give the session, and here I can give the auth. First of all, let me just add the wait auth. I make sure that I import this auth from the lib folder, and here I can check the session. If user session was not available, then I can give the next response.json, and inside this I can give the message unauthorized access, basically this one. And after that, if user session was available, then I want to, from the invoice, basically from the invoice table, I will go inside this, and here first of all I want to, because I want to multiple data, first of all I want to calculate the total revenue and total invoice and total basically paid invoice, total number of paid invoice and unpaid invoice, and this chart also, and reset invoice also. You can use the aggregator also, but here for the simple way I will use, let me just inside this I can use the, first of all here inside this I can use the const, and first of all I can get the data. Now with the data I can calculate, first of all, total revenue, total invoice last 30 days and paid invoice, and along with that I can calculate unpaid invoice and last 30-day invoice also. Count is not required, then I can no need of this. First of all I want to connect with my MongoDB database. After that I can go here, I can give the data, and inside this I can give the wait. After that, here I can give the invoice model dot, and here I can give the invoice model. Inside this I can give the find, and here inside this I wanted invoice. Let me go inside the model section and check that that field name will be the inside the invoice, and I wanted this by invoice invoice date. Let's go inside this, and I will by invoice date, and this will be the last 30 days. For that, first of all, here I can give the current date. Inside this I can give the first of all new date. This will give the mean current date. After that, here I can give this date dot set date, and inside this let me just give the date dot get date. Here I can minus the 30 days before 30 days ago, then I can say that 30 day ago. I can create this variable. Let me just here also, that will be perfect. And inside this I can give the dollar greater than equal to the let me make this greater than equal to the query will be greater than and equal to the, inside this I can give this date. Let me just copy this here, and here I can paste it. Now this will be give me the data, and after that, with this data, first of all I want to calculate the total revenue. For the total revenue, inside this I can go const total revenue, and inside this I can give the first of all data dot let me just add the TypeScript also. Inside this I invoice, and here I can give the none. null when, and inside this why it's giving error. This will be the any type. Okay, this here I want to make this array. Here it will be not be given null, only empty array will become not an issue. Then inside this I can give the data, and here I can give the first of all data dot reduce, and inside this I can give the first of all previous value, current value, and inside this I want to calculate the previous value plus current dot total. Basically I want to calculate the total value of this total invoice revenue and last 30 days and total invoice. Total invoice means I can directly know. Here I can say that inside this total invoice, inside this I can give the total invoice will be directly. I can say that data dot length. Then I can give the total invoice basically, and after that I want to basically now I wanted this count. For this will be I have now I wanted a paid invoice and unpaid invoice, both of them. I can give the query that will be also perfect. Let me just little bit modify this. Here I can give the data, and this data will be okay. Now here I can give the wait, and here I can give the promise, and inside the promise I can make the array. Why error was coming? Because of this. Why it will be giving promise will be correct. Then inside this, let me just uncomment this part, and here I can copy this from here. Let me just cut this, and here I can paste it. Let me just format this proper first, and here I want to give the new wait data promise dot all. Okay, that's why it was missing. After that this will be returning first of all data, and second let me remove this one now, and second I want to this basically total count. Then I will go inside this, and second parameter I can give that first of all inside this I want to the total, what was that, total invoice. Then inside this, if you want to do directly you can also do the like that also, but if you wanted with the query then I can show you here also invoice. Let me just go inside invoice model dot count, and inside this I can use this same query. Let me just cut this from here, and inside this I will make this outside this, and here I can do the query, and inside this I can just paste this query, and just copy this query, and here I can paste it, and here also it will give me the total count. After that total paid invoice and unpaid invoice. Then inside this basically paid invoice and unpaid invoice. Then inside this I can give the paid invoice, unpaid invoice, like this. Then inside this I can just copy this one again, and inside this I can paste. This query will be okay, and here I can just spread this query. Along with that I can add inside this status will be the paid, and here I can do the comma. Now because inside this will be here, you can say the status will be paid. Let me just copy and paste it same. After that unpaid invoice. Now let's just copy this here I can paste. Inside this I can give the unpaid, and here I can give the comma. Now this is for our data. After that inside the dashboard, last 30 days basically this one, but here I will display the approx only 10 data, not more than. For that I will use the same query, and inside this let me here I will add the limit. Basically inside this I can give the limit, and inside this last 30 days. Instead of this last 30 days, let me just remove this from the front end side. I will go inside the dashboard and dashboard section. In this description, I can remove this. Only recent invoice, that will be perfect. And here I can display the recent only, the 5. Recent 5 only, that will be perfect. After this will be done, and this will be total invoice count, total revenue it will be. Now inside this I can go, and here I can return next response. And one more thing, I think I was forgetting this chart. Basically this chart data also. Then inside, let me just first of all just give the next response dot json, and inside this I can give the message success, and here second parameter I can give the, first of all, total revenue is already there. Now inside this I can give the total revenue. Total revenue will be perfect, and total invoice. Total invoice I can give that. Paid invoice, total revenue, total invoice, paid invoice, and unpaid invoice. Okay. After this will be done, then this recent invoice. Then here I can say that recent invoice. Then inside this I will go, and 1 2 3 4 I have given the 4, and after that I can give the recent invoice. Just copy this here, and here I can give this recent invoice. After this will be done, now only pending is this chart data. For the chart data I want to send that basically, first of all, here I can, let me just format this proper. Here I can give the chart data, and inside this I can give the data dot map, and inside this I can give the item. And here, because I want to make the proper format, that's why. Now here inside this, first of all, this will become the label. Like inside this I will go inside the my, first of all this will become the date. Now let's copy this here, and I will come inside this here date. Now this date will be the invoice date basically, and this will be format is already there. Here you can see that it was the YYDDMM, basically this format is there, YYMMDD format. Then inside this I can go, and here for the format purpose, let me just install the one package npm I movement, and press enter. Okay, let me just clear this npm I movement -- force, and press enter. Now installation is done. After that, let me just come here, and inside this I can give the movement let me just import this first. Import movement from movement, and after that here I can just come inside this, let me just format movement, and inside this I can pass item dot invoice, and here I can define their types. First of all, invoice date, and this format I wanted this, and this format will be there YY, and let me just check that YY-MMDD, YY-MMDD, this format it will become. And after that I wanted this desktop and mobile, this two section is there. Later I will change. Instead of this desktop and mobile, I can give the total revenue, and inside this total revenue means item dot total that day, and after that I can show that this is the total revenue. After that, paid revenue, and inside this there, for the paid revenue, inside this for the paid revenue, basically here I want to add the condition. Inside this I want to add the condition at this date, total revenue of what will be there, and paid revenue will be what will be there. If here I want to check that item dot status will be equal to the paid, that time it will be the item dot total revenue basically. If not there, then it will be by default it will be 0. Then after that, just copy this here, and after that I will come inside this, and here I can set this chart data. Now let's save this here. After that I will just come inside the here my front end side, and inside this I want to call the API. Before that I want to convert this component as a client component. Then inside this I can do the use client, and now let's save this here. Let me just check that everything is running properly or not. Here you can see that everything is running properly. Now inside this I will go here. I can give the first of all, let me just create const. Here I can give the data set data. Inside this use state, and inside the use state let me just import the use state. I want to store all this object data basically inside the front end. All this data I want to store this. Let me just copy this here, and here I will come, and inside this I can paste it directly. Total revenue will become, total revenue will be in the form of a basically number. By default it will be 0, and total invoice will be also in the form of a total revenue will be okay, and total invoice will be also number, and total paid invoice will be also number, and unpaid invoice will be also number, and recent invoice, then this will be in the form of a array, and this will be also in the form of a array. Now after this will be done, now total invoice, just copy this here, and it will be displayed from here. And before this total invoice, it will be maybe in the form of array, because total revenue I want to display their currency format. In this currency format I can do this from the here front end side. For that, because inside this I was getting the session, then where is this total revenue? Let me just concatenate this proper. Inside this I can use the dollar, here I can paste, and inside this I can also give the session dot user dot currency, and this currency will be in the USD format. It will display, I want to display in the form of a basically symbol. For that, inside this I can use the currency option, and inside this I can use the array, and here I can feed as currency what was this, currency key. Let me just go inside this, and here I can just copy this here, and I can paste this. Now this will be add the their symbol format, and after that it will be add their revenue basically like this. Now let's save this here, and after that I will just come front end side. This will be in the form of a string, not an issue. By default it will be, I have displayed the $0. Now let's copy this here, and inside this I will come data dot total revenue. After this will be done, then here total invoice. Then inside this I can go, where is this here, inside this I can do the data dot total invoice, and here I can add the optional side. Maybe data will not become there will be nothing break is there, and if nothing is there, then it will display the dashboard that I can add. Yes, here also yes, and the paid invoice. Then inside this I can go, here I can give the data dot paid invoice, and inside this I can give, if nothing is there, then it will display the dash. After that, unpaid invoice, then inside this I can go, and here I can give the data dot unpaid invoice, and here also I can give the dash. Yes, now let's save this, and let me just first of all fix that all this data. Let me just show you all this data. After that I will go inside this. For that, first of all, here I want to call the API fetch data, and inside this I can give like the, and here I can give the use effect to call this API, and this will be run empty dependency, and inside this I will call this API. Now let's save this here, and inside this I can add try and catch block, and here I can give the, for now I can give the console error. Now let's save this. Okay, it's perfect. And inside this, from the fetch data, and here I can give the, first of all, const response, and inside this I can give the wait fetch, and inside this I can give the URL API slash dashboard. Dashboard, yes, that is correct. And I will make this component as asynchronous. After that, I can give the const response data, and here I can give the wait response dot in the form of a JSON. I have convert this. Now here I can give the response dot status code will be the 200. Then inside this I can give the basically for all this data I want to set data, and inside this I can make a object, and let me just copy all this variable here, and inside this I can paste it. Let me first of all format this proper. After that, here I can give the data dot total revenue, response data, and response data dot every section response data will be there. Here also, and total invoice I can give the dot paid invoice. Let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it. Recent invoice dot we can paste it, and here also I can paste it. If chart will be not becoming there by default, I can set the empty array, and recent invoice will be not be there, then it will be by default empty array. After this will be done, let me just save this page. Come here. Now I want to just refresh this page, and here nothing coming. No data was coming. Why? Let me just check that is there any error. For that, let me just give the console this data. Let me just console.log response data, and let's save this here. I will open the inspect section, and inside the console section, and here let me just refresh. Response data, only message was coming, no response, any other data was coming inside this. For that, I want to go inside this, and here I have connected with the MongoDB database, and here one query was missing, that will be the user ID basically. Here I can give the, let me go inside this invoice data. Where is this invoice? Here I want to also pass the user ID basically. Where is this user ID? Then inside this I will go, this will be session. Here I can pass session dot user dot ID. That these things I was just forgetted this. Now let's save this here, and let me just check that any data was coming on. First of all, here I can directly just console this here, console.log, and here I want to check that basically from the data, and here I can give, let's save this page and open this inspect terminal, and let me just refresh this page, and here this invoice is called, but let me just clear this first of all. Now this dashboard component is called, but why this data was not given? Here I can say that let me just give console dot dashboard APIs. Now let's save this here and let me just come here and refresh this page, and here inside this anywhere console is there, not there. Let me just clear this. Okay, miss, this API was not calling properly. Dashboard API is there, but console which I have given inside this, that was not calling. If there is any error is also not there. Okay, here inside this, let me just add this first of all 500. Now let's save this here again and let me just check that in this time it was giving the error, and now let me just check that the error was, for checking this error let me just give the console.log error. Now let's save this and refresh this page, and inside this I was coming and it was giving the weight. Okay, here weight will be not be there. Where is on? Where is the error? Cannot use greater than equal to with date. Okay, greater than equal to with date, then inside this greater and equal, greater than and equal, like that this query. Sorry, now let me just refresh this page. Okay, now here you can see that in this time it was erroring because of this query was error, that's why. Now in this time see, here it was giving the total revenue, total invoice, total 7 invoice is there, last 30 days 2 invoice was paid and 5 was the unpaid. And inside this you can go inside the invoice. Here you can see this invoice and this invoice, these 2 invoice was paid successfully, and let me just go inside the paid 2. Only 2 invoices paid successfully, and you can also count their value also. Here it was displaying this. Something is missing again. 2, 2. Okay, now invoice value will be also proper, not an issue. Now I want to display this in the form of a chart. For the chart, let me just come inside this, and here this chart data will be something like this. Here this will be in the desktop and mobile version. For that let me just then I want this data, let me this chart data, I can just inside this I can go, and here I can get the data dot chart data. After that now save this here, and in this time it was nothing displaying. For that now inside this I want to go, and where is the desktop is there, that things I want to change it. Color desktop is okay, not an issue for me, but where is the data point, that things I want to change it. Data point, this is mobile, instead of mobile and this one, both of them I want to change by, let me here I have given chart data. Where is this? First of all this total invoice, then I can give this instead of desktop I can give the total revenue, and paid in revenue inside this I can give the mobile. Now let's save this here and let me just come here. Now let me just refresh this. Now in this time see here, from the 1st June no invoice was coming, and here you can see that it was 0. First of all now total invoice was increased, but the paid invoice will be less than, something like this it will display there. Now after this will be done, then here inside this I want to display the recent invoice, then inside this I want to go for the recent invoice. Inside this I can get it. Inside this first of all I want to show the loading, or no data was there, that things also I can show you. First of all inside this let me just check that. First of all I can check that data dot length will be equal to the 0. That time I can show that okay, sorry, data dot recent invoice, and here also I can see. Then inside this I can give the no data. Now let's save this. No invoice from, and let me just give the first of all from the py4, and text will be center. Now save this and let me refresh this page, because in this time the invoice was there, that's why it was not coming. For now let me just give the not equal to most. Then here inside this I can give the bg for bg mute foreground. Now let's save this here, refresh this page proper. Okay, okay, instead of like that I want to give this a sent foreground. Now let's save this here. Instead of this I can do the PG primary background color is okay. No invoice is found, that will be also perfect, looking great. If there is any invoice, then inside this let me just remove this first, and inside this I can go, I can give that here also, not an issue. Instead of this I can convert this in the format and new operator. If it will be 0, then no invoice. See, otherwise inside this I can do the data dot recent invoice dot map, and here I can do the item, and inside this I can do the invoice, and index will be, type will be the number, and call by function. Inside this I can do the first of all div tag, and here I can do the class name greet, and greet call. I can say that first of all I will make a 3 column, one for the invoice number total for the amount, and third for the paid. For that here I can give the inside this, let me first of all give the title also. For that here I want to display in the format data. Let me just use the data table, and inside this first of all let me just give the data, then I can just copy this from here, and inside this I can paste it. After that I want to give the column, then this column configuration I can take this from, because table will be perfect for the view purpose, that's why I was using this. And this column configuration, let me just copy this for now, and here I will come inside this, I can paste it. First of all let me just check which are currently required for me. I will require for the status. Let me just import this batch. Let me just import this batch from the component folder, and this status will be required. And after that this currency will be invoice currency, basically it will become. For that inside this here row dot, once again row dot origin. Let me just okay, I have not given that. Let me just copy this column first, and inside this I can paste it. After that let me this import this from the tank stack. After that once again here I want to give the row dot origin dot currency. Now this is for the currency purpose. Total amount it will be okay, and 2 will be not there, and due date will be not. Let me just format this date proper and check that how it will be looking. After that I will do this. Now let's save this here, and everything is fine. Now here you can see that invoice number, date, amount, and status. Then it was displaying this inside this, and then instead of this, then this will be not be required now here, because by default inside the table it will be handled, data will be there or not. Now let's save this here. Here I will come, Now here you can see that it was recent invoice report displaying this, and their date will be their amount and their status. Now here you can see that this label is not displayed. Basically legend was not displaying here below this. For that I want to little bit change inside the configuration. Inside this here I can give the first of all this will be the total revenue, and here also I can change this the paid revenue. Once again revenue. Now let's save this here, and after that I will come and let me just refresh this page. Now in this time here you can see that now this will be coming, but their color was gone. For that their color I want to go inside this that component. Where is gone that component? Let me just go inside this. Where is the here, and inside this where this is a total basically total, and inside this instead of desktop I can say that this will be the total revenue. Now let's save this here, and here you can see this border is coming. Let me just copy this here, and inside this I can paste this. This is for the color. This T will be capital. Why it's not coming? Fill color will be from the URL. For that this is the total color it will become, and after that here from inside this also I can tell that config, basically inside this let me, this is a fill color, then this fill color will become from inside this I can view total revenue, and after that let me save this and clear this. Okay, this here you can see this color was come, but neutral type will be neutral. Okay, color, and here I can change this color to paid revenue. Now let's save this here. Here you can see this stop, but this gradient color was not seen. For that where is this? Let me just go inside this, and here linear gradient. Now inside this desktop I can change this to the total revenue. Now let's save this, and here I will come, and inside this I can tell this will be the total revenue here. Now let's save this again, it was not coming. Now after that this color here also I will give the same field, and this field just copy this field ID this one, and inside the here let's paste this, and after that let's save this here. Now here you can see that this color was changed. After that let's do this paid revenue. Inside this first of all let me just go inside the gradient section, and this is for the okay here. Now inside this I can give the paid revenue. After that let's copy this here also I will change, and inside this also I can give this ID will be the fill paid revenue. Just copy this, and inside the area I can give the here I can change this. Now let's save this here. After that here you can see this color will be also changed, and this title will be also displaying. Now we have done our this section, or basically this dashboard now completed, and this invoice section is also completed. Here you can create the invoice and go back. After that you can edit the invoice also. You can view the invoice, click on this, then you can view the invoice, and you can also check their status also, invoice paid or not. After that you can also send the email also. Basically everything you can do it, and here there is a pagination also, it will be done. And after that inside the setting you can add the invoice logo and your signature, and the signature will be also display inside your basically inside your invoice. You can open this, and here you can see that invoice logo and invoice signature. and this is for the your profile. This will be the display your profile, and you can update your profile detail, basically that thing. After this will be done, and we have done our dashboard section. Now let's go on the next part, our landing page. Basically this will be our landing page. From here, first let me just go inside this, and I will close all of this file, and here also, and let me just close this one. And after that I will go inside my app, inside my page, basically inside this here. And here, first of all, let me just remove this one, and inside this I will make main tag, and inside this let me first save this, and here okay, it's gone. After that, here first of all let me just create the header, and inside this header I will create another new container, and here I can first of all I will import my logo. And now let's save this here. Here you can see that my logo is coming. After that, here at the right side inside this, I want to display my login button. Then inside this I will create button, and make sure to import this, and here I can give the, this will be type, here I can give the login, and or I can, instead of this I can give the get start, that will be also better. And here I think login will be also better. Let me just check that. Login is also better. Let me just change this, get started, and save this. Let me just check that. I think this will be a little bit big, that's why it was good. And after that, here inside this div container, I can give the class name will be the container, and margin from left right it will be auto. Now save this here. Here it will become. After that, inside this I can give the flags, items, center, justify, between, and by default in between it will become, then their gap will be the 4. Right. Now here you can say invoice, and after that I will come inside the header, and here inside this I can give the, first of all their height will be 14, and their flags, item, center. I will save this here. Here you can see it was coming little bit. Let me just check that how it was coming inside this. Give the background color. Here you can see that this was the its height. Let me, if I will give the 16. Now let me save this, and let me just clear this first cache. Yes, now I think 16 will be also 14 will be perfect, because yes, the 14 will be perfect. Now let me just remove this background color, and here I can do the backdrop. Basically I want to blur that backdrop, and it will be to Excel. Now let's save this here. Now it will be perfect fine. After that, here below this, here I want to add the center, I want to display some text. Then inside this I want to first of all make a div tag, and here I can display the one h1 tag, and inside this h1 tag I can display first of all easy invoicing, and let me just instead of this h1 let me just create the div tag, because inside this I want to do, one will be the for the easy invoicing, the n will be small letter, and second line I want to display that. You can also make this p tag also, totally depend on you, but I think p tag will be also look better instead of this. I think okay, not an issue for that. For now, a happy businesses, like the easy invoice happy businesses, in a single line I can make this, that will be better. And here I can do the comma, easy invoice happy businesses. Now let's save this here. It was coming. I want to make this in center. First of all, inside this I can do the class name, flags, item, center. Now let's save this here. Justify, center. Now it's coming here, and inside this let me, for now, this div tag I can remove this and save. Okay, Now after this one, it was coming here. Inside this, I can give margin from the top side. It will be 10. Now yes, it will be a little bit more, 12. Let me just go inside the mobile version and check that how it will be look. I think mobile version will be also fine, but here you can see that for that inside this I can add padding from the x direction 4. Okay, now it's great. And inside this I have given the margin from the let me just give the 14. Okay, now it's better. And inside this I can give the first for class name text 3xl. Now let's save this here, and font and 2xl for the like this, and font will be bold. And after that I can make this font I can give the bold. And for the desktop version, text will be the 4xl. Now let's check that. Yes, I think that will be better. And below this, here below this I can display that it will be tag. We make it I have added some tags. Now inside this, let me make the flags call. Now let's save this here. Okay, and in between them I can do the gap before. Yes, now after that a little bit more this side I can increase. For that here I can do the 5 easy invoicing happy businesses. Little bit below down, then inside this from the desktop version I can give the margin from the top side. I can give 20. Now let's save this here, and it was not reflecting. Let me just clear this, refresh this. Let me just save. Let me just increase the 24 and save this and clear the cache first of all. Little bit more, 28. Save. Yeah, now I think that will be better. Easy invoicing happy businesses, and this was displaying properly. And if you want to make gradient you can do it, but I think this will be look better. And after that below this I want to display that one background color. Let me just go inside the that tab that name was the PG I link, and I will add that link in description. You can go directly also. This one something like this. I will just copy this code, and inside the here at the top, let me just paste this first. And first of all, let me just format this proper. And here I can change this instead of the class name, and here I can do the position will be relative. Now let's save this, and let me just format this proper. Okay, now let's save this and come inside this. Okay, here you can see that it was coming something like that. Instead of this, here I can give the minimum height will be device height. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that how this will be look like now. It was looking great. After that below this I want to display there this one image. Basically that's our dashboard image. Then inside this, here I can create another div tag, and inside this I can do the image tag, and make sure they import this image from the next image. Let me just import this first. Why suggestion was not coming. Okay, next image is not there. Let me just check. Okay, already this image was there here. Just copy this. Okay, now inside this I can do the first of all the URL. Then inside my public folder I have added the dashboard.png file. Now inside this I can do the dashboard.png, and inside this I can do the alt, and here I can do the dashboard, and their width will be I can do the 1000, and their height will be approx I can just 700. Now let's save this here, and let me just refresh this page. Here dashboard.png cannot be the as URL, then here I can do the slash. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that it was coming, and I want to make this inside the center. For center purpose I can use, let me just cut this here. I think this will be perfect. Here I can do the flags, and after that I can do the width will be save this. After that it was coming, and from the top side little bit gap will come. For that, from the top side I can give the margin will be 5. Margin from the top side I can give the 10. Let's save this. Instead of here I can adding this all of this here, I can add this from inside the where is this is for the margin from top, it will be 20. Now let's save this. It was not going. Let me save, and here I will come. After that I will clear the cache, refresh this. Now it will be coming little bit bottom section. And now this one, this section, yes, now it will be proper. Little bit this will be top. For that here I can give, instead of 20 I can give the 14 and save this, and let me just clear this. Yes, now it will be great. And let me just design this one image. First of all, inside this I can give the class name, and rounded, first of all rounded I can give, and after that I can add the shadow to Excel. Let's save this here. Here you can see that I was giving shadow. Also I can add a drop shadow to Excel. That will be great. Here you can see that easy invoicing, happy businesses, we make effortless, and it will be display the dashboard. After this, below this I will make their footer, basically footer section, and I will save this. Inside this I can add first of all class name, and I can give the padding, basically from the top side it will be 10. Now let's save this. Okay, here inside this I can add p tag, and here I can give the made by. Inside this I can give the link tag, and make sure that import this from the nest, and here I can do this. Basically inside this I can give the my name, and inside this I can add the my LinkedIn URL, or you can also use the URL. Basically most of the time I will add the my LinkedIn URL. You can also here I can, let me just open the my LinkedIn URL, and inside this I will go inside this, and here I will just copy this URL, and inside this I can paste it. Now let me just format this proper first. After that it was, let me just save this, and here now it was coming, and I want to make this inside the center, basically inside the center, but it was also count inside this section. For that, inside this I can first of all I can create fragment tag, and let me just cut this from here, and here I can paste it. After that, this footer section, let me just cut this from here, and inside the below I can paste it. Now let's save this here, and now it will be okay. Let me just format this proper. Okay, now it's perfect and fine. And inside this, let me footer, first of all let me just give the their primary background color. Let me just change, and because I have given the margin, that's why it was. Now after that, inside this I can add the padding from the bottom side. It will be 10. Now let's save this here. Okay, now it's perfect, and here I have given the this name, and after that I can the text will be void. Now let's save this, and I can give the flags, justify content center, item center, and py will be 5, basically 8. I can give this. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that made by, and after that I want to basically this font little bit bold. I want to give that the font will be semi-bold, and text will be LG. Now let's save this here. Here it was displaying, and this will be in the form of italic, then font will be italic is there, extra light bold and italic is there. Just check that. font italic is not there, then instead of this, let me just go inside the Tailwind CSS and search for that classes name. Then inside this, I will go italic. If you don't know any classes, then you can directly go inside this and you can search this. I can directly give the italic, and after that here I come. Now here you can see that it was displayed, and this italic, it will be not only this text will be displayed. I can add this. Now let's save this here. Here you can see that, and inside this I can add our underline, it will display. Here you can see that, and cursor in the form of a pointer. Now let's save this here, and it's coming. Here you can see that it was redirecting proper. Now we have done our this page, and this will be the mobile responsive also. Let me just check that to look proper, and we have done this section. We have completed our this page proper, and this will become, after that click on the get start, then it will be redirect to our login page. Only that things will be pending. For that, instead of this button, I can change this. Let me, for now here, instead of this button, I can change it in the form of a link, and let me just copy this here. Here I can paste it. After that, here I can come, and inside this I can do the slash login. And now let's save this here, and let me just come. Now here you can get start. Here after that I can use the class name, and inside this I can import button variant. Now let's save this here. Now here you can see that it was perfect and fine. When I click on this, then it will be redirected. Let me just log out first and close all these tabs which are not required. After the logout will be done, let me just go inside again inside the landing page then. Now when I just click on the get start, then it will be redirected to the login page, and here I will enter my email ID and click on the login. Then it will be send the email. Let me just open my Gmail. After that, inside this, here you can see that generate invoice, and it will be giving this. And after that, I will click on the sign in. Then it will be redirected to the my dashboard page, and go inside the invoice section. After that, here you can see all the invoice and dashboard here, total invoice and revenue, paid invoice, unpaid, and a recent invoice, and this will be shown in the form of a chart. Total invoice and your paid invoice. This is the difference between. And inside the setting, you can do your logo, basically invoice logo, and inside the signature, inside the invoice, what will be the signature will become. After that, inside the invoice section, here you can view your invoice PDF, and here you can see that this will be the signature. After that, here you can also see edit your basically your invoice, any detail you can edit, and you can add the row also, you can delete the row also. And after that, here below this you can check the status of your invoice and make the payment also. You can do the payment. After that, here come, and this status will be also changed. And after that, you can also change basically you can also send the email also. Here click on this and send email, and after that, inside your email ID, let me just open that, and here you can see that I have get the one email, and here you can say inside this will come that first name and their invoice number and due date and their total amount. And after that, click on the download invoice, then it will show their invoice in the browser. Now we have done our this, and now let's go on the deployment purpose. Like this will be completed this project here. Now for the deployment, before going on the deployment, here inside this, let me just collapse this and open my terminal first of all, and let me just delete one terminal, only single terminal I will open in this time, because all this npm will be done. Let me delete this one, and first of all I want to stop this, and here I will clear this, and inside this, let me first of all inside from here I will go inside this. Let me just check that anywhere I have given the console. That console, let me just remove this first. Inside the server only, not here I have given this. Let me just remove this one. For now, I will just comment down this console. You can do it for now. This was all this console which is currently not required. I just comment down on this console, and this one also inside the API, and here also, and this error is okay because I want to check that error, and this on submit. Okay, now all the console which are not required I just commented down. You can refer later, not an issue. Now one second, let me save all this file also with changes I have done. That open this, and here I will click on this, save this. Here also I will save. Here also save. Now all this file done, and I have removed all these console which are not required for now. Collapse this. After that, open the your terminal, and inside this, I will first of all let me just check that build is properly done or not. For that, run the command npm run build and press enter. Now just wait few seconds to make the build of this app. Now here you see that build is completed. After the build will be done, then here write npm start and press enter. Now here it was giving error. Already this port number you used. Okay, generally this was coming in the mostly in the Mac. Then inside this, let me just use the yes, and inside this and this will be the 3000 port number, and let me just clear this. Where is the problem is there? Okay, inside this I have given the space. Now let me just press enter. Okay, now after that I can run the command npm run dev and press enter. Now the server is running. Let me just in this time, let me just go here and I will refresh this page. Okay, now it's running properly, and I will navigate properly. Yes, now it will be running properly. After that, let me just stop this server and clear this. Now all this code I will upload on the GitHub because I want to deploy this on the Vercel. For that, first of all, let me just open the my GitHub account, and inside this, if you don't have GitHub, you can just create your account. And after that, I will inside this I will create, first of all click on the new, and here inside this I will give the invoice. In basically I can give the Amit invoice, and after that let's copy this here. Here you can add the any description which you wanted. Basically I want to this public for repository because you can also access this. After that, click on the create repository, and after this creative will be done, after that you can just copy this git init. First of all, we want to initialize the git init. After that, this will be done. Now let's copy the, after that I want to add the here run git add command to add all of this file, and after that git commit, and inside this dash yum, and inside this double quotation you can write any your first commit at any this there. I can do the uh, Amit invoice code, and after that press enter. Now all that this file will be added inside the git, and after that if you wanted to change the branch main, because by default the branch was the main, no need to change. Basically if you wanted to change, just copy this command and after that paste it and press enter. Now after that all this code I want to upload inside this repository. For that, let's copy this URL full things, and after that just press enter, paste this and press enter. After that all this code will be uploaded. For that, just copy this command git push dash u origin main and press enter. After that, here you can see that all this code was uploading. Just wait few seconds for that. Now all this code was uploaded successfully, and inside the here you can see that inside the git section nothing was the changes there. After that, you can go inside your GitHub and just repo and just refresh this. After that, you can see that all the git code was available inside this. And now I want to deploy this inside the Vercel. For that, I will go inside the Vercel, open your Vercel account if you have, and I will click continue with my Google account and select your email ID which you wanted this, and click on the continue. After this will be done, then I want to deploy this. For that, I want to go inside the deploy. Inside this, I will go first of all my dashboard. This was the UI. Basically, this UI was changed. That's why, and I will go inside this first of all here, and inside this any project was there. Basically, let me just delete this project because this was the not required. And after that, inside this, I will create a new project, and new chat is there. Okay, once again, I have I think basically Vercel. I want to go inside this. I have go on the wrong URL. That's why. Let me just log out first. Okay, now this is a login to Vercel. I will add this link in description. You can go directly. Go click on the login and select your email ID. After that, you will be redirected to the your Vercel account. And inside this, after that, click on the add and click on the project. After that, inside this here, you can search your if you have already connected. If you are not connected, you go inside this and click on the add GitHub account, and here you can enter your GitHub account password. And after that, here you can select your repository which you wanted. Basically, I wanted that name. You can search is Amit Invoice, and after that, click on the save. And after that, here you can see that Amit Invoice is coming, and click on the import. Now, after this import, first of all, here you can set all the build command, and after that, you want to set up your environment variable. Environment variable basically all these field like your basically auth secret key, MongoDB, and all of them. Let me just copy this one auth secret key, and inside this I can paste it. And from here to here, let me just copy this one, and inside this I can paste it. After that, click on the add more MongoDB URI. Just copy this here. Here I will paste this, and this URL. Just copy this one, and here I can paste it. Click on the add auth recent key. Just copy this. Here I can paste. Copy this one, and here I can paste. After that, click on the add more, and this is the domain. For now, this domain will be. Later I will change. Their domain name will be basically this mess. Later we will change because after the deployment will be done, then Vercel will be give the URL. Later I will change this and click on the deploy. Just wait few seconds for the deployment purpose. At the top. Okay, now this was the deployment is started, and running the build command. Just wait few seconds. And here it was giving the error, npm error, conflict peer dependency. Okay, then for that, inside the inspect section we can go, and here you can see our deployment was failed. This is because of the npm log, a complete log of this one. Then I can instead of this I can use this force. Let me just change the command. At the time of the deployment, let me just go inside the my where is the configuration section. Configuration for this. I will go inside the where is this. Where is the setting? Okay, here inside the setting I will go inside the where is the command I want to change that option is there. Let me just check that where is build. Yeah, basically here inside this npm run build and npm install. Inside this I want to give the npm install dash as. I can give the npm install force. This one I have overwritten this. Now click on the save and updated it successfully. After that, let me just come back to here inside the development overview section, and here let me just redeploy this. For that redeployment I want to where is the option for the redeployment, where repository rollback, here is inside this. Let me just check. Okay, redeployment. Now click on the redeployment, just wait few time. Now let me just check inside the build section also. Now here you can see that I have changed the command. Now here you can see that deployment is completed. Now here it was so. After that, open this URL. Now here you can see that your dashboard is displaying, and click on the get started. After that, here it will display that login page. Let me just enter my email ID and click on the login, and login will be successfully. After that, I will open my email ID. Let me just open my Gmail, and here you can see that new URL coming. Here you can just sign in Amit invoice.vercel.app and click on the sign in. Now here you can see that it was redirected me to the dashboard page, and here all this data was coming previously, which I have at the local storage I have used. This one is the dashboard, and here you can hover, then it will show their invoice, and go inside the invoice section. Here you can see our loading state. It was also displaying. Basically, this one loading state, and this all the invoice will display here. Create invoice, it will be also displaying proper working, and this will be the settings section. And one changes is there inside the here file structure. Here onboarding, this onboarding, here you can see that this onboarding will be inside the dashboard. When we go inside our project, here you can see that inside the onboarding screen, that time you can see that it will become inside the dashboard, but we don't want to it will become. For that, this onboarding, this will be, I can remove this and make this in outside this. Let me just make this here and make sure that update all their paths. After this will be done, then inside this, let's save this file, and here let me just save this one and that one. Let me just save this. Okay, now update will be done. After that, I will come inside this, and here you can see that. Let me just refresh this page. That time you can see the onboarding screen. This screen will be outside our dashboard layout page. Now this will be look great, and only these things will be updated only from your basically inside your app folder. This onboarding screen inside the dashboard, move this outside this inside the app folder. Only these things you need to do this. And thank you for the watching this video till this.